Hello, my dear students. Hope you guys are all doing good. Hope you guys are all perfectly fine. So, welcome back, everybody, to GST CA Inter Part 2 of the marathon. So, we have been showing tremendous support for our GST Part 1 marathon. Hope you guys are all loving it. Hope you guys are all enjoying it a lot. So, with that having said, now we will try to proceed further with the Part 2 of the marathon. So, in the Part 2 of the marathon, we are going to pick up few more chapters, few more important chapters from the examination perspective, and we are going to do a quick revision like the way we have done in the part 1. We will try to do it in the part 2 as well. So first chapter which I will take up for revision in part 2 is the place of supply chapter. So very important chapter from the examination perspective, very conceptual, and here also the remembrance is very much higher. So things which you have to remember is going to be very high. But once again, I'm telling you, very important from the weightage perspective also, it's going to be very important from the examination perspective. So having said that, without any delay further, let us try to quickly revise the contents of the chapter, place of supply. Sir, why this chapter is very important? So what we are going to learn in this chapter? So let me give you one brief. Then after that, we'll go into the content. So as you all are aware, as we have seen in the introduction to the GST chapter itself, so we have seen that in order to determine which kind of GST has to be collected, under GST we have different kinds of taxes. We have something called CGST, we have something called SGST or UTGST, and in some case the government will impose something called IGST. So we have the taxes with different names under the GST regime, but when which tax will be levied, that is going to depend on the type of the transaction. So as we have seen, for the purpose of deciding which transaction, which GST will be imposed by the government, we need to see what is the nature of the transaction. Is that an intra-state supply or is that an interstate supply? First we have to determine that. First we have to determine whether a supply is an intrastate supply or it is an interstate supply. If we classify a supply as intrastate supply, that transaction will attract CGST and SGST. On the other hand, if we classify a place of supply as an interstate supply, then that transaction is going to attract a tax called IGST. So one of the crucial factor in deciding which kind of GST will be imposed by the government is that lies in determining whether a supply is an intrastate supply or is it an interstate supply. Now, how do we identify whether a supply is an intrastate supply or it is an interstate supply? So we have defined it. We have defined it in the introduction to GST chapter itself. So if you remember, we call a supply as intrastate supply if the location of the supplier and the place of supply, if both are falling within same state, or if both are falling within same union territory, then we call that supply as intrastate supply. On the other hand, if the location of the supplier and the place of supply fall in two different states, or they fall in two different union territories, or if they fall in one state and one union territory, then we call that supply as interstate supply. So accordingly, whether CGST, SGST or IGST will be levied, that depends. So the two crucial factors, we need to know two things in order to determine whether a supply is an interstate supply or an intrastate supply. So two things which are going to determine that are, one is location of the supplier and the other one is the place of supply. Very important. See, location of the supplier we can easily find out. Basically, wherever the supplier is registered, that we can simply, if I have to put it in very simple terms, that we can easily identify. So location of the supplier is pretty much easier to identify. But where the difficulty comes is determining place of supply. What will be the place of supply? That we have to determine, which is going to be very difficult. So how to determine that place of supply? That's what we are going to learn in this chapter. That's what we are going to learn in this chapter. Why? Because once we know place of supply, once we know what is the place of supply, then only we can determine whether a supply is an intrastate supply or it is an interstate supply. Only when we can determine whether a supply is an intrastate supply or interstate supply, then only we can determine what kind of GST has to be imposed. So one of the most important thing which we have to know before GST can be collected is the place of supply. And how to determine that place of supply, that's what actually getting discussed as a part of this chapter, the place of supply. And here also, like in any other chapter, here also we are going to learn about two sections. But here there is one important difference. See, in all the chapters, whatever we have discussed till now, there we have also learned the sections of the GST Act. But in all other chapters, whatever sections we have learned, those are the sections from the CGST Act. Those are the sections from CGST Act. But in this particular chapter, whatever sections we are going to learn, so those are the sections taken from IGST Act. Like if you take the supply chapter, in the supply chapter we have discussed section number 7 and 8, section number 7 and 8 of the CGST Act. Then in the registration chapter, we have discussed starting from section number 22 till section number 30, we have understood. So these are also the sections of the CGST Act only. So like that, in till now, whatever chapters we have seen, even in the immediate previous chapter, input tax credit, there also whatever we have discussed, that has also been taken from, like section 16 we have discussed, 17 we have discussed, 18 we have discussed. Those are also forming part of CGST Act. But in this particular chapter alone, whatever we are going to learn as a part of this place of supply chapter, here also we are going to learn a few sections, but those are actually the sections taken from IGST Act. This is one important thing which I want you all to remain attentive. So in this chapter we are going to learn two sections. Those two sections are taken from IGST Act. So which two sections? Actually, which sections of the IGST Act will talk about the place of supply rules? So we have many sections. Like if you go through the provisions of the IGST Act, we have from section 10 till section number 14. That means there are 5 sections which are talking about how to determine place of supply. But all of it we are not going to learn at the CA inter level. At the CA inter level, we are only going to talk about 2 sections. One is section number 10, how to determine place of supply in case of goods, that too other than imports and exports. Similarly, we are going to discuss section number 12, which is also going to talk about how to determine place of supply in the case of services, that too also other than exports and imports. So we have other sections also which are talking about place of supply rules, like section 11, we have section 13, we have section 14, we have this. We are not going to discuss at the CA inter level. This we will be discussing at the CA final level. So 5 sections are there under IGST Act which are going to talk about place of supply, but all that we are not going to discuss. Only 2 out of 5, only 2 we are going to discuss, section number 10 and section number 12. Section number 10 talks about how to determine place of supply in the case of goods, that too other than imports and exports, basically for domestic transactions, how to determine place of supply in case of supply of the goods. Whereas section number 12 talks about how to determine place of supply for services, and that too this is also relating to domestic transactions. Only section number 10 and 12 we are going to learn. In that also, first we are going to pick up section number 10. First we will try to pick up section number 10, which is talking about how to determine place of supply in the case of supply of the goods, that too other than imports and exports. That we will try to cover it now. So in that also we are having 2 subsections. One is section number 10 subsection 1, and then we have section number 10 subsection 2. So 10 subsection 2 you need not worry. So 10 subsection 2 simply you can ignore it. Basically what they try to say, we'll talk about it later. 10 subsection 2 you can ignore. We are required to learn only section number 10 subsection 1. In that also various clauses we have. Like we have section 10 subsection 1 clause A, which is talking about how to determine place of supply in case of those supplies which involves the movement of the goods. Like we have section 10 subsection 1 clause B, which is going to talk about how to determine place of supply in case of bill to ship to transaction. So like that we have various clauses under 10 subsection 1. Each clause is going to talk about a specific case and how to determine place of supply in respect of that case. And entire section number 10 is going to talk only about supply of the goods. Here I am not talking about supply of services. Sir, what about supply of services? That we will discuss in the section number 12. Okay, so now I will pick up each clause and we will try to understand what does that clause talk about and how to determine place of supply in those cases. First one, 10 subsection 1 clause A. What is that? Place of supply when supply involves movement of the goods. If you are a supplier and you are a person making supply of the goods, and whatever supply you are making, that involves movement of the goods. Like for example, I'm a manufacturer. Someday one wholesaler came to me and told, sir, I'm a manufacturer of that ready-made garments. So one day a recipient came to me and told, customer came to me and told, sir, I needed some 1,000 quantity of the shirts. I told, okay boss, from my factory I will sell 1,000 quantity of the shirts. So I'm a supplier, I'm making supply of the goods, and these goods involve movement. These goods are required to be moved from my factory to the customer's place of business. Whether I'm causing the movement, whether as a supplier I'm arranging for the transportation of the goods, or the recipient himself is coming and arranging for the transportation of the goods, all that doesn't matter. I'm a supplier, I'm making supply of the goods that requires movement. As a part of that supply, the goods are required to move from my place of business to my customer's place of business. So that we call it as supply of the goods involving movement. So if you take up this example only, say for example, I'm a supplier, I'm located in Mumbai, Maharashtra. There is one customer, this customer is located in Delhi. So I am making a supply of the goods which involves movement. The goods are required to be moved from the supplier's place of business to recipient's place of business. Now what is the place of supply? Sir, will it be location of the supplier? Location of the supplier is Maharashtra. Sir, will it be location of the recipient, which is Delhi? So what is the place of supply? How to determine place of supply? So section 10 subsection 1 clause A says that in case if you are a person making supply of the goods which involves a movement of the goods, the place of supply will be the location of the goods at the time at which the movement of the goods terminates for delivery to the recipient. Basically what simply they try to say here is wherever the movement of the goods terminates, basically wherever the transportation of the goods is coming to an end, that location will be considered as the place of supply. That means, say for example, this supplier has loaded the vehicle with all the goods and these goods started movement. At some point of time, the movement will terminate, no, the transportation will come to an end, no. So where basically the transportation will come to an end, that transportation will come to an end at this customer's premises, basically at Delhi. So they are telling that Delhi is the place where the movement is terminating, where the movement is coming to an end. So the place of supply will be Delhi. So location of the supplier is Mumbai, that is Maharashtra. Both are falling in two different states. So this will become a interstate supply. On this transaction, IGST will be levied. Able to understand? So that's what 10 subsection 1 clause A says. In case of supply of the goods which require the movement of the goods, the place of supply will be the location at which the movement of the goods terminates. Basically wherever the transportation of the goods is coming to an end, that will become the place of supply. So this is what 10 subsection 1 clause A says. Now, what does 10 subsection 1 clause B say? 10 subsection 1 clause B talks about how to determine place of supply in case of bill to ship to transaction. How to determine place of supply in case of bill to ship to transaction. So we already have seen what is a bill to ship to transaction. Once again, if I try to give you an example, say there is a wholesaler. There is a wholesaler. There is a manufacturer. Now, wholesaler placed an order with the manufacturer. Sir, I needed some 10,000 quantity of the stock. Say for example, wholesaler is located in Delhi, manufacturer is located in Maharashtra. So he placed 10,000 quantity of the goods with the manufacturer. But before the goods can be delivered, this wholesaler got an order from another customer. So there is one retailer. So there is a retailer, he is also located in Maharashtra. Who got an order? Wholesaler got an order. He also ordered, sir, I needed 10,000 quantity of the goods. So now as a wholesaler, I informed my manufacturer, sir, I placed an order with you, 10,000 quantity. You please don't send the goods to me. You send the goods directly to my customer, to the retailer. You send the goods directly to my retailer. So here manufacturer will bill, he will give invoice to the wholesaler, but he will ship the goods to the retailer. So whatever transaction which the manufacturer is doing with the wholesaler, that will be a bill to ship to transaction. That will be a bill to ship to transaction. So in the case of bill to ship to transaction, what will be the place of supply? So manufacturer is giving the bill to wholesaler who is in Delhi, but he is shipping the goods to a retailer who is in Maharashtra. So what will be the place of supply? Here the transaction which is taking place between manufacturer and wholesaler, this we call it as a bill to ship to transaction. Sir, what will be the place of supply? They say that in case of bill to ship to transaction, don't follow 10 subsection 1 clause A. In case of bill to ship to transaction, follow whatever has been mentioned in 10 subsection 1 clause B. Sir, what does 10 subsection 1 clause B say? 10 subsection 1 clause B says that even though this wholesaler has not received the goods, the location of this recipient will be considered as place of supply. This original recipient, whoever is the original customer, whoever is there, so that location of the recipient will become place of supply. So if you go by that rule here, between the supply which is taking place between the manufacturer and wholesaler, the location of the supplier is Maharashtra, which is manufacturer, whereas the place of supply will become the location of this recipient, which is Delhi. That will become an interstate supply. On that, IGST will be collected. Now what about other transactions, sir? Now I have one more transaction here. This is a transaction taking place between manufacturer and retailer. No. So how to determine place of supply in case of transaction between wholesaler and retailer? See, this is not a bill to ship to transaction. This transaction is not a bill to ship to transaction. This is a normal transaction which involves the movement of the goods. To determine place of supply between this wholesaler and retailer, you should once again follow 10 subsection 1 clause A. It will be treated as a supply involving the movement of the goods, and whatever has been mentioned in 10 subsection 1 clause A, that we have to follow. So what does 10 subsection 1 clause A say? In case of the supply of the goods involving movement, the location wherever the movement of the goods terminates. So tell me where the movement of the goods is terminating. The movement of the goods is terminating at Maharashtra. So for the transaction between the manufacturer and the retailer, the place of supply will be Maharashtra. Location of the supplier is Delhi. So since both are falling in two different states, it will become an interstate supply. On this also, IGST will be levied. Okay, hope you guys are able to understand it here. So only the transaction, only this transaction will be a bill to ship to transaction. Why? Because manufacturer is billing to wholesaler, but he's delivering directly to the retailer. So only this wing of the transaction will become bill to ship to. The other part of the transaction, it will be a normal transaction that will be governed by 10 subsection 1 clause A. Okay, so this is what 10 subsection 1 clause B says. So we have covered two cases. 10 subsection 1 clause A, which says the place where the location of the goods wherever the movement of the goods terminates. 10 subsection 1 clause B, which is talking about bill to ship to transaction, which says the location of the original recipient itself will become the place of supply. Now we have to see 10 subsection 1 clause C, which is talking about how to determine place of supply in case of supply of the goods which does not involve any movement. In case if you are making a supply of the goods which does not involve any movement, then how to determine the place of supply? Then they say that in those cases, the location of the goods, in those cases, the location of the goods at the time of delivery to the recipient. That basically, whenever the ownership is getting transferred to the recipient, wherever the goods are located, that itself will become place of supply. So first, I need to give you an example. What do you mean by, what are the examples of the cases where you are making supply of the goods, but it does not involve any movement? It does not involve any movement. Sir, can you give me any example? I will give you one example. So same example I think I have given in the tax invoice. We will take the same example. There is one supplier. Okay. This person is giving the cars on rent. So one day there came a customer. So this customer has taken initially a car on rent. This customer has initially taken a car on rent. So now he liked that car very much. This recipient liked the car very much and he told, boss, I no longer want this car on rent. I want to buy it. I want to buy it. This car is already there in the possession of the recipient. He liked it very much, but he don't want to have it on rent. He want to buy it. He quoted a very good price. Supplier is also happy. He told, okay, boss, pay me some 10 lakh rupees of money and consider the car as yours. So now this supplier is making a supply of the car for a consideration, but it does not involve any movement. This car doesn't require any movement. Why? Because the car is already there at the possession of the recipient only. Are you required to do any movement? No. Why? Because that car is already there with the recipient. So here the supplier is making supply of the goods which does not involve any movement. No movement is involved here. No, you are not required to move anything. Why? Because the car is already there with the possession of the recipient. So this is one literal example of making supply of the goods without any movement. Sir, in these cases, how to determine place of supply? You can't go to 10 subsection 1 clause A. Why? Because that talks about only when the supply involves movement. So you have to come here to 10 subsection 1 clause C, which says that whatever is the location of the goods when the goods are getting delivered, the location where the goods are situated whenever the ownership is getting transferred. So say here, for example, this supplier belongs to Bangalore, this recipient belongs to Chennai. At the time when the delivery is happening, at the time when the possession is getting, at the time when the ownership is getting transferred, where the goods are actually located at Chennai location. So place of supply will become what? Place of supply will become Chennai here, which is Tamil Nadu. Location of the supplier is Bangalore, which is Karnataka. Both are falling in different states. It will become a interstate supply. IGST will be applicable on this transaction. Understood? So this is what 10 subsection 1 clause C says. So we have covered three cases. 10 subsection 1 clause A, which is talking about how to determine place of supply in case if it involves movement. 10 subsection 1 clause B, how to determine place of supply in case of bill to ship to transaction. 10 subsection 1 clause C, how to determine place of supply in case of supply of the goods which does not involve any movement. Now there was one recent amendment. Now we have one more clause called section 10 subsection 1 clause CA. They have recently made an amendment. So they have brought one new clause to section 10 subsection 1, which is talking about how to determine place of supply in case of supply of goods to unregistered recipients. In case if you are making supply of the goods to unregistered recipients, then what will be the place of supply? Then what will be the place of supply? See, this provision has been specifically introduced to cover those cases where, say for example, I'm an unregistered person, I'm located in the state of Tamil Nadu. Now I want to purchase one car, but if I buy this car in Tamil Nadu, the taxes are very high, local taxes. I'm not talking about GST, I'm talking about this road tax and all, those are very high. To take the advantage, what I have done is, if I go to Delhi and purchase the car there, the road taxes will be very low. So I'm an unregistered person. I went to Delhi. There one car dealer is there. From that car dealer, I purchased one car. So this is a car dealer who is a supplier, who is making the supply of the goods to a recipient who is an unregistered person. So in this case, how to determine place of supply? So here it will be governed by 10 subsection 1 clause CA. And also it has been determined, it has been specifically given for the cases of migrant workers, migrant laborers, or even you can say tourist. You can also say tourist. Say for example, I'm a person from Rajasthan. I'm an unregistered person. I came for tourism to Jammu Kashmir. I came for tourism purposes to Jammu Kashmir. So I came to Jammu Kashmir. There I purchased one good. There is one supplier. I went to his shop. I purchased one goods and brought it back to my state. Now what will be the place of supply? See, this is also a transaction where the supplier is making the supply of the goods to the recipient who is an unregistered person. How to determine place of supply? This will also be covered by 10 subsection 1 clause CA. And also migrant workers. You belong to some other state. You came to another state. You purchased the goods there locally and brought it back to your respective state. How to determine place of supply? So like this, in case if the recipient is an unregistered person, how to determine place of supply? That will be governed under 10 subsection 1 clause CA. And especially this has been given for the purpose of people who are traveling to other state to purchase the motor vehicles and all, and also migrant workers, tourists, etc. So how to determine place of supply in those cases? 10 subsection 1 clause A says that in those cases the place of supply will be if the location of the recipient is recorded in the invoice. If the location of the recipient is recorded in the invoice. Say for example, you come to this example only. So there is one Delhi, here one car dealer is there who is a supplier. Okay, so a person from Tamil Nadu, he came to Delhi and he purchased a car. So car was delivered, consideration was paid. Now this supplier will give the invoice, no, and recipient is unregistered. So this will be governed by 10 subsection 1 clause CA. What will be the place of supply? It depends on whether the address of the recipient is available on the invoice or not. Say for example, this supplier is giving the invoice. In that invoice, if the address of the recipient is recorded, say for example, in this invoice he has recorded so and so person Mr. X, he is from so and so state. Even if the state name is recorded, that is also enough. Even if the name of the state is recorded, it is also enough. Say for example, this person recorded, this person belongs to Tamil Nadu, enough. The place of supply will be the location of the recipient. So what is the location of the recipient as recorded on the invoice? Tamil Nadu. The place of supply will be Tamil Nadu. Location of the supplier is Delhi. Both are falling in two different states and union territories. That will become an interstate supply. In this invoice, he has to collect IGST. Sir, what if on the invoice, if address of the recipient is not recorded? What if on the invoice, if the address of the recipient is not recorded? So unregistered person from Tamil Nadu went to Delhi, purchased a car, and invoice was given. In the invoice, address of the recipient is not recorded. If the address of the recipient, when I say address of the recipient, full address is not required. Even if the name of the state is also recorded, that is enough. But even that name of the state is also not recorded. In that case, what they have told is, in those cases, location of the supplier itself will consider it as place of supply. So for example, this car dealer has given an invoice. In that invoice, address of the recipient is not recorded. Even state name is also not recorded. If that is the case, the place of supply itself also will become Delhi. So location of the supplier is also Delhi. Place of supply also will be Delhi. In that case, in this invoice, he has to charge CGST and SGST. Delhi SGST he has to charge. Clear everyone? So this is what 10 subsection 1 clause CA says. In case of goods supplied to unregistered persons, we need to check whether the address of the recipient, just a state name is enough. If the address of the recipient is recorded on the invoice, if recorded, well and good, the location of the recipient itself will become place of supply. If address of the recipient is not recorded on the invoice, then the location of the supplier itself will become the place of supply, and accordingly we have to determine the rate of the applicable amount of GST. Now, recently there was one circular. This circular also I will try to quickly explain. Say for example, there is one supplier. He is making supply of the goods through e-commerce operator to one customer who is an unregistered person. So there is a supplier, there is a recipient who is an unregistered person, and supply of the goods is happening through e-commerce operator. See, this is also supply of the goods to unregistered person. This will also be governed by 10 subsection 1 clause CA. So what will be the place of supply? That depends on whether on the invoice address of the recipient is available. If address of the recipient is available, then that location of the recipient itself will be considered as place of supply. Now, generally in the case of e-commerce transactions, you might have observed whatever bill you get. Sometimes if you place an order on the Amazon, you get an invoice. On that invoice, they will give you option to mention delivery address and also billing address. Billing address can be different from the delivery address. Billing address can be different from delivery address. Say for example, this customer told billing address is Chennai, Tamil Nadu, whereas delivery address is Karnataka, Bangalore. Sir, what will be the place of supply? You told if the in case of sale being made to unregistered person, if the address of the recipient is available on the invoice, then that location of the recipient itself we call it as place of supply. But here the problem is we have two addresses. One is a delivery address, one is billing address. So which address I have to take it as place of supply, sir? So they have given a circular, you may consider the delivery address as a place of supply. If you have multiple addresses, in case of sale being made to unregistered person, you can consider the delivery address as a place of supply. So I will consider Karnataka as the place of supply. Understood? Right. Fine. So this is what one recent circular which has been given. So you can find it in the detailed version of the material. But still I thought of bringing it here since it is a recent circular, high chance of getting tested in the examination. In fact, they have tested this in the recent examination also. Next. So 10 subsection 1 clause CA is also covered. Now let us come to 10 subsection 1 clause D, which is talking about how to determine place of supply in case of those goods which require installation or assembly. Say for example, I am a person running an electronics devices. I am selling air conditioner. Whatever goods I am selling that require installation, this air conditioner is required to be installed. Similarly, say for example, I'm one big dealer. I'm selling plant and machinery. I'm selling plant and machinery to those companies which are involved in garments. So whatever plant and machinery I'm selling, that is required to be installed at my customer's premises. So in case of supply of the goods which require installation or which requires assembly, then how to determine place of supply? 10 subsection 1 clause simply says that in those cases, the place of that installation or wherever the place of that assembly, wherever you are assembling that goods or wherever you are installing that goods, that itself is going to become the place of supply. So that's what 10 subsection 1 clause D says. So in case of supply of the goods which require installation or which require assembly of the goods, the place wherever they are getting installed, the place wherever they are getting assembled, that will become the place of supply. Then finally comes 10 subsection 1 clause E, how to determine place of supply in respect of those goods which are supplied on board day conveyance. Sir, what do you mean by goods supplied on board day conveyance? Very simple. Say you are traveling in a Indigo airline. So you are a passenger, you are traveling in Indigo Airlines. So now you are traveling from Bangalore to Delhi. On journey, during the journey, you felt hungry and you need some food. Indigo Airlines, somewhere during the journey, they have provided you some food. They have sold you some food. They have sold you some food they have sold. So now this Indigo Airlines is making supply of the goods on board day conveyance. When you are on a conveyance, when you are traveling on a conveyance, these goods are getting supplied to you. What will be the place of supply? Will it be the place of supply wherever I have boarded Bangalore, or will it be the place of supply wherever is my destination, or somewhere when my flight is above the Hyderabad location, at that point of time food is supplied, will the place of supply be Hyderabad? So what will be the place of supply? Confusion will come. Or let me give you another example. You are a person, you are traveling by train from Bangalore till Delhi, you are traveling by train. So you are traveling by train. So now during the journey, one person, so generally when you travel in a train, so people will come and sell some goods to you. Say for example, so I'm traveling from Bangalore to Delhi, somewhere during the Mumbai. So when the train is at the Mumbai station or in the premises of the Mumbai station, Mumbai proximity, one person has boarded my train who is selling the earphones and chargers. I assume that person is a registered person. Generally, he will not be, but just imagine he's a registered person. So somewhere when your train is in the Maharashtra state, one person came to your coach. He's selling the mobile phone. He's selling the mobile chargers and earphones. So that person has sold. You actually in a very bad need of an earphone. So what you have done is you purchased a mobile phone you purchased an earphone from this supplier. Now what will be the place of supply? See, this is also a case where the goods are getting supplied on board day conveyance. This is also a case where the goods are getting supplied on board day conveyance. So what will be the place of supply? Will it be the Bangalore? Will it be Delhi? Or will it be Maharashtra? So these are circumstances how to determine place of supply. That guidance has been given under 10 subsection 1 clause E, and 10 subsection 1 clause E says that in respect of those cases, the place of supply will be location where such goods have been taken on board. So wherever that goods are taken on board, that itself will become place of supply. Like for example, Indigo Airline has boarded that food into the aeroplane at Bangalore airport. So the Bangalore airport is a location where the goods are taken on board. The place of supply will become Bangalore. Or say this person whoever has sold the earphones to you, that person has boarded the train at Bangalore location with all the goods. In that case, the place of supply will become Bangalore, Karnataka. On the other hand, say for example, this person did not board the train from Bangalore. This person has boarded the train at Maharashtra only. This person has boarded the train with all the earphones and chargers at Maharashtra only. In that case, what will be the place of supply? The place wherever the goods are taken on board. Where he has taken on board? Mumbai, Maharashtra. In that case, place of supply will become Mumbai, Maharashtra. So wherever that goods are taken on board, that place will become the place of supply. So this is what 10 subsection 1 clause E says. So with this we have covered all the different cases and how to determine place of supply in case of supply of the goods. So quickly, if we have to give a summary, 10 subsection 1 clause A talking about how to determine place of supply in the case of in the case of supply of the goods involving movement. Clause B, bill to ship to transaction. Clause C, which does not involve any movement. Clause D is going to talk, clause CA also we have in between. Clause CA is talking about how to determine place of supply in case of supply of the goods to unregistered person. Clause D talks about supply of the goods which require installation or assembly. Clause E talks about how to determine place of supply in case of supply of goods on board day conveyance. All the different cases we have covered. Then I told we had 10 subsection 2 also, no? So what 10 subsection 2 says is, in case if you are unable to determine place of supply by following any of the above rules, 5 cases they have given. In case if you are making any supply of the goods, which, and for that case you can't determine place of supply according to any of the above provisions, then there will be some prescribed rules. As per that prescribed rules, you have to determine place of supply. Sir, what are that prescribed rules? What do they say? That is not relevant for you at the CA inter level. That we will discuss at the CA final level. You can ignore this for the time being now. So that's what 10 subsection 2 says. You need not worry about this. You can ignore it. So what you need to remember is these are 5 cases and how to determine place of supply in each of the 5 cases. That is going to be damn important. Clear? So section 10 we are done. So since we have understood how to determine place of supply in the case of supply of the goods, now we will try to understand how to determine the place of supply in the case of supply of the services. So that is actually covered under section number 12 as I have told. So let us try to understand section number 12 now. See, understanding determining the place of supply in the case of services is a bit more complicated than when compared with determining place of supply in the case of supply of the goods. The logic is very simple. See, when I say goods, goods are very tangible. So goods we know, we can trace it, we can trace them, where they are starting, where they are ending, how they are moving. So we can trace the movement of the goods. But when we talk about the services, services are something which are completely intangible in nature. So say for example, I'm a chartered accountant, I'm registered in Bangalore. Say for example, I'm having my place of business in Bangalore. Now one day a client from Mumbai has called me, boss, I'm a employee of a company, or I'm a business person, I want you to file my IT return. So I'm a person sitting in Bangalore, I got a call from my client who is in Mumbai, and I'm sitting there and filing the IT return. What is the place of supply? So here there is no tangible thing, right? So I'm offering services which are intangible. So in these cases, determining the place of supply becomes very complicated. And also let us just take an example of advertisement services. Advertisement services. Say for example, one TV, one channel is providing advertising services to some entity. Say for example, Reliance Industries Limited has asked Sony group of companies to display their advertisement on the television channels. And this advertisement will be displayed all over India. People sitting all over India will watch this advertisement. Now what will be the place of supply? Why? Because it is not just restricted, the viewers are not just restricted to one state, the viewers all over India are watching this advertisement. So what will be the place of supply? So like this, in the case of services, than when compared with the goods, the complications are very high. So determining the place of supply in the case of services is pretty much difficult than when compared with the other cases, than when compared with the goods. So here is where section number 12 of the IGST Act is going to help us out, which is talking about how to determine place of supply in the case of supply of services. So in the section number 12 also we have various subsections. So let us try to understand each and every subsection. Let us try to understand the entire structure of the section number 12 once, then we will try to understand the provisions of the each of the subsection. First, starting with section number 12 subsection 1. So section number 12 subsection 1 says that you apply section number 12, whatever we are going to learn from section number 12 subsection 2 till subsection 12 subsection till section number 12 and subsection 14. So whatever the provisions are there, so starting from 12 subsection 2 till 12 subsection 14, all these things are going to talk about place of supply. So 12 subsection 1 says follow whatever we have given from 12 subsection 2 to 12 subsection 14 when the location of the supplier is also in India and the location of the recipient is also in India. So whatever provisions that we are going to learn in section number 12, they will become applicable in case of supply of those services where the supplier, the location of the supplier is also in India, the location of the recipient is also in India. Might be the place where you are providing the services could be outside India, but still it will be governed by section number 12 only. So section number 12 will become applicable when the location of the supplier and when the location of the recipient both are in India. If either the supplier or the location of the recipient falls outside India, then section number 12 will not become applicable. That will be governed by section number 13 and all, which will be discussed at the CA final level. So at the CA inter level, we are talking only section number 12, and section number 12 becomes applicable when the location of the supplier is in India and when also the location of the recipient is in India. When both are in India, then section number 12 will become applicable. That's what section number 12 subsection 1 says. Now, starting from 12 subsection 2. See, 12 subsection 2, something I call it as default provision. Default provision, I will say. So why I call it as default provision, I will come back to that later. Please keep 12 subsection 2 aside. Now coming to 12 subsection 3. From 12 subsection 3 till 12 subsection 14, each subsection is going to talk about a specific service and how to determine place of supply. Starting from 12 subsection 3 till 12 subsection 14, each subsection will be talking about a specific service and how to determine the place of supply for that specific service. Like if you take 12 subsection 4, 12 subsection 4 talks about how to determine the place of supply in respect of the services in relation to immovable property. So whatever services which are related to immovable property, how to determine place of supply. 12 subsection 3 talks about only services in relation to immovable property. 12 subsection 4 talks about how to determine, like if I show you the structure here, 12 subsection 3 only talks about immovable property related services. 12 subsection 4 talks about how to determine place of supply in the case of restaurant and catering services, personal grooming, fitness, beauty and healthcare services. 12 subsection 5 talks about how to determine place of supply in the case of training and performance appraisal services. 12 subsection 6 will talk about how to determine place of supply in the case of admission to events, amusement parks or other places. So like that, if you take from 12 subsection 3 till 12 subsection 14, each subsection will talk about a specific service and how to determine place of supply. So like that, from 12 subsection 3, 12 subsection 14, we have some 12 subsections. Each 12 subsections, each subsection will talk about a specific, service and how to determine place of supply. So that's what 12 subsection 3 to 12 subsection 14 says. So what you have to do is, what is the order which you have to follow is, in case if you are a supplier of service, first we have to go and check from 12 subsection 3 till 12 subsection 14 under which category your service is falling. If you are a service provider, first thing, in order to determine place of supply, what you should do is you should go and check whatever service you are offering, where it is falling, under which subsection it is falling, from 12 subsection 3 till 12 subsection 14, where it is falling. In case whatever service you are providing, if it doesn't fall under any of these clauses, any of the subsections, starting from 12 subsection 3 till 12 subsection 14, if you are providing any service that is not falling under anywhere, then you have to come to 12 subsection 2 default provision, and whatever has been mentioned in 12 subsection 2, that you have to follow. Able to understand? Say for example, I am providing immobile property services. I am renting a immobile property. First I will go and check under from 12 subsection 3 till 12 subsection 14 where my service is falling. I came to know that immobile property services are getting covered under 12 subsection 3. I have to follow whatever has been mentioned in 12 subsection 3. I am a restaurant service provider. Now I have to come and check under which subsection it is falling. Restaurant services are getting covered under 12 subsection 4. So now I have to determine place of supply as per 12 subsection 4 only. I am providing telecommunication services. I have to come and check from 12 subsection 3 till 12 subsection 14 where it is falling. Telecommunication services are getting covered under 12 subsection 11. I have to determine place of supply as per 12 subsection 11 only. I am a chartered accountant. I am providing audit services. When I started checking from 12 subsection 3 till 12 subsection 14, my service does not fall anywhere. From 12 subsection 3 till 12 subsection 14, my audit services is not getting covered anywhere. Then what you should do? Then you have to come to 12 subsection 2, which is a default provision. Whatever has been mentioned in 12 subsection 2, that default rule I have to follow for determining the place of supply. So this is what the order you have to follow. So what we are going to do now is, first we will try to revise from 12 subsection 3 till 12 subsection 14. What does each subsection say? How to determine place of supply in case of each specific service, that we will try to cover. Once we are done with all the specific services, then we will come to 12 subsection 2 and cover the default provision. Okay. right? So first I'm starting with 12 subsection 12 subsection 3, which is going to talk about how to determine place of supply in case of services which are related to immovable property or lodging services or accommodation services. Sir, what and all services will get covered under 12 subsection 3? So first we should become clear what services will be covered here. Then we will see how to determine place of supply. But we have to be very careful which services will fall under 12 subsection 3. We'll try to see. So 12 subsection 3, under this various services will fall here. So it involves all the services which are in relation to immovable property. Sir, what are the examples of the services related to immobile property? They say architect services, interior decorative services, surveyors, engineers, real estate agents or real estate experts, or any other services by way of grant of rights to use immobile property, basically renting and leasing services, or for carrying out or coordination of construction work or construction services. So these are all the services which are related to immobile property. See, once again, this is not an exhaustive list. This is just an illustrative list. Basically, every service which is in relation to immobile property. Like examples of architect services, what architect will do? He will do the designs of the building. That building is an immobile property. So whatever design he is giving, that is a service in relation to immobile property. Interior decorator, he or she is also providing services in relation to an immobile property. Real estate agent, that person is also providing the services in relation to immobile property. So like that, all the services which are related to immobile property, that will get covered under 12 subsection 3. Not just that, under 12 subsection 3, even lodging or accommodation services. And that lodging or accommodation services can be in a hotel, in guest house, homestay, club or campsite, by whatever name you call it, or even that could be in a houseboat or any other vessel. So basically, all kind of lodging and accommodation services, be it in a hotel, in guest house, homestay, campsite, houseboat, everything will get covered here. Lodging and accommodation services. What else will get covered here? It also covers services by way of accommodation in any immobile property for the purpose of any marriage, reception, or so official, social, cultural, religious, or business functions. Basically, here convention halls. If you have a convention hall, so there is one convention hall owner. What services he will provide? He will give that convention hall for the purpose of conducting any marriage, for the purpose of conducting any event. So even that services also will get covered here. Services by way of accommodation in any immobile property for conducting any event. That could be marriage, regional, religious, cultural, social, any event. Basically convention hall services and all will get covered here. And any services which are ancillary to the services referred in A, B and C. Any ancillary, any supporting services which are related to A, B and C. Like for example, you are going and staying in a hotel. That is an accommodation. And when you stay in the hotel, you also get laundry services. So laundry is an ancillary supply to the main supply. So main supply is accommodation. To that, what is ancillary? Supporting service, laundry services. Even that supporting services also will get covered under 12 subsection 3. So 12 subsection 3 talks about how to determine place of supply in case of services which are related to immobile property or lodging or accommodation services. Tell me what and all will get covered here. All the services in relation to immobile property, lodging or accommodation in various kinds of premises, accommodation in immobile property for conducting any events, and any other ancillary services. So these things will get covered under 12 subsection 3. So we have seen what services will get covered under 12 subsection 3. Now how to determine place of supply for these services. What 12 subsection 3 says? So 12 subsection 3 says that in respect of all the services whatever we have seen now, the place of supply will be location wherever immobile property is situated or intended to be situated. The location wherever immobile property is located or intended to be located. Say for example, if I'm an interior decorator, I'm providing interior decoration services to one building. So wherever that building is located, that itself will become the place of supply. I'm an architect, I'm giving a building design. That building has not yet come into existence. That building will come in future. The place wherever that building is intended to be located. What is the intention? Where that building is intended to be located, that will become a place of supply. So in respect of services in relation to immobile property, lodging or accommodation services, the place of supply will be the place where the immobile property is located or intended to be located. But here there is a catch. They say one thing here. In case if you are a supplier providing the services in relation to immobile property where the recipient is also located in India, but that immobile property is located outside of India. Immobile property is located outside of India. Then what is the place of supply? Then they say in those cases the place of supply will be location of recipient. So what do you mean by that? Say for example, there is a supplier, there's an architect who is in Bangalore. There is a recipient who wants to construct a house who is in Chennai, but he wants to construct that he want to construct that house in US. So immobile property is intended to be located outside of India. So in those cases, they say then don't go by then don't go by the rule that location of the immobile property. In those cases, the place of supply will be location of the recipient. So if I try to summarize here, so what 12 subsection 3 says is it talks about services in relation to immobile property, lodging, accommodation, etc. For those services, what is place of supply? First, we need to check where immobile property is located. Is immobile property located in India? Is immobile property located in India? Yes, if the immobile property is located in India, then the place of supply will be location of that immobile property. Then the place of supply will be location of that immobile property. In case if the immobile property is located or intended to be located outside of India, then the place of supply will be location of recipient. Ignore what is the place where the immobile property is located. In these cases, if the property is intended to be located outside of India, location of the recipient itself will become place of supply. Clear? So this is how you have to determine the place of supply as per 12 subsection 3. Understood? Clear everyone? So first we need to check where the immobile property is located or intended to be located. If it is located or intended to be located in India, the location of the immobile property itself will become place of supply. If it is intended to be located outside of India, then the location of the recipient itself is going to become the place of supply. Comfortable then? So here there are a few things which we need to pay attention. See, sometimes what will happen is you will pay some amount of money. Say for example, Taj Hotels is there. Now Taj Hotels, which is located in Mumbai. One day a customer came to this Taj Hotels and he told that he needed one accommodation. He's going to travel. He's going to travel to Delhi also. He's going to travel to Mumbai also. Now he says he went to the Taj Hotels, which is at Mumbai, and he told, I'm going to travel to Delhi and Mumbai. I need accommodation in Delhi also, Mumbai also. I need accommodation in Delhi also, Mumbai also. This Taj Hotels at Mumbai told, okay sir, you pay us 50,000 rupees. We will give you accommodation for you at Delhi also. We will give you accommodation at Mumbai also. So this service is also getting covered under 12 subsection 3 only. Why? Because this is a lodging or accommodation services. What did I say? Since the immobile property is located in India, the location of that immobile property itself will become place of supply. But here the immobile property, this hotel, whatever is there, that is located in 2 different states. For one single price, you are getting accommodation in 2 states. Now what will be the place of supply? Can I call entire place of supply will be Delhi? No. Can I call entire place of supply as Mumbai? No. Why? Because these accommodation services I am getting in an hotel which is located in Delhi also. I am getting accommodation services for a hotel which is located in Mumbai also. For a single price, I am getting accommodation at 2 places. Now how to determine place of supply? So in these cases, what the GST Act says is go to the contract or agreement. Generally between the supplier and the recipient, there will be a contract or agreement. Go and read the contract or agreement. If in the contract or agreement, if something was written, in the contract, say for example, they have written 25,000 rupees is for Delhi, 25,000 rupees is for Mumbai. If they have written clearly in the agreement, follow whatever has been given in the agreement. In case if the contract or agreement is silent on bifurcation, in the contract, they did not say out of this 50,000, how much is for Delhi, how much is for Mumbai. They did not bifurcate. Just in the contract, they have written the total price is 50,000. For this, he is going to get accommodation at 2 states, but they did not mention bifurcation. In those cases, how you will determine place of supply? So in those cases, they have given one rule. That rule says that you have to apportion that value in the basis of number of nights of stay. You have to bifurcate on the basis of number of nights of stay. You have to divide. Say for example, I'm going to get 5 days of accommodation. Out of that, 3 nights I'm going to stay in Delhi, 2 nights I'm going to stay in Mumbai. So this entire consideration I have to divide it in the ratio of 3:2. If I do that division, it will come to 30,000 and 20,000. So out of this 50,000, for 30,000, the place of supply will be considered as Delhi. For the balance 20,000, the place of supply will be considered as Mumbai, which is Maharashtra. Able to understand? So for a single price, if you are getting accommodation in multiple states, you need to divide it on the basis of number of nights of stay. See, sometimes what will happen is you will get accommodation services in a single immobile property which is spread across 2 states. You are getting accommodation in a single immobile property which is spread across multiple states. Say for example, there is one recipient, there is one customer. He wants to undergo one wedding. He wants to undergo one destination wedding. So now he need to lease out one land there is one hill station. In the hill station, one land is there. So that land he wants to take it on rent. Say for example, some 800 square acres of land is there. So in that land, he wants to do some decoration and he want to have his wedding performed there. So now this landowner is there. This landowner has provided accommodation services in this land for 2 days, and for that 2 days he will come and conduct wedding here. So this land is getting this supplier is providing accommodation services on this piece of land for the purpose of conducting of any event, which is marriage here. So will this also get covered under 12 subsection 3? Yes, 100%. This also will get covered under 12 subsection 3. Now what is the place of supply? Wherever this immobile property is located. But here the problem is this land is spread across 2 states. This 800 square yards of land is spread across 200 states. So say for example, some part of the land is there in Tamil Nadu, some part of the land is there in Karnataka. Now what is the place of supply? This immobile property is located in spread across 2 states. A single immobile property spread across 2 states. What is the place of supply? How you will bifurcate? So here also we'll go and check what does the contract or agreement say. If the contract or agreement is silent, then we have to bifurcate. How to bifurcate? They say on the basis of area of the immobile property, you have to bifurcate. So I have told 800 square yards of land row. Say for example, out of that 600 square yards of land is in, out of that 600 square yards of land is in Tamil Nadu, whereas 200 square yards of land is in Karnataka. So now whatever consideration is there, say for example, I'm getting 80,000. 80,000 is the value. So now this 80,000 should be divided in the ratio of area of that immobile property, which is in the ratio of 6:2. If you divide that, 60,000 and 20,000 will be the resulting figures. For this 60,000, place of supply will be considered as Tamil Nadu. For this 20,000, the place of supply will be considered as Karnataka. Understood? Now there could be one more case. Say for example, there is one houseboat. There is one houseboat, or there is an accommodation which is in a vessel. So now, say for example, you are going and staying it in a houseboat accommodation for 2 days. You are going to stay. So now this houseboat will not stay at one place. So inland waterways will be there, no? So this inland, through this inland waterways, this houseboat will keep on traveling. They will give you accommodation in this houseboat for 2 days, but this houseboat will not remain constant. It will keep on moving. So say for example, what this houseboat has done is, this is actually located in Kerala. So now this Kerala, this houseboat will go from Kerala to Karnataka inland waterways, and once again for some days this journey will continue. Once again it will come back to Kerala. So this houseboat, you are staying in this houseboat, but for that accommodation, that during that accommodation, that houseboat has not rested at one place. It has covered multiple states. So here also you are enjoying accommodation in more than one state, no? So now what will be the place of supply? In these cases, what will be the place of supply? So this will also get covered under 12 subsection 3. Why? Because this is a lodging or accommodation services in a houseboat, which is getting covered under 12 subsection 3. So generally it says wherever that house or wherever that thing is located. But here this houseboat is not remaining constant. It is keep on moving between multiple states. Then how to determine place of supply? So in that case, 12 subsection 3 says, here also follow, go and read what does the contract or agreement says. If the contract or agreement doesn't say anything, then you have to divide the value on the basis of time spent in each state. How much time this boat has spent in each state you have to determine. Sir, where can I get that? You have to get a declaration from the operator. Whoever is operating that houseboat or a vessel, from that person you have to get a declaration on how much time has been spent. So if he says that, sir, this houseboat has spent somewhere around some 30 hours in Kerala, we have spent 10 hours, we have spent it in Karnataka. So he will give a declaration according to the time spent in each state. We have to bifurcate the value and accordingly determine the place of supply. So this is what a comprehensive coverage of 12 subsection 3, which is talking about services in relation to immobile property or lodging and accommodation services and how to determine place of supply. Clear? So everything we have covered here. Perfect. Now let us come to 12 subsection 4. So 12 subsection 4 talks about how to determine place of supply in case of restaurant and catering services, personal grooming services, fitness, beauty and healthcare. It only talks about these services. Sir, what and all are getting covered under 12 subsection 4? They say restaurant services will get covered under 12 subsection 4. Catering services will get covered under 12 subsection 4. Personal grooming, basically there's a saloons and all will get covered here. Fitness centers, beauty treatment services, healthcare including cosmetic and plastic surgery. So what will be the place of supply for these category of services? They simply say one rule in respect of all these services, the place of supply will be wherever that services are actually performed. the place where the services are actually performed, that itself will become the place of supply. Say for example, I'm a person from Andhra Pradesh. One day I went to Chennai. At the Chennai restaurant, I had food. At the Chennai restaurant, I had food. So this supplier, this hotel, which is in Chennai, it is providing restaurant services. So what will be the place of supply? Wherever that services are performed. Where the restaurant services are provided at the hotel, which is there in Chennai. So the place of supply will be Chennai. And location of the supplier, the hotel is also located in Chennai, which is Tamil Nadu. Both are falling in same state. That will be a intrastate supply. Whatever bill you will get from that hotel in that CGST and Tamil Nadu state government SGST will be collected. Clear? Or say for example, there is one beautician. There is one beautician who is located in Mumbai. Location of the supplier is Mumbai. So one day, one famous celebrity who is in Delhi, she asked that beautician to come and perform beauty services at Delhi. To come and perform beauty services at Delhi. So this beautician from Mumbai came to Delhi, performed the beauty services and went back. What will be the place of supply? This also will get covered under 12 subsection 4, wherever that services are actually performed. Where they are performed at Delhi, place of supply will become Delhi. Location of the supplier, Mumbai. Both are falling in two different states or union territories. That will become interstate supply. Whatever invoice this beautician will give, on that she will collect IGST. Clear? So this is what 12 subsection 4 says. Restaurant, catering, personal grooming, fitness, beauty treatment, health services including cosmetic and plastic surgery, wherever such services are performed, that will become the place of supply. Then coming to 12 subsection 5. 12 subsection 5 talks about training and performance appraisal services. If I am a supplier, if I am providing training services or performance appraisal services, what will be the place of supply? So 12 subsection 5 says it depends on the status of the recipient. If the recipient is a registered person, location of such recipient will become place of supply. If you are providing training and performance appraisal services, you have to look at what is the location of the recipient. What is the status of the recipient, you have to check. If the recipient is a registered person, then the location of the recipient will become the place of supply. If the recipient is an unregistered person, in those cases, the place wherever that services are actually performed, wherever the training and performance services are performed, that will become the place of supply. Understood? So simply if I have to give a few examples, 12 subsection 5. So say for example, I'm a motivational speaker. I'm a motivational speaker from Mumbai. So one day Reliance Industries Limited, which is a registered person in Mumbai, they asked me to come and give a motivation lecture. So this Reliance is conducting a motivational lecture for their employees in Delhi. So they asked me to go to Delhi and provide the motivational lecture to their employees. So what is the place of supply? The place of supply, we have to check what is the status of the recipient. Here recipient is a registered person. If that is the case, location of the recipient itself will become place of supply, which will be Mumbai, Maharashtra. Understood? Say for example, my client is some entity, my client is some unregistered person. My client is some unregistered person. In that case, what will be the place of supply? Wherever that services are performed. Where the services are performed? In Delhi. In that case, the place of supply will become Delhi. Clear everyone? So that's how you need to check. It depends on what is the status of the recipient. That's what 12 subsection 5 says. Now let us come to 12 subsection 6, which is talking about what is the place of supply for the services which are relating to admission to events, amusement parks or other places. Like you go and watch a movie, you go and watch a drama, you go and watch a concert, or you are going and getting access to amusement park. Wonderlaw is there. What services Wonderlaw is providing? If you pay them money, they will give you services relating to admission to an amusement park. Or say for example, some drama or some music concert is happening, the organizer will collect fees from you, will collect money from you, and what service he is offering? He is allowing you admission to that event. So in respect of these services relating to admission to events or amusement parks or other places, what will be place of supply? So what and all events will get covered here? Any kind of event will get covered here. When I say admission to event, all kind of events will get covered here. It could be a cultural event, sporting event, even IPL also will get covered here. Educational event, scientific event, entertainment event, all kind of artistic events, all kind of events will get covered. And also admission to amusement parks, like I have told, Wonderlaw and all, and services ancillary, any other supporting services to above. Sir, for these kind of services, how to determine place of supply? The logic is very simple. Wherever that event is actually held, or wherever that park or such other places located. So basically, say for example, I'm a person from Chennai. I want to go and enjoy in the Wonderlaw, which is located in Bangalore. So I go to Bangalore, I buy a ticket, and they allow me to enter the amusement park, which is located where? Bangalore. The place of supply will be what? Bangalore. So like this, wherever that park or such place is located, or wherever that event is getting performed, that itself is going to become the place of supply. Clear? So what and all we have covered till now: 12 subsection 3, which is talking about services in relation to immobile property or lodging or accommodation services; 12 subsection 4, restaurant, catering, beauty treatment, healthcare services, etc.; 12 subsection 5, training and performance appraisal services; 12 subsection 6, admission to event, amusement park, or any other kind of similar places. How to determine place of supply? 4 special cases we have covered, 4 specific services we have covered. Still we have so many other specific services to be covered, so just out of that 4 only we have covered till now. So now we will try to proceed further with 12 subsection 7. So 12 subsection 7 is going to talk about how to determine the place of supply in respect of services relating to organization of events or sponsorship services. So 12 subsection 7 is dedicatedly going to talk about in case if there is a service provider who is providing the services of either event or event management, we say, right? So that event organizing services or sponsorship services, if these are getting provided, then how to determine the place of supply, that is governed under 12 subsection 7. And if I try to summarize the discussion, 12 subsection 7 says that how to determine place of supply in respect of event organizing services or sponsorship services, that depends on what is the status of the recipient. In case if the recipient is a registered person, always the location of the recipient will become the place of supply. So you need to check event organizing services or sponsorship services to whom it is getting provided. If the recipient is a registered person, always the location of the recipient will become place of supply. However, if we are providing that services to a recipient who is an unregistered person, then we need to check where the event is held. If the event is held within India, if the place where the event is happening, if that is within India, then the location of the event, wherever that event is happening, that will become the place of supply. Wherever the event is happening, that will become the place of supply. However, if the event is happening outside of India, then the place of supply will be the location of the recipient. So this is what the summary. So 12 subsection 7 says in case of event organizing services or sponsorship services, you need to determine what is the status of the recipient. If the recipient is a registered person, no matter wherever the event is getting held, whether that is held within India or that is held outside of India, all that doesn't matter. Location of the recipient always will become the place of supply. However, if the recipient is unregistered person, then we need to check where the event is getting performed. If the event is happening within India, then the place of the event will become the place of supply. If the event is happening outside of India, then the location of the recipient will become the place of supply. So this is what the standard tries to say. This is what 12 subsection 7 tries to say. Now here also they have given one clarification. Say for example, you are a supplier, you are performing event organizing services or sponsorship services to a recipient who is an unregistered person. And say for example, event is happening within India only. But you are performing that event at 2 places. If I give you one example, say there is one individual person who wants to undergo his wedding. So he's an unregistered person. There is a event which is happening. There is a wedding. He planned for his wedding. So he came to you. You are a supplier. He approached you, and you are event manager. He approached you and told, "Boss, I want you to organize my wedding event." And 2 events are going to take place. As a part of that wedding, I have to perform 2 events. One is wedding event, wedding ceremony. On one day, wedding ceremony will happen. On one day, reception will happen. On one day, wedding ceremony will happen, and one day, reception will happen. Wedding ceremony is going to happen at Chennai, whereas reception is going to take place at Bangalore. So now, what is the place of supply? I told we need to check what is the status of the recipient. Recipient is an unregistered person. Then we need to check what is the place of event. Is the event happening within India? Yes, the event is happening within India. Then I told wherever the event is taking place, that will become place of supply. So here the problem is event is going to take place at 2 locations. It is not happening in one state. So this person told, I will give you 1 lakh rupee. For this 1 lakh rupees, you are required to organize the event of wedding, which is going to happen at Chennai also. And you are required to organize my event, which is happening at reception, which is happening at Bangalore also. Sir, here the place of location wherever the event is taking place, that is falling in 2 different states. Then how to determine place of supply? So here also the standard says you just go and refer to the contract or agreement. See whether in the contract or agreement any bifurcation has been provided. If in the contract or agreement bifurcation is provided, accordingly you will determine the place of supply. However, if the contract or agreement is silent on the bifurcation. So in the contract, they did not say what is a breakup. They have just agreed that 1 lakh is the total value. For this 1 lakh, event will take place at the 2 place. Then how to apportion the value? In that case, 12 subsection 7 says that in the absence of a contract or agreement between the supplier and recipient of services, the proportionate value of services made in different states or union territories will be computed in accordance with Rule 5. And what Rule 5 says is you follow whatever generally accepted accounting principle says. So according to some generally accepted accounting principle, basically according to some applicable accounting standard or accounting principle, as per that accounting principle, you apportion the value between the two states. Say for example, by applying some accounting standard, I have derived that out of this 1 lakh rupees, 60,000 is apportioned to Chennai and 40,000 is apportioned to Bangalore event. So in that ratio, for this 60,000 rupees, the place of supply will be Chennai. For this 40,000 rupees, the place of supply will be Bangalore. So what does 12 subsection 7 say in case if the event is happening more than one state? So we will go and refer to the contract or agreement. If in the contract or agreement bifurcation is there, follow that bifurcation. If in the contract or agreement bifurcation is not there, then what you are supposed to do? You have to go to some generally accepted accounting principle. You need to determine what is the generally accepted accounting principle. According to that generally accepted accounting principle, you divide that value, and for that respective portion, you determine the place of supply. So you need not worry about, sir, which generally accepted accounting principle will become applicable. How should I do the segregation as per generally accepted accounting principle? You need not worry about any of this. Why? Because if at all they want to ask a question, in the question itself, they will say, what is the bifurcation as per generally accepted accounting principle? In the question itself, they will tell you the breakup. So just you have to follow it. That's all. Okay, so this is what Rule 5 says. You have to follow generally accepted accounting principle. Understood? So you need not worry which is generally accepted accounting principle and all. So that will be determined, that will be given in the question only. So this is what 12 subsection 7 says, how to determine place of supply in respect of organization of events or sponsorship of events. Now, let us come to 12 subsection 8. 12 subsection 8 is going to talk about how to determine place of supply in respect of services relating to transportation of goods either by mail or courier. Basically, courier services and all will be there, no? So you went to the DTDC agency. So you want your goods to be transported from one place to another place. So what services DTDC is providing? DTDC is providing the services of transportation of goods. So how to determine place of supply for transportation of goods? So they say that here also it is going to depend on what is the status of the recipient. If the recipient is a registered person, then the place of supply will be location of the recipient. What did they say? It depends on the status of the recipient. If the recipient is a registered person, the location of the recipient will become the place of supply. However, if the goods or transportation services are getting provided to unregistered person, in those cases, the place of supply will be the location where such goods are handed over for the transportation. Wherever you are handing over that goods for transportation, that will become the place of supply. So what are they trying to say here? Let me give you one simple example. So in case if they're asking a question regarding transportation of the goods, we need to check what is the status of the recipient. If the recipient is registered, always location of the recipient. Say for example, DTDC is there. So this is located at Chennai. There is one person, recipient, who is an unregistered person. So say for example, you are a CA inter student or CA final student. You want to send some books. You are also located at Chennai. You want to send some books to your friend who is there in Bangalore. You want to send some books to your friend who is there in Bangalore. So you approach a DTDC and they agree to provide that services. So here DTDC is providing the services of transportation of goods. Recipient is unregistered. In that case, what will be the place of supply? So 12 subsection 8 says wherever you are handing over the goods for transportation. So as a recipient, where you are handing over that goods for transportation, where you are giving it for transportation at Chennai. So place of supply will be Chennai. Where the goods are traveling, that doesn't matter. Where you are handing over the goods for transportation, so that will become the place of supply when the recipient is unregistered. If the recipient is registered, always location of the recipient will become the place of supply. So that's what they try to say it here. Next. So this is what 12 subsection 8 is talking about. Then we have 12 subsection 9. 12 subsection 9 is going to talk about how to determine place of supply in case of transportation of passengers. So 12 subsection 8 is talking about transportation of goods. 12 subsection 9 is going to talk about transportation of passengers. How to determine place of supply. So this is also going to depend on what is the status of the recipient once again. Sir, what is the status of the recipient? If the recipient is an registered person. If the recipient is registered person, location of the recipient will become place of supply. Sir, what if recipient is an unregistered person? Then they say the place wherever the passenger embarks on the conveyance for a continuous journey. Basically, wherever you are boarding on a conveyance, wherever you are boarding a conveyance like a bus or a train or a flight or a vessel, whatever it is, wherever you are embarking, wherever you are getting on to that conveyance, so that will become the place of supply. Same like 12 subsection 8 only. In 12 subsection 8, they say wherever you are handing over the goods for transportation. In 12 subsection 9, they say wherever you are embarking, wherever you are boarding into that conveyance, that will become the place of supply. Understood? Now, in 12 subsection 9, they say one more thing. Sometimes what will happen is these companies, these are passenger transportation service companies, they provide, instead of providing passenger transportation services, they issue a right to passage for future use, and the point of boarding is not known at the time of issue of right to passage. Sir, what do you mean by this? If I give you one simple example to make you understand, say for example, Indigo Airlines is there. Now this Indigo Airlines, they sold one voucher to one customer. They are running one offer. As a part of that offer, they are running one campaign. So what they try to do, what they are offering in that campaign is, if you can buy one voucher. Say for example, you pay some 10,000 rupees to Indigo Airlines, they will give you a voucher. That voucher, you can use it for traveling from anywhere to anywhere. Say for example, Indigo Airlines told this voucher will remain valid for 6 months. So you purchased that voucher. Within that 6 months of time, you can use that voucher, and using that voucher, you can travel from anywhere to anywhere. You can travel from Bangalore to Chennai, you can travel from Mumbai to Delhi, you can travel from Jammu Kashmir to any other place. So it's up to your choice. You bought a voucher and you can use it for wherever you want to travel. At future, you can decide. In future, you can decide from where you want to travel to which location. So here, Indigo Airlines, here also they are providing services. But instead of directly providing passenger transportation services, they are selling you the vouchers. They are actually issuing a right to passage for future use, and the point of boarding is not known. When you are selling this voucher, you don't know from which location this person will travel. You don't know. Then how to determine place of supply in respect of that vouchers? How to determine place of supply? Here also they say that if the recipient is registered person, then always location of the recipient will become place of supply. However, if the recipient is unregistered person, then we need to check whether address of the recipient is available. Whether address of the recipient is available in the records of the supplier. If available, that location of the recipient. In case if the address of recipient is not available in the records of the supplier, then the location of the supplier itself will become the place of supply. So basically, in this case, what they simply try to say here is, in case of passenger transportation service provider, if he is selling these kind of vouchers, their 12 subsection 2 default provision will become applicable. And this is what default provision says. Anyhow, we are ready to discuss the 12 subsection 2. In this case, it will be governed by 12 subsection 2. But instead of waiting till going to 12 subsection 2, now itself I am explaining. In case of issue of vouchers, recipient, if the recipient is unregistered person, location of recipient. If the recipient is unregistered person, then we need to check whether address of the recipient is available or not. If it is available, location of the recipient. If it is not available, location of the supplier itself will become the place of supply. So this is what 12 subsection 9 says. So we have covered 12 subsection 8. We have also covered 12 subsection 9. Now we will try to understand 12 subsection 10. What does 12 subsection 10 say? Services on board a conveyance. Like the way we have seen in the goods also, what will be the place of supply in case if the goods are getting supplied on board a conveyance? There we have seen that wherever the goods are taken on board a conveyance, that will become the place of supply. Similarly, sometimes when you are traveling, you might avail services on board a conveyance. So if I give you one example, say for example, you are traveling from Delhi to Mumbai. Okay, in Indigo Airlines you are traveling. So during flight, by way of Indigo Airlines you are traveling. So during the journey, you felt bored. You wanted to watch a movie. So Indigo Airlines told, okay sir, you pay us 100 rupees. We will give you access to some movie. You can watch it. So you paid 100 rupees and you are watching a movie. So now here Indigo Airlines is providing services on board a conveyance. When you are on a journey, Indigo Airlines is providing the services. So what will be the place of supply? So here 12 subsection 10 says that in case of services on board a conveyance, the place of supply will be the location of the first scheduled point of departure. What does 12 subsection 10 say? In case of services provided on board a conveyance, the place of supply will be a location of the first scheduled point of departure. Wherever the first scheduled point of departure is there, that will become place of supply. Say for example, this flight is starting from Delhi. The first scheduled point of departure is Delhi. So for this services provided on board the conveyance, the place of supply will become Delhi. Now just I wanted to extend one more example. Say for example, there is one flight which is going from Hyderabad to Delhi. Hyderabad to Delhi, the flight is going. So now you are a person, you are staying in Mumbai, you want to travel from Mumbai to Delhi. Okay, the flight is originally starting from Hyderabad. So Hyderabad to Mumbai, at Mumbai halt is there passengers will get boarded, and from Mumbai it will go to Delhi. So you are a passenger, you are boarding this flight at Mumbai. You are boarding this flight at Mumbai. So from during your journey, you felt bored and Indigo Airlines provided you the access to a movie. What will be the place of supply? What will be the place of supply? The place of supply, as I have told, as per 12 subsection 10, it will be a first scheduled point of departure, not where you have boarded. What is the first scheduled point of departure? The first scheduled point of departure is Hyderabad. Even though this customer has boarded that aircraft at Mumbai, but 12 subsection 10 says the place of supply will be the first scheduled point of departure. So what is the first scheduled point of departure? Hyderabad. The place of supply will be Hyderabad. Able to understand? So this is what 12 subsection 10 says. 12 subsection 11, we will come back to that later, but before that we will try to complete 12 subsection 12. So what does 12 subsection 12 say? 12 subsection 12 talks about financial and stock broking services, how to determine place of supply in case of financial and stock broking services. Basically all the banking services, all the stock broking services will get covered here. So what will be the place of supply? They say that if the location of the recipient is available. In case of banking and financial and stockbroking services, if the location of the recipient is available, then the location of recipient of services in the records of the supplier. In case if the location of the recipient is available, then the location of the recipient will become the place of supply. If the location of the recipient is not available, then the location of the supplier of services. Very simple. Location of the recipient available, location of the recipient. If the location of the recipient of services is not available, then the location of the supplier. That will be the place of supply as per 12 subsection 12. Then coming to 12 subsection 13, what will be the place of supply in respect of insurance services? Here they say in respect of insurance services, the place of supply depends on what is the status of the recipient. Is the recipient is a registered person? Is the recipient other than registered person? If the recipient is a registered person, then the location of the recipient of service. In case if the recipient is an unregistered person, here also we need to check whether the location of the recipient is available in the records of the supplier. If yes, location of the recipient. What if the location of the recipient is not available in the records of the supplier? Then it will become location of the supplier only. Okay, so very simple. There is nothing much to discuss here. Simply, even though no complications also, this is something which you have to by heart. This is something which you have to remember. Okay, so this is what regarding how to determine place of supply in respect of financial and stockbroking services and also insurance services. Comfortable? So now coming to 12 subsection 11. 12 subsection 11 is a very broader section which is going to talk about how to determine place of supply in respect of telecommunication services. So when I say telecommunication services, it is a very broader term. Many kind of services will get included here, like landline services will get covered here. Today, whatever mobile connection services we are getting, that will get covered here. Wi-Fi services will get covered here. And there will be something called leased circuit and all, big corporates and all, or business entities will use something called leased circuit where they can exchange the data and information, networks and all basically. So telecommunication is a very broader term. Many services will get covered here, and for each services they have told us how to determine the place of supply. So let us try to understand now 12 subsection 11. So as you could see here, many categories are there. So like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like that, 6 categories we have. In each category, how to determine place of supply, let us have a quick look at it. First one, if you see, so first category they are talking about fixed telecommunication line. So basically landline services, all this will get covered here. Or even leased circuits. As I have told, this is something which is relating to business entities. They have something called leased circuits. And also internet leased circuit or cable or dish antenna services. So for all these kind of services, how to determine place of supply? They have simply told in these services like fixed telecommunication line, leased circuits, internet leased circuit, cable or dish antenna, the place of supply will be location wherever the telecommunication line, leased circuit or cable connection or dish antenna is installed. So simply if I have to put it, so wherever you are installing that telecommunication line, wherever you are installing that leased circuit, wherever you are installing that cable connection or dish antenna, that itself will become the place of supply. So say for example, I am taking one landline connection from BSNL, I am taking one landline connection. So wherever they come and install that landline, that itself will become the place of supply. Now here one more specific thing they say here, sometimes leased circuit will be spread across more than one state. Say for example, there is one company X Limited. Now this company X Limited is having an office in Mumbai. They are also having an office in Delhi. Now both of this two locations are required to be connected by way of a leased circuit. So they will keep one starting point. There is one service provider who is providing that leased circuit. So starting point of that leased circuit is Mumbai and ending point of that leased circuit is Delhi. So now this service provider is providing leased circuit services, but that leased circuit is spread across two states. How to determine place of supply? They say that in these cases also simply you have to go and refer to contract or agreement. So whatever in case if they have given any bifurcation in the contract or agreement, follow that bifurcation. In case if the contract or agreement is silent on the bifurcation, then they say you have to divide it on the basis of number of points. On the basis of number of points. Like for example, starting point is Mumbai. So you have 1 point in Maharashtra and ending point is in Delhi. So you have one more point which is there in Delhi. So your leased circuit is spread across two states and you have 1 point in Maharashtra, 1 point in Delhi. So you have to divide that consideration. Say for example, this person is receiving 1 lakh rupees for this leased circuit. You have to divide it in the ratio of 1:1. So 50,000 rupees place of supply will be Maharashtra, 50,000 rupees will be Delhi. Now let me say one more example. This company X Limited is having locations in three places. One is in Mumbai, other one is in Pune, other one is in Delhi. So now they have a leased circuit. Starting point is Mumbai, ending point is Delhi. In between, in Pune also they have 1 point. In Pune also they have 1 point. So now if you pay close attention here, So if you pay close attention here, in Mumbai and Pune, both are falling in the same state of Maharashtra. So in Maharashtra, you have 2 points actually. How many points you have? 2 points in Maharashtra. In Delhi, you have 1 point. Now say for example, this leased circuit provider is charging 90,000 rupees for that leased circuit. Now you have to divide that 90,000 in the ratio of 2:1. So if you divide that for 60,000 value, the place of supply will be Maharashtra. For 30,000, the place of supply will be Delhi. So that is how you have to divide. So in the case of leased circuit, when the leased circuit is spread across more than one state, you have to apportion it on the basis of number of points in each state or union territory. So that is what you will be able to find it here. Next category of service, postpaid mobile connection and internet services. In case if you are receiving from any telecommunication service provider, if you are receiving any postpaid mobile connection services or internet services, then in that case, the place of supply will be depending on the location of the billing address of the recipient. In case if the billing address of the recipient is available in the records of the supplier, then the location of the recipient will be place of supply. In case if the address of the recipient is not available, then the location of the supplier of service itself will become the place of supply. And the location of supplier of service itself will become the place of supply. So in case of postpaid telecommunication and internet services, we need to determine the place of supply according to the address availability. If the billing address is available, location of the recipient. If the address is not available, location of the supplier of the service. Then next category, prepaid mobile connection, internet services, DTH services provided through selling agent, reseller, distributor or subscriber identity module card or recharge voucher. Basically, a few years ago, when this telecommunication services like SIM cards and all are becoming very popular, previously a few years back, if you want to get a recharge done, you have to go to one local vendor and you have to buy a voucher. You have to get some voucher or you have to go and tell him the number and amount. He will do the recharge from his device. So that is what they are talking about. So say for example, there is one company, Airtel. This company is selling the vouchers to the agent, and these agents will sell to the final consumer. Previously, when you are kids and all, you might have experienced this. Your parents will send you to the local shop to buy the voucher. You bring that voucher, you scratch it, and on that number will be there. If you enter that number, recharge will happen. So like that, previously this kind of things used to happen. So initially there what will happen is the telecommunication company will sell that vouchers, or they will give the devices to these agents, to these local shopkeepers and all, and they will provide the services to the final consumer. Now here they are talking about this. So what about the services provided through an agent? Telecommunications company is providing the services through an agent, like a selling agent, reseller, distributor, etc. In those cases, the place of supply will be address of the selling agent, reseller or distributor at the time of supply. So whatever is the address of the agent or reseller, whatever you call him, that will become the place of supply. So now what about this transaction? This agent is providing the services to the final subscriber. No, what will be the place of supply for this? So that is covered here. They say when services are provided by these persons to final subscriber, the place of supply will be location where such a prepayment is received or wherever such vouchers are sold. Like for example, you are a customer, you are a final subscriber, you went to the agent, you paid the money and he sent you the voucher. So now wherever that prepayment has taken place, wherever you have done and made the payment, that will become the place of supply. Understood? Two things. One is from the telecommunication company to the agent. In those cases, address of the reselling agent or reseller will become place of supply. When these services are provided to final subscriber, wherever that prepayment is received or wherever such vouchers are sold, that itself will become the place of supply. Next. Now, this is what today which is relevant. Prepaid services, the payment for which is made through internet banking or other electronic mode of payment. This is what the today's scenario where you are getting the prepaid services and we are doing the recharge on our own through the mobile, through our online banking or net banking facilities and all. In those cases, what will be the place of supply? They told location of the recipient of the services in the records of the supplier of services. So whoever that supplier is there, generally he will have our address. Today when you go and buy a SIM card without giving your Aadhaar card and all, they will not give you that SIM card, no. So definitely today the address of each and every recipient will be available with the supplier. The location of the recipient of service will become the place of supply. There will not be a case you can't say, sir, what if address is not available? It is not possible today. Why? Because today if you have to get that mobile connection and all, you have to submit your documents. Only after you have submitted your documents, they will give you that SIM card and all. So definitely address of the recipient will become available with the supplier and accordingly we will determine the place of supply. Understood? And in all other cases, if anything has been left out, any other telecommunication services we have, in all other cases, how to determine place of supply? If the address of the recipient is available in the records, then the address of the recipient will become the place of supply. If the address of the recipient is not available, then the location of the supplier of services will become the place of supply. Clear? So this is what regarding telecommunication services. So with this we have completed 12 subsection 11 also. 12 subsection 12, 12 subsection 13 we have already completed. Now we have one more thing, 12 subsection 14 we will have. We'll have something called 12 subsection 14 which is talking about advertisement services provided to government. 12 subsection 14 only talks about advertisement services provided to government. So this also something which is a bit lengthy here, but I will try to summarize in a quick manner. And one more thing you have to remember, 12 subsection 14 only talks about advertisement services which are provided to government. If you are a service provider, if you are providing advertisement services to other than government, it will not get covered under 12 subsection 14. It will go to the default provision 12 subsection 2. So only when advertisement services are provided to the government, that will get covered under 12 subsection 14. Now what does 12 subsection 14 say? And mainly what 12 subsection 14 talks about it, what 12 subsection 14 talks about it is, if you are an advertising company, when you are providing services to the government, advertisement services you are providing to the government, say for example central government, that central government if I have to give you one simple example to make you understand, so let us try to do it. Say for example there is a company X Limited which is an advertising agency. So one day some state government, Tamil Nadu state government went to the advertising agency and told, boss, we want you to do some advertisement of our campaign. Tamil Nadu state government is running one state level campaign. So they went to some X Limited advertising agency. They told, we are running a campaign. We want this campaign to be advertised. And this advertising agency is required to provide that advertisement services only in the state of Tamil Nadu. Only in the state of Tamil Nadu. See, if that is the case, here no confusion at all. Why? Because since all the advertisement services are getting provided only in the state of Tamil Nadu, the place of supply will become Tamil Nadu. No confusion here. Or say for example, sometimes Karnataka state government is running some campaign. They went to some advertising agency and they told, we want our campaign to be advertised only in the state of Karnataka. Then the place of supply will become Karnataka. When the problem will arise is, if there is some government, either state government or central government, they are approaching one advertising agency and they ask them to provide advertisement services, but that advertisement will not be published just in one state or union territory. That advertisement will be published in multiple states or union territory. Then how to determine the place of supply? That is where the confusion comes. That is where we need guidance. Say for example, central government is running a campaign of Swachh Bharat. Say for example, they are running one Swachh Bharat campaign. Now they approached one advertising agency and they told, boss, we are running a Swachh Bharat campaign. We want this campaign to be advertised all over India. Or we want you to publish this advertisement in multiple states. Say for example, in Gujarat, in Tamil Nadu, in Karnataka, we want you to publish this advertisement. So in these cases, the advertisement services are getting published in multiple states. Now how to determine the place of supply? This is where the confusion comes into picture, and this is what 12 subsection 14 will give the clarity. So if all the advertisement services are provided in one single state, then there is no confusion at all. Place of supply will be that respective state. When the problem will come, so if you are a company, you are providing advertising services to the government, but that advertisement is getting published in more than one state or union territory, then how to determine place of supply? That is where the confusion comes. And here they provide that clarity for different kinds of advertisements. See, this advertisement can happen through newspapers, this advertisement can happen through magazines, this advertisements can happen through t-shirts printing and all. On rails sometimes advertisements will be published, on hoardings sometimes advertisements will come, on television advertisements will come, through SMS advertisements will come, on internet advertisements will come. So they will give you clarity in each of the case how to bifurcate the value among different states or union territories. Okay, so that is what the main objective of this entire standard is about. Now we will talk about each kind of service and how to apportion the value. Number one, if the advertisement is happening in newspaper, there is one advertising agency, it is doing advertisements in newspaper, and that services are getting provided to government, and that advertisement is getting published in newspapers of multiple states. How to bifurcate the value? They have told in those cases you have to bifurcate the value for on the ratio of amount payable for publishing an advertisement, which means, if I have to put it in simple terms, so one day central government went to one advertising agency and they asked this advertising agency, we want you to publish Swachh Bharat campaign, we want you to do Swachh Bharat advertising for our campaign, advertisement for this, and we want this advertisement to be on the newspaper. In the newspapers you have to circulate, and you have to publish this advertisement in the newspapers which are there in the Gujarat state, which are there in Delhi, which are there in Mumbai. In 3 states they want to do this advertisement. Now how for this they are receiving, say for example, 10 lakh rupees of consideration this advertising agency is receiving. Then how to bifurcate? Now what they say here is, this advertising agency will pay the amount to the newspaper vendors, no, locally. Say for example, in Gujarat 4 newspapers are there, in 4 newspapers they are publishing it. So for all the 4 newspaper agencies put together, they will pay some amount, no, say for example they paid 2 lakh rupees here. For all the editions of the newspapers in Delhi, they have paid some 1 lakh. For all the editions of the newspaper in Mumbai, they have paid some 1 lakh. So it is in the ratio of 2:1:1. So this entire 10 lakh rupees should be divided in the ratio of 2:1:1. If you do that division accordingly, you will determine the place of supply. So if I do that, so 10 lakhs into 2 by 4, it will come to how much? 5 lakh. So for 5 lakh rupees value, the place of supply will be Gujarat. And for 2,50,000, the place of supply will be Delhi. For another 2,50,000, the place of supply will be Mumbai. So in case of advertisement happening through newspaper, you have to apportion the value on the basis of amount payable to all the editions of a newspaper in each state or union territory. Then, in case if the advertisement is happening to printed material like pamphlets, leaflets, diaries and calendars, t-shirts, etc., in those cases you have to bifurcate the value on the basis of number of such material. Say an advertising agency is doing advertisement for central government by way of publishing of the pamphlets. They're circulating the pamphlets in different states. Say for example, in state 1, state 2, state 3. Now you have to determine how many number of pamphlets are distributed in state 1, how many number of pamphlets are distributed in state 2, how many number of pamphlets are distributed in state 3. In that ratio, you have to bifurcate the value and accordingly determine the place of supply. Next, advertisement in hoardings other than those on trains. In case if you are an advertising agency providing the advertisements on hoardings, then how to bifurcate the value? Same like newspapers only, you have to determine how much amount you are paying for the hoardings located in each state or union territory, and in the ratio of that amount payable in each state or union territory, in that basis you have to bifurcate the value. Same like newspaper. So here also you have to determine in each state how much amount you are paying for all the hoardings put together in one state. In that ratio of the amount, you have to bifurcate the value. Next, what if the advertisement is happening on train? Sometimes you will see on the trains they will attach this posters and all. Now this train will not just go in one state, this train will pass multiple states. So then how to determine place of supply? They say you have to divide it on the basis of ratio of the length of the railway track in each state or union territory. Say for example, if a train is going from Delhi to Mumbai, on this train an advertisement has been published. Now this train will pass multiple states, say for example Delhi, UP, Mumbai. So 3 states it is passing. Now I have to determine what is the length of the railway track in each state, and in that ratio I have to divide it. Sir, where can I get that length of the railway track? From the Indian Railways website, you can get it. In that ratio, you have to divide the value. Next, advertisement on the back of the utility bills of oil and gas companies. Sometimes on the backside of the oil and gas bills also, you will see the advertisements relating to government. So that advertisement, that on the backside of the gas bills and all, in multiple states they are doing that advertisement. Then how to bifurcate the value? You have to divide it on the basis of consumers, on the basis of number of consumers having billing address in each of the state or union territory. Say for example, in the state, in 3 states, in state 1, state 2, state 3, in these 3 states, on the back of the advertisement, on the back of the utility bills, some government advertisement is getting published. Now I have to bifurcate the value. How I have to bifurcate? Now I have to determine how many number of consumers are there whose billing address is in state 1. Say for example, some 10 lakh. How many number of consumers are there whose address is in state 2? Say for example, 5 lakh. How many number of customers are there whose addresses are in state 3? Say for example, 3 lakh rupees. So I have to determine that number of consumers, and entire value I have to divide it in the ratio of 10:5:3. Clear? Next. Advertisements on railway tickets. In case if you are doing the advertisement on railway tickets, in that case you have to divide the value on the basis of ratio of number of railway stations in each state or union territory. You have to determine how many number of railway stations are there in each state or union territory, and in that ratio you have to bifurcate the value. Next, advertisement on radio stations. Here it is same like amount payable. How much amount you are paying to the radio stations in each state or union territory you have to determine, and in the ratio of the payment you have to bifurcate the value. Next, television, I will come back to that later. Advertisement in cinema halls, how you have to determine? Advertisement in cinema halls is also bifurcated on the basis of amount payable to cinema halls or screens. Whatever amount you are paying to cinema halls or screens in each state you have to determine, and accordingly you have to bifurcate. Now 3 things are there: advertisements on television channels, advertisements on internet, and advertisement through SMS. These 3 things you will try to cover in one go. What if the advertisements are happening in television channels? So this, I will give you one summary here. What if advertisement is happening on television channels? What if advertisement is happening on internet? What if advertisement is happening through SMS? On what basis I have to bifurcate? They say in respect of television channels, I have to bifurcate the value on the basis of viewership. Channel viewership data will be there. So on the basis of that channel viewership, you have to divide, you have to bifurcate the value. So you have to bifurcate it on the basis of viewership. In the case of internet, you have to divide the value on the basis of internet subscribers. You have to divide it on the basis of internet subscribers. On the basis of SMS, in case if the advertisement is happening through SMS, that value you have to divide it on the basis of telecom subscribers. That value you have divided on the basis of telecom subscribers. So if the advertisement is happening through TV in more than one state, so what you should do is, in each state how much viewership is there, that you have to determine. According to that you have to bifurcate the value. In case if the advertisement is happening through internet, on the ratio of internet subscribers. In case if the advertisement is happening through SMS, by way of telecom subscribers. Sir, from where I have to get the viewership data? You have to get the viewership data from BARC, Broadcast Research Association Council, something is there. BARC or BRAC, something is there. BARC, I guess. Yeah. Broadcast Audience Research Council. From this website, BARC, you will get the data. Internet subscribers, you have to get it from TROI. And telecom subscribers, that also you have to get it from TROI. Okay. Next. Sir, which data I have to use? In case of viewership, you have to use the viewership data. In case of television channels, you have to use the data relating to last week of the previous quarter. Last week, whatever viewership data is there for the last week of previous quarter, that should be used for the current quarter. For the entire current quarter, you have to use the viewership data of the last week of the previous quarter. So when it comes to internet subscribers, here what you should do is, you have to use last quarter of a given financial year for the entire financial year. So you have to get last quarter of previous financial year should be used for the current financial year. For the entire financial year, you have to use the internet subscribers data of the last quarter of the previous financial year. Then when it comes to SMS, here what they say here is, when it comes to telecom subscribers, you have to use the previous quarter's data, previous quarter related telecom subscribers data, that you have to use it for the current quarter. See, I'm not going into the details. Why? Because if I start explaining the things and all, that itself will take some half an hour of time. So that's why I'm giving the summary. So when it comes to viewership data, you have to take the last week of the previous quarter. How much is the viewership data that you have to get? And you have to use it for the entire current quarter. When it comes to internet subscribers, last quarter of the previous year, for the last quarter of the previous year, how many internet subscribers are there that you have to take, that you have to use it for the entire current financial year. And when it comes to telecom subscribers for SMS, you have to take the previous quarter, for the entire previous quarter, how many telecom subscribers are there, that data you have to get, and you have to use it for the entire current quarter. Clear? Next. And one more thing, so this is what you have to remember. And one more thing, they say sometimes what will happen is viewership data or internet subscribers data or telecom subscribers data, that this respective authorities like BARC, Troy, or Troy, what they do here is they will maintain collectively for more than one state. They maintain collective data. Say for example, through television channel, through television, some advertisement is happening. This advertisement is happening in the states of Mumbai. This advertisement is happening in the states of Delhi. This advertisement is also happening in the state of Ladakh. This advertisement is also happening in Ladakh. So now what did I say? What did I say? Since it is a advertisement through television, I have to get the data of viewership. So I need to determine what is the viewership of Mumbai, what is the viewership of Delhi, what is the viewership of Ladakh. So now what BARC doing is, for Mumbai, they have separately maintained the viewership data. Say for example, 10 lakhs. But what BARC doing is, they are not maintaining viewership data for Delhi and Ladakh separately. They are maintaining collective data. For Delhi and Ladakh put together, they are maintaining only one single database. For both put together, we have a viewership data of 8 lakhs. We have a viewership data of 8 lakhs. But I need to divide the value among all these three in the ratio of viewership. But this BARC is maintaining viewership data for 2 states or union territories put together. But I need for each state or union territory how much viewership is there. So then what I should do is, this viewership data, whatever I have to divide it on the basis of population ratio. As per the latest census, what is the population ratio between Delhi and Ladakh, that I have to determine. In that ratio, I have to divide the viewership data. Say for example, population ratio is 5:3. So in the 5:3, I have to divide. If I divide it, 5 lakh will be the viewership data for Delhi, 3 lakh will be the viewership data for Ladakh. Now I have to divide the entire value in the ratio of 10:5:3. In that ratio, I have to divide it. Clear? The same thing, the same logic will apply for internet subscribers also. The same logic will apply for telecom subscribers also. If you have state-wise bifurcation, well and good. In case if the BARC or Troy is maintaining the data for more than one state collectively, we have to divide that viewership or subscribers data in the ratio of the population, and accordingly you have to bifurcate. Understood? So this is how you need to determine the place of supply in case of advertisement services provided to the government. Understood? So with this, we have completed all the specific services starting from 12 subsection 3 till 12 subsection 14. Specific services and how to determine the place of supply we have covered. Now, if at all you are providing any service, if that is not getting covered anywhere from 12 subsection 3 to 12 subsection 14, say for example, I'm a chartered accountant, I'm providing audit services. Audit services are not getting covered anywhere. Starting from 12 subsection 3 till 12 subsection 14, anywhere I did not see audit services. So if my service is not getting covered anywhere, then you have to come to 12 subsection 2, which is a default provision. And what does a default provision say? Default provision says that, very simple, if the location of the recipient, it depends on the status of the recipient. If the recipient is a registered person, then the location of the recipient. If the recipient is unregistered person, in here let me show it, then I will read, that will be much clearer. Yes, come here, default provision. If your service doesn't fall under any of the specified services, then the place of supply will depend on what is the status of the recipient. If the recipient is registered person, always the location of the recipient. If the recipient is unregistered person, then we need to check whether address of that recipient is available with the supplier. If the recipient is registered, just give me a moment, it is not working. Yeah, if the recipient is registered, always location of the recipient. If the recipient is unregistered, then we need to check whether address of that recipient is available in the records of the supplier. If available, location of that address, since it is available, location of the recipient will become place of supply. In case if the address of the recipient is not available, then the location of the supplier of the services itself will become the place of supply. Understood everybody? So this is what 12 subsection 2 says. It depends, default provision, recipient is registered, always location of the recipient. Recipient is unregistered, then we need to check whether address of this recipient is available or not. If the address of the recipient is available, then the location of the recipient. If address of the recipient is not available, then the location of the supplier. Understood? So that's all, guys. This is what regarding the place of supply. Almost we have spent 1 hour 45 minutes. We have a detailed discussion regarding the place of supply chapter. It's almost equivalent to the regular session, something like that. So much of time we have spent. So once again, important from the examination perspective. So with this, I will wind up the chapter, the place of supply. So we'll proceed further now with the next chapter. So now we will try to revise the next chapter, which is accounts and records. See, very simple chapter, very small chapter, and frankly speaking, here there is no concept as such which we are required to discuss. So this chapter is simply like quickly going through the provisions once. Why I am insisting this is why, because even though there is no requirement, even though there is no concept in this chapter, why I am insisting on the revision of this chapter is, as I have told, 3 chapters were there which were newly added at the CA inter level. So one is a place of supply, other one is accounts and records, and the one more thing is TDS and TCS. So these 3 chapters have been newly added. So that's why in place of supply and TDS and TCS we have some concept. But in the accounts and records, we don't have any concept as such. Simply they will try to say which records are required to be maintained, what kind of records are required to be maintained, so in what format records are required to be maintained. So they mainly focus on these things. So even though it is just like reading and it is just like going through the provisions once, but still important from the examination perspective, one compulsory question will be there from accounts and records. So it will hardly take half an hour for our revision. So we'll spend that half an hour and quickly go through the contents of this chapter. So in this chapter, we are going to basically read 2 sections. One is section number 35 and the other one is section number 36. So section number 35 talks about accounts and other records, whereas section number 36 talks about retention, how long you are required to maintain the records. So that is what 2 sections. Section number 35 talking about what accounts are required to be maintained. Section number 36 talks about how long you are required to retain your accounts. So let us see first the provisions of section number 35, who is required to maintain books of accounts and at which places you are required to maintain the books of accounts. Number 1, talking about who is required to maintain books of accounts. Every registered person, the moment you are registered with the GST department. So either as a composition dealer, either as a regular person, either a TDS deductor or TCS collector, whatever it is, the moment you are registered, you become liable to maintain the books of accounts. Every registered person is liable to maintain the books of accounts. And he is required to maintain books of accounts at primary and also additional places of business. So first question we have addressed, who is required to maintain. Second one, which place where you are required to maintain books of accounts. Generally they said you are required to maintain books of accounts at all the principal places of business. At the principal place of business, you are required to maintain books of accounts. But whatever books which are related to additional places of business, that records can be maintained at that respective additional places of business. So if I have to summarize all this, you are required to maintain books of accounts at your principal place of business as well as additional place of business also. You are required to maintain the books of accounts. So we have addressed 2 things: who is required to maintain books of accounts, at which place you are required to maintain the books of accounts. Then which accounts are required to be maintained. We have answered who and where, but now what books of accounts are required to be maintained. The act says that you are required to maintain accounts and records which give a true and correct account of what. So your records and your accounts and records must be maintained for production or manufacture of the goods. If you are a manufacturer, the records relating to your production, the records relating to manufacture, you have to maintain. If you are not a manufacturer, if you are a trader or service provider, you need not maintain production related records. Similarly, every supplier is required to maintain records relating to inward and outward supply of goods or services. Whatever inward supplies you have received, whatever outward supplies you have made, you have to maintain record. Stock of goods, you are required to maintain records relating to your stock also. ITC availed, how much input tax credit you have availed, for that also you have to maintain the record. Output tax payable and paid, how much amount of output tax is payable, how much amount of output tax you have paid. And other prescribed particulars. These are all main. So what are they? Production or manufacture, inward and outward supplies, stock of goods, input tax credit availed, output tax payable and paid. These are basic records. In addition to that, some other prescribed particulars also you are required to maintain. Some additional records also you are required to maintain. Sir, what are that additional records which I have to maintain? So that they are trying to say here. The additional records which are required to be maintained by specified persons are as follows. So what and all extra records you have to maintain in addition to the above. Number 1, you should maintain accounts which give a true and correct account of goods and services which are imported or exported. If you are into imports and exports, you have to maintain records relating to your imports and exports. And what are the supplies which are attracting reverse charge? In case if you are a recipient who have received goods and services, that too which attract a reverse charge mechanism. So what are that supplies which attract a reverse charge mechanism? Along with all the supporting documents, not just the details, you have to maintain the supporting documents also, like invoices, bills of supply, delivery challans, debit notes, credit notes, payment vouchers, refund vouchers. Every document, whatever is getting generated as a part of which we have seen it as a part of tax invoice, debit and credit notes, everything should be maintained. And not just that, you have to maintain separate accounts of advances received, advances paid, and adjustments you have made. How much advance you have received, out of that how much supply you have made, how much refund has happened. Similarly, how much advance you paid, against that how much services you have received, how much you have got it as refund. Next, particulars of names and addresses of suppliers of taxable goods and services. Who are your suppliers? The suppliers from whom you are receiving taxable goods or services. On the other hand, name and addresses of the recipients of supplied goods or services as required. Here you have to pay one close attention. When it comes to suppliers, you are required to maintain details of names and addresses of those suppliers from whom you have received taxable goods or services. When it comes to recipients, you have to maintain the details of names and addresses of all recipients to whom to whom you have supplied goods or services, whether exempted or taxable. So when it comes to suppliers, only taxable goods and services from whom you have received the taxable goods and services, their names and addresses you have to maintain. When it comes to recipients, every recipient, whoever has received a taxable or exempted, every recipient's name and address you have to maintain. Understood? And not just that, address of the premises where you are storing the goods, at what and all locations you are storing the goods, including during transit, during the movement of the goods, in between the transportation. If you have some warehouse or the transporter's warehouse is there where you are storing the goods, even that also required to be maintained. Understood? So address of the premises where and all you are storing your goods, including during transit, all that addresses you have to maintain one record. Next, in case if you store any goods, if any goods are found at other than these places, so generally what will happen is at your principal place of business, you will maintain one register. In that register, you will give all the addresses of the places wherever you are storing the goods. In case during the time of inspection, if some goods are found at a place other than those whose addresses are available in the record, that means proper officer found the goods at some other location which is not mentioned in that register, then the proper officer will deem that those all goods are supplied by you, and he will determine what will be the tax. In case if those goods are supplied, he will deem all such goods are supplied, and he will determine what is the amount of tax that will be payable. That much amount of tax you will be required to pay. So if you read this paragraph, if taxable goods are found at undeclared locations without any valid documents, then the proper officer may assess the tax liability as if such goods were supplied by the registered person. So it is very important at wherever location you are storing all the goods, that address you have to update in one register. Next, in addition to that, you are required to maintain details relating to stock of goods, like what is your opening balance, how many you have received, how much you have issued, what is the closing stock, basically stock records you have to maintain. In addition to that, you are also required to maintain tax details, how much amount of tax you are required to pay, how much ITC you have adjusted, how much amount of cash you have paid. So that tax details also you are required to maintain. And one more thing here, when it comes to stock records and tax details, these records are not required to be maintained by composition dealer. Very, very important. Composition dealers are not required to maintain stock records. Composition dealers are not required to maintain records relating to tax also. That means a regular taxable person is required to maintain details of the stock records and tax details. Composition dealer is not required to maintain stock and tax records. Understood? Agent, if you are acting as an agent on behalf of someone, you are required to maintain some extra records. What you are required to maintain? Authorization. You will generally get approval from your principal. No, your principal will give you approval, written approvals he will give. I am authorizing this person to act as an agent on my behalf. That authorization letters you have to store. Not just that, description, value, quantity of the goods or services which you have handled for your principals. How many goods you have supplied on behalf of your principal, how many goods you have received on behalf of your principal, their description, their value, their quantity, you have to maintain one record. Accounts of goods or services received and supplied, and along with that, details of the tax of tax paid on behalf of your principal. If you are an agent, these records you are required to maintain. And from this chapter, what kind of questions will be tested is these kind of questions only. If you are an agent, what kinds of records you are required to maintain? And similarly, if you are a works contractor, what records you are required to maintain? If you are a transporter, what records you are required to maintain? If you are an owner or operator of a warehouse, what records you are required to maintain? So like the special cases, they have a high chance of asking. So agent is one such example. Then manufacturer, if you are a manufacturer, monthly production accounts you have to maintain. Every month, how much production you have done, how much raw material you have consumed, how much is the total goods manufactured, input, output, month wise you have to maintain. If you are a service provider, you have to account for what goods you have used in your service provision. What are your input goods? What are your input services? And what are your output services? That also you have to maintain perfect records. And if you are a person executing works contract, if you are a works contract operator, if you are providing works contract services, then what records you are required to maintain? So if you are a works contract operator, you need to maintain records relating to names and addresses of the person for whom works contracts are executed. Basically, the details of all your clients, the names of your clients, the addresses of your clients you have to maintain. Details of goods or services received and utilized for execution. For the purpose of executing that works contract, what are your inward goods? What are your inward supplies? Maintain that record. Payment details for each contract, how you have received the payment, in what installments you have received the payment, that you have to maintain. And supplier detail for supplier details for goods or services received, from whom you have received that goods or services, that also you have to maintain. So if you are a person operating works contract, these are the records which you are required to maintain. Similarly, if you are a custodian or clearing or forwarding agent, basically C&F agent we call them. C&F agents are those agents who will do imports and exports on behalf of us. So if you are a C&F agent, what records you are required to maintain? So you are required to maintain records of goods handled on behalf of registered persons, including dispatch and all the delivery details. And then finally, if you are a owner or operator of a warehouse or a godown, or if you are a transporter, you are required to maintain some extra records. Transporters we know, like GTA operator or transporter, who is providing the transportation of goods or services, they are required to maintain the records. And similarly, if you are owner or operator of a warehouse or a godown, basically they talk about cold storages will be there, no cold storages or private warehouses will be there, where they will store the goods of others. So if you are a owner or operator of a warehouse or a godown, or if you are a transporter, you are required to maintain records. And they say that when it comes to transporters and when it comes to owners or operators of warehouse or godown, even though you are registered or not, doesn't matter. Every owner or operator of a warehouse or godown, every transporter, whether you are registered or not, doesn't matter. You are compulsorily required to maintain the records. Till now, in the above cases, we have seen that only if you are a registered person, you are required to maintain the records. But when it comes to transporters, when it comes to owner or operator of a warehouse or godown, whether you are registered or not, doesn't matter. Every transporter, every owner or operator of a warehouse or a godown, you are required to mandatorily maintain records, whether you are registered or not, that doesn't matter. So if you see here, all operators, all owners or operators of warehouse, godowns or other storage places, and all transporters, whether you are registered or unregistered, you must maintain records of the consignor, consignee, and all other relevant information, relevant details of the goods as prescribed. So who is your consignor, who is your consignee, what kind of goods you are storing, what kind of goods you are transporting? Every owner or operator of a warehouse, every transporter is required to maintain the details. Sir, how the government will identify? If I'm a registered person, if I'm a transporter, if I'm registered with the GST, I will have GSTIN. Government can identify me with the help of GSTIN. Similarly, if I'm a owner or operator of a warehouse or a godown, if I'm registered, I will have GSTIN. Government will identify with GSTIN. If I'm an unregistered person, still they are asking me to maintain the records. But how the government will identify me? If I'm not registered, how the government will identify me? So what the government has told is, you do one thing. If you are not liable for registration, still this owner or operator of a warehouse or transporter is required to do one thing. What they should do is, they should get something called unique enrollment number. They should get something called unique enrollment number, not GST registration. Once your turnover exceeds the applicable threshold limit, then you take registration. But even though you are not registered, government wants to identify you. They want to know whether you are maintaining the records or not. So for your identification, what you are required to do is, you are required to obtain something called a unique enrollment number by submitting one form GST ENR01 on the common portal. And enrollment in any state or union territory is deemed valid for all other states or union territories. It is not like GST registration. If you obtain enrollment number in one state, that will remain valid all over India. You need not obtain state-wise enrollment number. And so long you are not liable for registration, you can hold that GST enrollment number. But the moment you become liable for registration, you have to apply for registration, you will get the GST number, then enrollment number will no longer be valid. So that's what they say. And enroll once you want, if you want to update your enrollment number related details, that also you can do it. Like if you want to amend our registration, if you want to update our details relating to registration, we will submit an application for amendment of registration. No. Similarly, if you want to update any details regarding your enrollment number, that also you can do it by submitting an form, right? Next, transporter record. Specifically, what transporter has to do? Transporter must maintain records of goods transported, what kind of goods you are transporting, and what kind of goods are getting delivered, and where they are getting stored during the transit, where they are getting stored, including the GSTIN of the consignor who is sending the goods, his GSTIN, who is receiving the goods, that is consignee, that GSTIN numbers, all this you have to maintain. And if you are a warehouse or a godown owner or operator, you are required to maintain books of accounts for the period the goods remain in the warehouse. If you are a cold storage operator, you are required to maintain all the records relating to how long those goods are there with you, what is the date when they are deposited, what are the goods they are taken out, including the details of dispatch, when you are dispatching, what movement has taken place, when you have received, when you have disposed of, every detail you have to maintain. And this is very important, goods must be stored in a manner that allows identification item wise and owner wise. And these warehouse operators, they should not mix everybody's goods together. They have to store the goods in such a manner that one should be able to identify the goods owner wise and item wise, they should be able to identify it. And these owners or warehouse operators, they should allow physical verification or inspection by proper officer on demand. Sometimes a GST officer might find it necessary to go and verify the warehouse. If they feel necessary, these warehouse operators or owners, they should cooperate with the proper officers for verification. Understood? So this is what the records which are required to be maintained by transporter and warehouse or godown owner or operator. Next, how you will maintain the records, how the accounts and records will be maintained. So you can do manually. If you want, you can maintain the records manually, serially numbered manual records you have to maintain. But you as all are aware, today the manual books have become history. Everybody is maintaining electronic records. If you want to maintain electronic records in electronic format, yes, still you can maintain that records in the electronic format also. So you can maintain data in any electronic device, but those things must be authenticated. In case if you are maintaining the records in electronic format, they must be authenticated by digital signature, and you have to maintain proper backups. Periodically you have to take the backup of that data, and it must be produced on demand. In case if the GST officer is asking you to submit the records, you have to submit the records. Either the GST officer may ask a hard copy or soft copy. If he is asking a soft copy, share the PDF copies. If he is asking a hard copy, take a printout of all the records and submit to him. And also details of the files, passwords, codes, and even a sample print copy of the stored information must also be provided on demand. So sometimes they will even ask you to share the files, passwords, even coding related information also they might ask you. If they are asking, you must be sharing it. And also you should not be erasing or overwriting the data. No entry in registers, accounts, or documents can be erased, effaced, overwritten. If there is any error, what you can do is incorrect entries can be scored out. So what do you mean by scored out? See, for example, if this is wrong, so what I can do is I can do scoring out. Scoring out means this. This is what scoring out. That means even if you cancel it also, someone should be able to know what is behind it. So you should not do something like this. You should not do overwriting. You should not correct it. You should not do that. If some error is there, that you have to score it out like this, you have to score it out. That means even after cancellation also, someone should be able to see what information you have cancelled. And that scoring out also should be carried out with proper attestation. You need somebody's approval from the firm, then only scoring out should happen. However, if it is a clerical error, then you don't need any approval. Just you can simply score it off. If anything other than clerical error is there, that can be scored out only after proper attestation. And you should maintain a log of every edited or deleted entry. Basically, audit trail also you are required to maintain. What you are required to maintain? Audit trail also you are required to maintain. And whatever records you have stored, they have to be preserved. They have to be preserved. Sir, how long they are required to be preserved? So they say 6 years or 72 months, they say, which we'll talk about in the section number 36. So whatever records you are maintaining, you can't delete that records, you can't discard that records. You have to retain it for a period of, for the period as specified in section number 36. We'll go to that section number 36 in a short while, but you have to preserve it. And for manual records, these must be kept at every related place of business. If it is a manual record, they are required to be maintained at principal place of business. They are required to be maintained at additional place of business. However, if it is electronic record, since this data is accessible everywhere, since the data is accessible even on the cloud also, like if you maintain Tally data and if you have Tally cloud, from anywhere you can access the data. So you should be able to access. In case of electronic records, you should be able to access it from the principal place of business and also from the additional place of business. And production on demand. If any GST officer is requiring you to share that documents, you should be willing to share it. Not willing, it is compulsory to share it. Next. Sir, what will be the consequences if I don't maintain the records? If I fail to maintain the records, what consequences I have to face? So what consequences you have to face is, if the registered person fails to account for goods or services as required under section number 35 subsection 1, then the proper officer will determine the tax payable on such goods or services. He will do his own assessment. He will determine in whatever manner he wants. He will determine some amount of tax and you have to pay that. And also such goods and services will be treated as if they were supplied by you. And even he can recover the amount as per the provisions of section number 73 or 74, which will be discussed as a CFNL. That means he can attach your properties, he can impose penalty on you, all that consequences you have to face. Then talking about retention, for how long you have to retain the books of accounts. So they say that every registered person must retain books of accounts and records for 72 months from the due date of furnishing of the annual return. So due date of annual return will be generally 31st of December following the end of the financial year. If you take the financial year 24-25, so due date for furnishing of the annual return 31st of December 2025. From this date up to 72 months, you have to retain the records. How long? From the due date of furnishing of the annual return, not actual date, guys. From the due date of furnishing of the annual return, you are required to retain it for a duration of 72 months. You are required to retain. And also they gave one more thing here. If a registered person is a party to an appeal, revision or proceeding before any appellate authority, tribunal, court or under investigation for an offence and under chapter number 19, then the records must be retained for 1 year after the final disposal of the appeal, revision, proceeding or investigation, or for the standard 72 months, whichever is later. Which means that if you are a normal person, no pending, no appeal, no investigation, nothing is going on. So say for example 24-25 financial year. So if you are not a subject matter of any appeal, no investigation against you, nothing, you are a normal person, no case, no appeal, nothing is going on, then you are required to retain for 72 months. As I have told, 31st of December 2025, from here 72 months. That means 6 years. If you calculated 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. So till 31st of December 2031, you are required to maintain the records. However, if you are a subject matter of any appeal against you, some appeal is going on, some proceedings are going on, some investigation is going on. If that is the case, then you are required to retain the books of accounts for 1 year from the date of disposal. See, that proceedings, that investigation, that will come to an end, no? So from the 1 year from the date of disposal, say for example, some cases going on, some investigations going on against you. That investigation final order has come. Say for example, that final order has come on 30th of June 2028. That is a final disposal. That is when the order of investigation has come. From this date, 1 year you have to calculate. If I calculate 1 year, 1 year will fall on 30th of June 2029. So 1 year from the disposal of the appeal, investigation, etc., or 72 months. That standard duration of 72 months, whichever is later. Whichever is later, 31st of December 2031 is later. Till here, you have to maintain the books of accounts. Or take another case. Take the same case. 72 months will fall on 31st of December 2031. Say for example, some case is going on. That investigation has been finalized on 30th of September. Final judgment came on 30th of September 2031. Okay, so now 1 year from this date, when 1 year will fall? 1 year will fall on 30th of September 2032. Whichever is later, 72 months or 1 year from the final disposal of investigation, appeal, etc. Whichever is later. Which one is later here? This one is later. So till 30th of September, you have to maintain the books of accounts. Understood? So if you are not a matter of any appeal or anything, then you are required to maintain only for 72 months from the due date of furnishing of the annual return. However, if you are a party to an appeal, revision, proceedings or any investigation, then you have to retain that books of accounts for 1 year after the final disposal of the appeal, or for the standard 72 months period, whichever is later. Till that point of time, you are required to maintain the books of accounts. So this is what section number 36 says regarding retention. Now, if we speak about a few more things here, now if you come here, additional accounts. In addition to whatever we have read till now, if the commissioner deems it necessary, he may notify certain kind of taxable person to even maintain additional documents and records also. Even they have given freedom to the commissioner in addition to whatever basic records we have seen till now. the commissioner may notify certain kind of taxable goods, taxable persons to maintain some extra records also for specified purposes. And not just that, the commissioner may permit specified class of persons to maintain accounts differently with the reasons to be recorded in writing. Even he can notify certain persons to maintain the records in a different format also for recording, after recording the reasons in writing. Understood? So these powers are in addition to normal powers, normal things. These powers are also granted to the commissioners. Understood? That's all, guys. Very simple chapter. Don't leave out this chapter since it is a newly added chapter. High chances of getting tested in the examination. Simply two sections only we have read, section number 35 and section number 36. Section number 35 talks about what and all records you are required to maintain. 36 talk about retention, how long you are required to retain your accounts. That's it. Okay. So now we will try to proceed further and revise the contents of the chapter, payment of taxes. See, once again, the important chapter from the examination perspective. And in this chapter, there is actually a lot of content which we will be required to cover, but I'm not going to take you through all the things which are there in this chapter. I'm going to focus on a few provisions without which there will be no question in the examination. So one thing which you are already aware, in the payment of the taxes, I generally stress a lot even in my regular classes regarding the utilization of input tax credit. What is the manner of utilization of ITC? That is going to be very, very important. And whatever question number 1 you are going to get, in that question number 1, you will have to do this. You will have to determine what is the proper manner for utilization of ITC, what is the order in which you are required to make use of the input tax credit. So without this, there will be no question in the examination. So that we are going to stress a lot. Apart from that, we are going to discuss few more content in the payment of taxes chapter. So without any delay further, let us try to go through the provisions of payment of taxes. See, first of all, the main discussion as a part of this chapter is the moment you are a registered person, the moment you get registered yourself under GST Act, there will be 3 ledgers which will be open in your name. The government will maintain 3 ledgers in your name. So number 1, something which we call it as electronic liability register. Electronic liability register. Then we have something called electronic credit ledger. Then we have something called electronic cash ledger. So the moment you are a registered person, you are in your account against your name, 3 ledgers will be maintained by the GST department. One is electronic liability register, other one is electronic credit ledger, or even electronic cash ledger. 3 ledgers will be maintained. Now, what is the purpose? What will happen in these ledgers or registers? So they say that whatever amount you are liable to pay, whatever amount you are liable to pay to the government, to the GST department, either on the basis of your self-assessment or on the basis of some assessment made by proper officer, either on the basis of self-assessment, in the sense on the basis of returns whatever you have filed, or on the basis of self-assessment if the proper officer has done some inquiry, inspection, investigation. So whatever it is, electronic liability register will be debited with the amount which you are liable to pay. So basically what I will be liable to pay is, you will be liable to pay the amounts under different headings. You will be required to pay the amount of tax. Sometimes you will be required to pay the amount of interest. Sometimes you will be required to pay the amount of late fee. Sometimes you will be required to pay some amount called penalty, or sometimes any other amounts you will be required to pay. So broadly, under different headings, you might be required to pay some amount. So the 5 headings, the 5 categories under which you might be required to make the payment is tax, interest, late fee, penalty, and the other amounts. Sir, what is tax? Tax is basically that CGST, SGST, IGST, or GST compensations is. So that will get debited to the electronic liability register. So whatever amount of liability which you are required to pay, whatever amount that you are required to pay to the GST department as a part of your outward supplies. Say for example, you are making an outward supply. You made a sale amounting to 1 lakh rupees. Applicable rate of GST is 18%. And assume that it is an interstate supply. If it is an interstate supply, IGST at the rate of 18% will be levied, which will come to 18,000 rupees. This is the liability. This is the amount which you are required to pay to the government. So this 18,000 will go and get debited to the electronic liability register. Then sometimes you might be required to pay interest. So when I will be required to pay interest? Very simple. If you are making a delayed payment. So whatever amount of GST that you are required to pay to the government, there will be a deadline also. There will be due date also for making the payment. If you are making the payment of the GST beyond the due date, just if you pay the tax amount, it will not be enough. Payment, some punishment should be given to you. If you are making the payment after the due date, some punishment should be offered to you or not. So that punishment will be in the form of interest. So say for example, I made this payment late, I am required to pay some 500 rupees of interest. Then sometimes we have something called late fee. So when late fee will become applicable is if you are filing a delayed return. For filing the return, there will be a due date. If you are making the delay, say for example, you are required to file the return on or before 20th. If you are making delay, for example, 2 days of delay I am making. For that also there should be some punishment on you or not? Yes. So for delayed filing and return, the government will punish you in the form of imposing some late fee. Say for example, on 20th I am required to file, but I am filing it on 22nd. So because I have made a delay, the government has told me I am required to pay some 200 rupees of late fee. This is also the liability which I have, which I am required to fulfill. So this amount also will go and get debited to my electronic liability register. Then we have something called penalty. So when penalty will be imposed is if I am committing any wrong things, if I am violating the provisions of the GST law, if I am committing any scams, if I am committing any frauds, then the GST officer will catch me and he will impose on me something called penalty. Say for example, I'm a registered person, I committed some fraud or I violated some provisions of the GST Act, whether knowingly or unknowingly. So that's why what the government told is I'm required to pay a penalty of 5,000 rupees. This amount also will go and get debited to my electronic liability register, or any other amount, not just this, if any other amount. So whatever amounts which I am liable to pay to the government, that will go and get debited to my electronic liability register. Now this much amount I owe to the government. I owe 18,000 rupees of tax to the government, 500 rupees of interest to the government, 200 rupees of late fee I owe, 5,000 rupees of penalty I owe to the government. Now I am required to discharge my liabilities. What I'm required to do? I will be required to discharge my liabilities. So now how will I discharge my liabilities? How will I discharge my liabilities? So by using electronic credit ledger and by using electronic cash ledger, I am going to discharge my liabilities. Using my electronic credit ledger and using my electronic cash ledger, I am going to discharge my liabilities. So what is this electronic credit ledger? Basically, whatever input tax credit which you are eligible for and which you are availing on your inputs, on your input services, on your capital goods, whatever you have purchased. So whatever GST that you have paid on your inputs, on which you are eligible to claim ITC, on which you are not, on which ITC is not blocked, on which whatever you have fulfilled the conditions, that amount you will avail, and whatever ITC that you have availed, that will go and get credited to my electronic credit ledger. Say for example, I have purchased some inputs. On my inputs, I paid 10,000 rupees of GST. I have fulfilled all the conditions given under section number 16. My ITC is also not blocked. This ITC I will avail. The moment I avail this ITC, this amount will go and get credited to my electronic credit ledger. That amount will go and get credited to my electronic credit ledger. So on my inputs, I have paid some amount of GST. I have paid 10,000 rupees of GST I have paid. That will go and get credited to my electronic credit ledger. Now what I will do is, whatever balance which is there, whatever credit balance which is there in my electronic credit ledger, that I will use it for the purpose of discharging of my output, for the purpose of discharging my liability. So here, if you say for example, 18,000 rupees of GST liability is there for me. So this 18,000 I am required to discharge. I will not pay everything in cash. I have credit balance in my electronic credit ledger, ITC balance I have. So what I will do is, out of this 18,000 rupees, 10,000. So I have a credit balance in my electronic credit ledger. This I will debit here, and this I will credit here. So now what will happen is 18,000 rupees I am required to pay. Against it, I am adjusting 10,000 rupees of electronic credit ledger related balance. The balance amount of tax 8,000 rupees I am required to pay. 500 rupees of interest I am required to pay. 200 rupees of late fee I am required to pay. Penalty of 5,000 rupees I am required to pay. So now, as a prudent businessman, what I will do is, whatever liabilities I have which are debited to my electronic liability register, first I should try to discharge it using my balance in the electronic credit ledger. That is what every businessman will try to do. So no one wants to pay the money in cash when he is already having a balance in his electronic credit ledger. So he will use the balance in the electronic credit ledger. After that, if any excess amount is required to be paid, that excess amount I am required to pay it in cash. Now how will I pay it in the cash is, first whatever amount I am required to pay, that amount I will deposit. Through online payment. I will try to deposit that money. And the moment I deposit, the moment I make the payment, that amount will go and get credited to my electronic cash ledger. So I am required to pay how much? 8,000 rupees of tax I am required to pay. Interest of 500 rupees I am required to pay. Late fee of 200 I am required to pay. Penalty of 5,000 rupees I am required to pay. This amount I will pay. This amount I will create a challan and I will pay that amount. The moment I pay that amount, this amount will go and get credited to my electronic cash ledger. Where it will get credited, that will go and get credited to my electronic cash ledger. Now, once it gets credited to my electronic cash ledger, that I will use it for the purpose of discharging my liability in the electronic liability register. So the moment I deposited, my electronic cash ledger got credited. Now I have to use this money for discharging my liability. Now what I will do is I will debit here. So all this amount I will debit here, 8,000, 500, 200, 5,000. This amount I will debit here and the amount will come and get credited here. So now 8,000, 500, 200, 5,000. So with this, I would have discharged my liability. Now in my electronic liability register, I don't have any balance. I have discharged all my liabilities. So this is what you are supposed to do. This is what you are supposed to do. So this is how generally the settlement and payment of the taxes is going to happen. So once again, if I try to summarize all the discussion, whatever liabilities I'm required to pay, either on the basis of my self-assessment or on the basis of assessment made by the proper officer, whatever my liabilities are there, they will go and get credited to my electronic liability register. For the purpose of discharging my electronic liability register, I will use electronic credit ledger and I will use my electronic cash ledger. Understood? Now, so now we need to have a brief discussion regarding this electronic liability register, electronic credit ledger and electronic cash ledger. First thing. So first I will talk about electronic liability register. As I have told, whatever amounts you are required to pay in the form of tax, interest, late fee, penalty, and other amounts, all this will go and get debited to my electronic liability register. But what the Act has told is, what the GST Act has told is, out of various amounts which are debited to my electronic liability register, there are a few amounts which I can't discharge using my electronic credit ledger. Out of various things which will be debited to my electronic liability register, all the amounts which are debited to electronic liability register, I can't discharge using my electronic credit ledger. There are certain things which are debited to my electronic liability register. They have to be compulsorily discharged using my electronic cash ledger only. There are certain amounts for which I can't use electronic credit ledger balance, for which I can't use ITC. There are certain amounts which are debited to my electronic liability register for which I can't use ITC, for which I have to compulsorily make the payment in cash only. Sir, what are that amounts which are debited to electronic liability register, can't be discharged using electronic credit ledger, which are required to be compulsorily discharged in cash only? What are that amounts? So let me try to take you through that amounts first. What are required to be discharged only in cash? Like, yeah, if you come here, so these are the amounts which are compulsorily required to be discharged only in cash. Number one, payment of TDS deducted under section number 51. Say for example, you are a registered person and you are required to deduct TDS under section number 51. So that TDS, whatever you are required to pay to the government, that will also get debited to my electronic liability register. But that payment I can't make using my electronic credit ledger. That TDS I have to pay to the government completely in cash only. Similarly, if you are an e-commerce operator who is required to collect a TCS and deposit that with the government. If you are an e-commerce operator who is required to deposit TCS amount with the government under section number 52, that amount also you are required to pay compulsorily in cash only. For that also you can't utilize the input tax credit. Number 3, amount payable under RCM. If you are a registered person, you have received some inputs, inward services or input goods you have received. On that inputs you are required to pay GST under reverse charge mechanism. That amount also you are required to compulsorily pay it in cash. You can't use the input tax credit for discharging your liability under reverse charge mechanism. On your outward supplies, whatever GST is there, for that you can make the input tax credit. But on your inward supplies, whatever GST you are required to pay under reverse charge mechanism, for that you can't use the input tax credit. Compulsorily you have to make that payment in cash only. And amount payable under section 10. Basically, if you are a composition dealer, so we all are aware, if we are a composition dealer, we will determine a turnover in a quarter. On that 1% we will multiply. If you are a manufacturer trader, 1%, restaurant service provider 5%, if you are opting for composition scheme under 10 subsection 2A, 6%, whatever it is. So if you are a person opting for composition scheme, we have already discussed in the composition levy chapter, you are required to pay GST at a discount rate. And that GST, whatever you are required to pay as a composition dealer, against that you can't adjust your input tax credit, that you have to completely pay it in cash only. So that is also one such amount. If you are a composition dealer, if you are required to pay tax, that amount of tax you can't pay it in cash. You can't pay using electronic credit ledger. Why? Because you become ineligible to take the ITC. You have to pay that tax completely in cash only. And few more things they say here: amount payable towards payment of interest, penalty, late fee, or any other amount. So you can discharge only tax using input tax credit. Whatever amount you are required to pay it as interest, whatever amount you are required to pay it as a late fee, whatever amount you are required to pay it as penalty, or any other amount apart from taxes, for these you can't use the input tax credit. For these amounts you are required to pay compulsorily using electronic cash ledger only. These amounts you are required to pay only using electronic cash ledger. Understood? So tell me the list of all the items which are debited to electronic liability register, but you can't discharge them using electronic credit ledger. You have to compulsorily discharge them through electronic cash ledger only. What are they? Amount of TDS which is required to be paid under section number 51, TCS collected under section number 52, and amount of tax required to be paid under reverse charge mechanism. And if you are a composition dealer, whatever tax you are required to pay under section number 10, and also amounts which you are required to pay under interest, late fee, penalty, or other amount apart from taxation. All these amounts you are required to pay compulsorily in cash, not through electronic credit ledger. Understood? Clear and comfortable, everybody? Okay, so these are the provisions regarding electronic liability register, a few important provisions. And one more thing here, order of discharge. See, various amounts will get debited to my electronic liability register. In which order I have to discharge my liabilities? So order of discharge is something like this. First, you have to discharge self-assessed tax and other dues which are related to previous tax period returns. Say for example, you did not file a return for the month of March. You did not make the payment for the month of March. You did not make the payment for the month of April also. So you have a tax liability and other amounts for March also. You have outstanding amount of tax and other amounts for April also. Sir, first what I have to discharge? They say first to complete the payment of the March month. Then come and make the payment of the April month. You can't say I will pay the March amount later. I will first pay the April amount. System will not allow. So first you have to discharge self-assessed tax and other dues related to previous tax periods return. That must be discharged first. Then after that, self-assessed tax and other dues related to current tax period returns should be discharged next. First previous tax period, like for example, first March month I have to discharge, then I have to discharge my April month related dues. Any other payable amounts including demands under section number 73 and 74 comes last. So once you have discharged your tax and other dues for the previous month, then after current month, after that, if you have any amount required to be paid under 73 sub 74, basically penalties and all which are imposed under 73 74, that will come the last priority. Then you have to come and discharge that amount. Clear, everyone? So this is the order of discharge. Next. Okay, so these are the important provisions regarding electronic liability register. Now we will come to electronic credit register or electronic credit ledger. So few provisions regarding electronic credit ledger we will see. Right. So whatever self-assessed input tax credit is there by a registered person. So whatever ITC which has been reflected in your GSTR 2B, as we have seen in your GSTR 2B, ITC will be reflected. Whatever amount that has been reflected in GSTR 2B, that you will see how much of that is blocked, how much of that is available, whether you have fulfilled all the conditions or not, you will determine. And in the GSTR 3B, you will avail. So this much amount of ITC I am eligible. On a self-assessment basis, you will determine how much amount of ITC you are eligible for. That amount you will declare in your GSTR 3B, and whatever amount that you declare in your GSTR 3B, that will get credited to my electronic credit ledger. Where it will get credited, that will get credited to my electronic credit ledger. And non-utilization of ITC for tax liability under reverse charge mechanism. This point I have already clarified. Whatever amount which is there in your electronic credit ledger, whatever ITC balance that is there in your electronic credit ledger, that you can't use it for making payment of tax under RCM. So this point we have already covered just now. If you are a recipient, you are required to pay tax on your inputs under reverse charge mechanism, that you have to discharge compulsorily in cash only. You can't use input tax credit for that. Now comes the most important point. What is the manner of utilization of input tax credit? In which order you have to utilize the input tax credit? So manner of utilization of input tax credit, that we have given it under input tax credit chapter. So we will go there. So here we'll do this illustration. Here they give one small illustration. That illustration also we'll try to solve. So with that we will get the clarity. Yes, this is one illustration also they have given. So this we will try to do in order to get the clarity. But before that, I will give you steps. I will list down the steps. So you have to follow the steps in the same order. So whatever I'm going to teach now, so the manner of utilization of input tax credit, this will be there in question number 1. Whatever question number 1 you are going to solve in the GST, in that they will ask you to determine how much amount of GST you are required to pay it in cash. If you want to know how much amount of GST is required to be paid in cash, first you should know what is the manner of utilization of input tax credit. Without a question on this, without the question on manner of utilization of input tax credit, there will not be a question paper at all. So listen carefully, what is the manner of utilization of input tax credit? First, they say start with IGST. First, take the ITC of IGST. The ITC of IGST should be used first for discharging output tax liability of IGST. So IGST should be first used for IGST. After that, if any excess amount is left, that you have to use it for CGST or SGST in whatever manner they want, in whatever proportion you want. So first step is what? First you have to start with IGST input tax credit. IGST ITC should be utilized for IGST output tax liability first. After that, if any excess amount of IGST is left, that you can use it for CGST or you can use it for SGST, that too in whatever manner you want, in whatever proportion you want. You can use completely for CGST, you can use completely for SGST, you can use 50-50, 60-70, 30-40, 10-90, in whatever proportion, in whatever manner you want, you can use it. But whatever it is, first exhaust IGST balance. First fully utilize all the IGST input tax credit. Then once IGST balance has been exhausted, then come to the second step. Now you have to take CGST balance. CGST should be first used for CGST. After that, if any excess is left, that you can use it for IGST, that you have to use it for IGST. Clear? That is the second step. So first IGST, that you have to completely exhaust it. Then come to CGST. CGST credit should be used for CGST output tax liability. And if any excess is left out, that should be used for IGST. Then next one, third step. Then you have to come to the next item, which is SGST. SGST should be first used for SGST output tax liability. Balance, if any left, that you have to use it for IGST output tax liability. Balance, if any is left, that has to be used for IGST output tax liability. So this is what the order of utilization of IGST, SGST, CGST, SGST. Then finally, the last step, very important. CGST can't be used for SGST. SGST can't be used for CGST. Very important what they are trying to say here. CGST can't be used for SGST. SGST can't be used for SGST can't be used for CGST. This rule is very important. Come on, all these steps you have to remember. Even if someone wakes you up at the midnight, you should be able to answer this. So what is the manner of utilization of input tax credit? Come on. First, we have to start with IGST. IGST should be first used for IGST. After that, if any excess is left out, that you can use it for CGST or SGST in whatever manner you want. But this is one of the crucial factor. This is the deciding factor actually. This step will determine your correct or incorrectness of your answer. This I will come back to that later. Then, so whatever it is, first exhaust the IGST balance completely. Then come to CGST. CGST should be first used for CGST. If any excess is left out, that we have to use it for IGST. SGST, you have to first use it for SGST. If any excess is left out, that you can use it for IGST. And most important rule, CGST can't be used for SGST. SGST can't be used for CGST. This is one more thumb rule which you have to remember. So in this order, you have to follow the utilization of input tax credit. And you should utilize the input tax credit in such a manner that it will result in least cash outflow. You should utilize the input by following these steps. Should also make sure one thing. So you should use that ITC in such a manner that it is resulting in a least cash outflow. Minimum cash outflow is going out from your pocket. To the extent possible, you should use the ITC. In worst case scenario, you have to start using that cash outflow. In such a manner, you have to make sure that this will happen. Okay, right. So we will do an illustration to understand this in a proper perspective. Shall we do it, everybody? Let us do it now. So if we start doing this example, so here we have the example. See, if you see, they have given the output tax liability here. Output tax liability under 3 heads: IGST, CGST, SGST or UTGST. They have given output tax liability, and also they have given balances under input tax credit. See, whenever they have given a question, that to question number 1, in the exam they will ask you a question. Question number 1 will be determine what is the output tax liability that you have, determine the amount of tax which is required to be paid in cash. So there you have to follow one format. 3 tables you have to maintain. Number 1, determining your output tax liability. So they will give various circumstances. They will talk about different scenarios. From all the circumstances, you have to calculate your output tax liability. So you have to create one table for output tax liability. Then you have to create one table for calculating input tax credit. Then there should be one table for calculating input tax credit. So from this table, you will determine what is your output tax liability. From this table, you will determine what is your input tax credit. Then comes the final table, payment of GST. So in the payment of GST, actually that utilization and all will come into picture. Discharge of output tax liability. Okay. So in all the 3 tables, you have to follow the same format. Columns should be in this order. First, there should be IGST column. Then there should be CGST column. After that, there should be SGST column. Please follow this order only. So when you are calculating output tax liability, then also keep the same format, IGST, CGST, SGST. When you are calculating input tax credit, then also follow the same format. What is the ITC under IGST heading? What is the ITC under CGST heading? What is the ITC under SGST heading? When you are discharging your taxes, then also you follow the same order, IGST, CGST, SGST. So when it comes to column wise, you follow these format. Now, if you go to the illustration, so they are saying some output tax liability is there under 3 headings, IGST, CGST, and SGST. So we have a output tax liability. How much output tax liability we have? 1,000, 300, 300. So 1,000 rupees of IGST, 300 rupees of CGST, 300 rupees of SGST. This much amount of output tax liability they have. Then we also have input tax credit. They are giving the details of input tax credit also. 1,300, 200, 200. Okay. So if I start writing the input tax credit here, we have ITC of 1,300 under IGST, 200 under CGST, 200 under SGST. So now we have to utilize. We have to discharge this output tax liability by using the input tax credit. What is the order I have told? First, you have to start with IGST balance. First, you have to start with IGST balance. How much IGST ITC I have? 1,300 rupees of IGST I have. What did I say? IGST should be first used for IGST. So once again, if you come back to the utilization, first IGST should be used for IGST. So I will use IGST for IGST. How much IGST output tax liability I have? 1,000. So here I will use 1,000 over IGST has become 0. But still I have 300 rupees of excess IGST left. What did I say? IGST should be first used for IGST. If any excess balance is left out, that I can use it for CGST or SGST in whatever manner I want. I can use fully for CGST, I can use fully for SGST, or I can divide it between CGST and SGST in whatever manner I want. Say for example, what I am doing is this is 300 rupees completely I am using it for CGST. This is not the only option. Here we have n number of options. I can utilize this excess amount of IGST for CGST and SGST in n number of ways. So I'm following one way. So what I am doing is 300 rupees of excess IGST I have, and I used it fully for CGST. So I have used it for CGST. My IGST has become 0. I have nothing left. So now if I calculate after this step, what is my amount payable? IGST 0, CGST 0, SGST 300 I have. Now I have to come to CGST. CGST, how much input I have? 200 rupees. Can I use it for any CGST? No, I don't have any CGST. I don't have any IGST also. Can I use that for SGST? No. Why? Because last rule, what did I say? CGST can't be used for SGST. SGST can't be used for CGST. So this 200 rupees will be carried forward to the next month. This 200 rupees will be carried forward to the next month. Now after this, how much liability I have? IGST 0, CGST 0, SGST 300. Now I will come to SGST input. I have SGST ITC of how much? 200. Now I can use it for SGST. So how much I have? 200 only I have. I can't use 300. No. Why? Because I have only 200. So what I will do is 200 I will use. My SGST balance has become 0. Still I have how much amount to pay? 100 rupees I have to pay. This 100 I have to deposit the cash and discharge my liability. But if you pay close attention here this situation a businessman will not like. Why he will not like? Why? Because there is an balance of 200 rupees of CGST left. This is going carried forward to the next month. Even after keeping this CGST of 200 rupees also, still I made 100 rupees of cash. So here businessman will not be happy. Why? Because to the extent possible, he would like to reduce his cash outflow. because that is the better way of management of working capital. Every prudent businessman, to the extent possible, he will try to reduce his cash outflow. So let us see, can we do some other form of utilization to reduce our cash outflow in a least manner? And only one step which will decide us whether it will result in a least cash outflow or not. To do that, only one step where we have to take a decision is this step. Once you have utilized IGST, whatever excess is left, that can be used for CGST or that can be used for SGST or in a combination, in whatever manner we want. See, this is the key step actually. This is the only step where you have to apply your mind, and this is the only step which will determine whether you will have a least cash outflow or not. So let us see whether can we make any change to this step in this case to reduce our cash outflow. So once again, if I start doing it, IGST, CGST, and then I have SGST. What is my output tax liability? Under IGST, I have 1000. CGST, how much I have? 300. So this is my output tax liability. And under input tax credit, I have 1300 rupees of IGST input tax credit, 200 rupees of CGST input tax credit, 200 rupees of SGST input tax credit. So first I will start with what? IGST. IGST, how much I have? 1300. What I should do first? Here I don't have any option. First I have to use it for IGST. So 1000 rupees I will use. Then I have how much? 300 rupees I have. What did I say? This 300 can be used for CGST or SGST in whatever manner we want. Previously, in the previous example, what we have done is this 300 rupees I have completely used for SGST, but that 300 rupees completely I used for CGST, which resulted in a cash outflow of 100. Now, if I use 300 completely for SGST, then also the scenario will be same. I will be required to pay 100 rupees of CGST in cash. If I used 300 rupees completely for CGST, it resulted in a cash outflow of 100 rupees of SGST. The same thing will happen if I use 300 rupees completely for SGST also. So that option is also not possible. Let me do one thing. What I will do, so what I have decided is I will use this between both in 50-50 ratio. In 50-50 ratio, I will use. So what I have done is, out of this 300 rupees, 150 rupees I have used for CGST, 150 rupees I have used for SGST. So if I do that, 150 here, 150 here. So now after this position, my IGST has become completely zero. My IGST output tax liability has become zero. CGST payable is 150. SGST payable is 150. Then after this, what I should do? Then come to CGST. CGST, I have 200 rupees of input tax credit. Now I will use the CGST for CGST. How much output tax liability I have under CGST heading? 150. So what I will do is 150, I will use it here. 150, I will use it here. How much balance is left out? 50 is left out. Can I use it for SGST? No, SGST can't be used for CGST. CGST can't be used for SGST. So this 50 rupees will be carried forward to the next month. Okay. IGST is 0. CGST is 0. SGST 150. Now I will come to SGST. How much I did say I have? 200 rupees I have. So now I have SGST output tax liability of 150. That I will use it. So after that 50 is left out. So here I will use 150. Now what is my position after this? 0. This 50 will be carried forward to the next month. Now as a businessman, I will be the most happiest person. As a businessman, I will be the most happiest person. Why I will be the most happiest person? Why? Because I have no requirement to pay any cash here. I have no requirement to pay any cash here. So what did I say? As a prudent businessman, you never want to have a cash outflow. So here I don't have any cash outflow. So I did a proper utilization, which resulted in my least cash outflow. See, I'm not telling this is the only option. There could be multiple options. Say for example, this 300, you have used it in 50-50 ratio. Say for example, if I am doing 100 here, 200 here, then also it will result in a zero cash outflow. So I'm not telling this is the only way for utilization, but this is one of the way. And what you have to do is you have to utilize that in such a manner that it will result in a least cash outflow possible. To the extent possible, you have to use it in such a manner, it will result in a least cash outflow. And the step which will determine whether your utilization will result in a least cash outflow or not, the only step where you have to pay the attention is after you have used IGST balance for IGST output tax liability, remaining IGST balance, whatever you have left, how you have to use it, whether you have to use it for CGST or you have to use it for SGST, or if you have to use it in combination, if in a combination, in what combination you have to make use of it, that is the only step which will determine whether it will result in a least cash outflow or not. Okay, so in this payment of taxes chapter, you will be able to find so many illustrations in our question bank. Please try to solve the question bank so you will get the better clarity here. Able to understand, clear and comfortable. So what I would suggest you is, what you are supposed to do is, so first utilize IGST balance completely for IGST. After that, whatever excess balance is left out, you see between CGST and SGST input tax credit where the ITC is lower. One shortcut I am telling. So first use IGST for IGST. After that, you will, if you have excess balance left out, that you can use it for CGST or SGST in whatever manner I want. But what I would tell you is, before you do that step, determine ITC under CGST and SGST where it is lower. Under which head you have a lower amount of ITC, that excess balance should be first used for that component. Like say for example, if you have SGST which is low, ITC under SGST heading is low, to the extent possible use that for utilization of SGST. If ITC under CGST heading is low, first that excess balance come and use it for CGST. So that's what I am saying. If you solve more and more illustrations, you will actually get that clarity. Okay, so but this is what the order of utilization of input tax credit. So once again, for one last time, please repeat what is the manner of utilization. First, you have to start with IGST. IGST should be used for IGST. If any excess balance is left out, use it for CGST or SGST in whatever manner you want, in whatever combination you want. First, exhaust the IGST balance completely. Then come to CGST. CGST should be first used for CGST. If any excess balance is left out, that you have to use it for IGST. Third step, come to SGST. SGST should be first used for SGST. If any excess balance is left out, that you can use it for IGST. And then finally, fourth step, CGST can't be used for SGST and SGST can't be used for CGST. This you should not do it. Understood? So this is what the manner of utilization of input tax credit. Understood? So we have so many provisions under payment of taxes, and apart from this, we have something called Rule 86B and all. We have various other things, but I'm not going into that details. I will end my discussion regarding electronic credit ledger with this. I will end my discussion regarding electronic credit ledger with this. Now what we will try to do is, we will try to discuss a few provisions relating to electronic cash ledger. We'll try to discuss a few provisions regarding electronic cash ledger. Some important provisions we'll try to learn here. Right. So if you come to the electronic cash ledger, right. So as I have told, whatever amount you are required to pay, that amount you are required to deposit it. That deposited will go and the deposited amount will go and get credited to my electronic cash ledger. Sir, how can I make the payment? You can make the payment through various modes. You can make the payment through internet banking. You can make the payment through UPI. You can also make payment through IMPS services. You can make the payment to debit or credit card. You can also make the payment to NEFT, NEFT or RTGS. And also you can make over the counter payment. Also you can make what? Over the counter payment. Sir, what is this over the counter payment? So for this we have to see the challan. So this is the challan actually. GST PMT 06 is the challan through which you are eligible to make the deposit of the cash. So it will look something like this. Whenever you want to deposit the cash, you have to come and fill this challan. This challan, whatever you are seeing, that is actually GST PMT 06. So here you have to come and enter how much amount you are required to deposit. Say for example, I'm required to pay 5,000 rupees of tax. And I'm required, or else let us go to the first case only, where we have some output tax liability to pay. No, first example, whatever we have created, yeah, this one. See, I'm required to pay 8,000 rupees of tax, 500 rupees of interest, 200 rupees of late fee, 5,000 rupees of penalty. No, this amount I'm required to pay it in cash. So what I should do is, I should come and open this challan. In this challan, I have to enter the amount. 8,000 rupees of tax I'm required to pay. Sorry, IGST. No, so and while creating this challan, you have something called minor headings and major headings. So whatever you are able to see here, these are all minor headings. This is what we call them as minor headings: tax, interest, penalty, fees, or other amount. And you are required to deposit this amount under various major headings. The major headings are CGST, SGST or UTGST, IGST, or compensation cess. So this we call them as major heads. This I am required to call this. We will call it as minor heads. So what I am required to do is, whatever payment I am required to make, I have to come and fill this challan, and I have to fill the amount at the appropriate places. Say for example, here whatever amount I am required to pay, all these amounts I am required to pay under IGST heading. Okay, under IGST major head I am required to make the payment. Now what I should do is, I should come to this challan, I should go to IGST major heading. Now I have to start filling the amount here. Under IGST, tax 8,000 rupees I'm required to pay, 500 rupees of interest I'm required to pay, 200 rupees, sorry, 5,000 rupees of penalty I'm required to pay, 200 rupees of late fee I'm required to pay. So it is very, very important when you are filling the amount. You have to choose appropriate major heading and appropriate minor heading, and there only you have to fill the amount. Say for example, I'm required to pay some CGST. Under the CGST heading, I'm required to pay some penalty amounting to 3,000 rupees. If I have to create challan for this, what I should do? This 3,000 rupees, I have to come to the CGST major head. So this is the major head of CGST, and I have to come to the penalty minor heading. So this is the penalty minor heading. Here I have to fill that 3,000 rupees. Clear? So it's very important when you are generating the challan, you have to choose the appropriate major heading and appropriate minor heading, and there you have to come and fill the amount. So now this much amount I am required to pay under IGST. I have chosen the appropriate major heading, I have chosen the appropriate minor heading and filled this amount. So once I fill the amount, it will show me various options. Here I have to make the payment. I can choose anyone. I can choose e-payment, I can choose any NEFT or RTGS, even I can choose over the counter payment. So e-payment or NEFT or RTGS, we know, like online payment we can do. Net banking, UPI, NEFT, RTGS, IMPS, online payment you can do. So you can select the payment. Or even you can do something called over the counter payment. So if you choose e-payment or NEFT or RTGS, what will happen is, so if I have chosen the e-payment here and click the submit button, click the generate challan button, then what will happen is challan will be generated. Then what will happen? Challan will be generated. So like this, if you are able to see, if I come and click there, they will say something called challan. Challan has been successfully generated. Now, if I have selected e-payment or online payment, immediately I have to make the online payment here only. Next link will come, banking page will open. There I have to enter my banking details and all and complete the payment. So challan will get generated like this. But in case if I have selected over the counter payment, in case while generating the challan, if I have selected instead of e-payment, if I have selected over the counter payment and click the generate challan button, so what will happen is challan will get generated, but I can't make the online payment. This challan I have to take a printout, go to the bank and pay that money at the bank. I have to submit this challan. I have to take the printout of this challan, carry this challan to the bank, give this challan to that bank employee, and whatever amount you are required to pay in that challan, that amount you give it to the banker. Now the banker will collect that payment from you and he will transfer it to the government account. This is what the meaning of over the counter payment. However, if you have selected e-payment or NEFT, RTGS and all, directly here itself you can make the payment. But if you want over the counter payment, first you have to successfully generate the challan. This challan you have to carry to the bank and make the payment at the bank. But there is a limit here actually. So they have told that over the counter payment, you can make only maximum up to 10,000 rupees. So because government wants GST to be completely technology driven, they want this GST mechanism to be completely driven by technology. So they told if you want to make the over the counter payment, we will allow it, but you have to, but the over the counter limit is only 10,000. If you want to make a payment of more than 10,000 through a challan, you have to compulsorily make online payment only. Up to 10,000 if you want to make the payment, you can choose the over the counter payment. But however, this over the counter payment of 10,000 rupees will not become applicable in some cases. That means in some cases, you can make over the counter payment for more than 10,000 rupees also. What are that exceptions? Number one, government departments. If the government department want to go and deposit the amount of GST, then they can make over the counter payment for even more than 10,000 rupees also. Similarly, proper officers or authorized officers receiving outstanding dues, including through attachment or sale of properties. So what do you mean by this is, say for example, there is one registered person. This person is not paying the amount of GST. If the registered persons are not paying the amount of GST, the government will have a responsibility to attach their properties also. Now the GST department has appointed one officer. This officer sold the property of this person. This person is required to pay some 10 lakh rupees of GST. This person is not paying, his property was attached. This proper officer came, sold the property, and that 10 lakh rupees he wants to deposit with this registered, he want to deposit as payment. Proper officer sold the property of the registered person, and whatever money he is due, that proper officer want to go to the bank and deposit that money. Now also bank will not say, no, we will accept only 10,000 rupees of payment. In this case, they can make over the counter payment for more than 10,000 rupees also. Similarly, proper officers or authorized officers collecting payments during investigation enforcement activities or making ad hoc deposits. So as a part of investigation, as a part of some scrutiny, if the proper officer has collected some amount of money from the registered person, if he wants to go and deposit it over the counter, then also they can do it for more than 10,000. So in all other cases, in normal genuine cases, if someone wants to make over the counter payment, the limit is only 10,000. But in these three exceptional circumstances, over the counter payment can happen for even more than 10,000 rupees also. Understood? So this is what regarding various modes of payment. Then as a part of this payment and all, so there are various things which will get created. First, once a challan is created, you will get something called CPIN, common portal identification number, 14-digit unique number. Once the payment is successful, to that CPIN 3 digits will be added, that we call it as challan identification number, nothing but unique numbers for identification. Then we have something called bank reference number. For every transaction, bank will have something called a bank reference number for identification, that also will be there. And we have someone called EPFP, electronic focal point branch, basically RBI, whoever processes the transaction between the taxpayers and the government, that we call it as EFPB. Actually, RBI plays the role of EFPB. Next, see, one more important thing I want to say here. After that, I will end this chapter. One more important thing regarding the payment of taxes. I have to talk about GST PMT. Yeah, this one. Transfer I have to speak about. Transfer GST PMT 09. You can transfer the money in the electronic cash ledger by submitting a form called GST PMT 06. Sir, what is that? Let us come here. Once again, let us come to the challan here. Right. We are filling this challan now previously. Right. See, say for example, I told that whenever you want to make the payment, whenever you are generating the challan, you have to fill the amount under appropriate major heading and under appropriate minor heading. Say for example, I am required to pay under CGST, penalty I am required to pay. Some 10,000 rupees of penalty I am required to pay. What I should do? I should come and file the respective column here. So what I should do, under CGST, I am required to pay penalty. So I should have come and filled here. 10,000 rupees I should have come and filled here. But what I have done is, because of my mistake, because of my laziness or whatever could be the reason, while generating the challan, instead of writing the 10,000 rupees here I should have written it, but instead of writing this 10,000 rupees here, I have written the 10,000 rupees here. I have written the 10,000 rupees here and made the payment. So that means whatever payment I have made, that will go and sit under IGST major heading and penalty minor heading. But in my electronic liability register, I will be required to pay this amount. Under CGST penalty, I am required to pay 10,000. But while depositing the cash, I have deposited the cash under IGST penalty heading. So can I use this 10,000 for discharging my penalty under CGST? No, you can't do that. So then what I should do? My 10,000 rupees will go waste. No, you can do one thing. What you can do is, you can file something called GST PMT 09. This form you can file, and from here you can transfer this amount to here. What you can do, so whatever 10,000 rupees you have deposited here to the correct heading, you can transfer from here to here. You can transfer. So like this, not just here, from here to here, from here to here, from wherever you want to wherever you want, you can transfer that cash balance by submitting a form called GST PMT 09. From anywhere to anywhere, you can transfer it. From any minor head to major head, from any major head to minor head, anyhow, you can transfer that money by filing a form called GST PMT 09. And once I have successfully transferred here, then I can use it for adjusting my liability. Understood? Similarly, whatever cash balance is left out in the electronic cash ledger, if there are no outstanding liabilities for me, I can transfer that amount to other distinct person. I can transfer that amount to distinct person by submitting once again the form GST PMT 09. So you can transfer within the ledger, or you can transfer to the ledger of distinct person also by submitting a form called GST PMT 09. So this is also one repeatedly tested question from the electronic cash ledger. So that also I have covered. So these are all the key provisions. I'm not telling this is the only content from payment of taxes. There is a lot of content from payment of taxes, but this is what very frequently tested. And remaining concepts are all very complicated, so that I can't explain it in a summary. Like we have something called payment of interest. We have something called rule number 86B, 86A. So many things we have, but that each concept is going to take some 30 to 45 minutes. We can't afford that much of time in the marathon. So that's why I will end with this important provisions from the payment of the taxes chapter. Clear? Right. So now we will take up the next chapter for revision, which is going to be TDS and TCS, tax deducted at source and collection of tax at source. So in this chapter, we are going to cover two sections of the CGST Act. One is section number 51 and the other one is section number 52. Section number 51 talks about the TDS related provisions, and section number 52 is going to talk about the TCS related provisions. So first we will pick up section number 51 and we'll try to complete the TDS related discussion. Then we will try to proceed further and we will try to understand TCS related matters. So talking about TDS. So when TDS will become applicable? See, what is the entire TDS mechanism is somewhat similar to the TDS mechanism under Income Tax Act. So you might have already been aware of TDS provisions under Income Tax Act. So what happens under Income Tax Act? So if I have to give you one example, say for example, one employer is there. So one employee is there. So now this employee has been recruited by this employer for a salary of 1 lakh rupees. So he's required to pay 1 lakh rupees of salary every month. But as we all are aware, if the employee's income is going to exceed the basic exemption limit, so what the employer is going to do? Employer will not pay the full amount of salary to the employee. He will deduct TDS. Say for example, 10% is the TDS. So first I'm explaining TDS from the Income Tax Act purview. Then we'll talk about the GST. Then we'll talk about section number 51. So now what will happen if TDS becomes applicable? Employer will pay only 90,000 rupees to the employee and 10,000 rupees whatever he has deducted from the employer's income as a TDS. So that what he will do, he will go and deposit that TDS amount with the government against the income tax, against the PAN number of the employee. He will go and deposit with the income tax department against the PAN number of the employee. So employee has got 90,000 only, but employer, the 10,000 rupees, he has gone there and deposited this amount of 10,000 rupees with the income tax department against the PAN number of the employee. So like this, every month the transaction is going to happen. So now for 12 months, 90,000 into 12 rupees, the employee has received in cash, 10,000 rupees into 12 months. So that 1,20,000 has been deposited as TDS. So now after the closure of the financial year, what this employee will do? This employee is required to file his income tax return. In his income tax return, he will declare a salary. How much salary he will declare? 1 lakh rupees of salary he will declare for 12 months. So now if you calculate the amount of total salary, 12 lakh rupees. On this, he will calculate what is the income tax liability. After taking all the deductions, exemptions and all, he will calculate his income tax liability. Say for example, his income tax liability comes to 1,50,000 rupees. But this employee will not pay the full amount as tax. What he will do is whatever TDS that has been deducted by his employer from his income, that TDS he will adjust. So 1,20,000 has already been deposited against his PAN number with the income tax department. So this 1,20,000 rupees he will adjust it and balance 30,000 rupees only he will pay it to the government. Or in some cases, what will happen is, say for example, if his income tax liability turns out to be 1,10,000 rupees only, he's having so many deductions and so many exemptions and all. So his income tax liability, actual liability turns out to be 1,10,000 only. But against his PAN number, already 1,20,000 rupees of TDS has been deducted. So now what he will do is, he will say that against his PAN number, already 1,20,000 rupees of TDS has been deposited. But his tax liability is 1,10,000 rupees only. Whatever excess amount of TDS that has been deposited against his PAN number, that he will claim it as a refund. So this is what the TDS provision or the TDS mechanism which we know under Income Tax Act. More or less, the similar kind of TDS mechanism is also there under GST also. Section number 51 also says more or less the similar mechanism for TDS under GST. So now what they say here under GST Act is, say for example, there is one supplier. This supplier made 1 lakh worth of supply. Or let us say for example, this supplier has made 10 lakhs worth of supply to the recipient. So there is one recipient. To that recipient, he has made 1 lakh worth of supply. Now recipient is required to pay the amount of GST to recipient is required to pay the amount to the supplier or not? Yes, he is required to pay the amount to the supplier. But what does the act say here is, you don't pay, this recipient is required to deduct amount of TDS. Don't pay the entire amount to the supplier, deduct an amount of TDS. At what rate, sir? If it is a interstate supply, IGST at the rate of 2% you have to deduct. If it is a intrastate supply, CGST at the rate of 1% and SGST at the rate of 1% is required to be deducted. So whatever it is, effective rate of deduction of TDS is 2%. If it is interstate supply, the recipient will directly deduct IGST at the rate of 2%. If it is intrastate supply, the recipient will deduct CGST at the rate of 1% and SGST at the rate of 1%. Now assume that it is a interstate supply. Now the recipient, when he is required to make the payment to the supplier, he will not make the entire payment to the supplier. What he will do is 2% he will deduct. So if I calculate that 2%, it will come to somewhere around 20,000 rupees, and he will pay only 9,80,000 rupees to the supplier. How much he will pay? 9,80,000 rupees he will pay to the supplier. Now, whatever TDS amount which he has deducted, this 20,000 rupees, whatever he has deducted, what the recipient is required to do? Can he enjoy with that TDS money? No. The recipient can't enjoy with that TDS money. What he is supposed to do is, he is required to go and deposit. Is required to go and deposit that TDS amount with the GST department against GSTIN of the supplier. Against the GSTIN of the supplier, this recipient will go and deposit that money. So this 20,000 rupees, he will deposit against the GSTIN of the supplier. Now what the supplier will do is, when he is filing his GSTR1, he will declare his outward supply. He will say, I have a outward supply. How much? 10 lakhs worth of supply I have made. What is the amount of IGST payable? He will say, I am required to pay 1,80,000 rupees of IGST. But he need not pay that entire amount of IGST. Whatever TDS which has been deducted by the recipient from the supplier and deposited against the deposited against the GSTN of the supplier, that he can take it as credit, that he can adjust it. So this recipient has deducted 20,000 and deposited that with the GST department against the GSTN of supplier. That 20,000 he can adjust it, and balance 1,60,000 rupees only will become payable, so that he can pay it utilizing his input tax credit or cash, whatever it is, he will discharge that liability. Same. So whatever mechanism which is happening under Income Tax Act, more or less the similar mechanism is happening. So the recipient, when he is making a payment to the supplier, he will deduct 2% of the TDS, and that amount he will deposit with the government against the GSTN of the supplier, and that amount of TDS the supplier can take it as, can adjust it against his output tax liability. So this is what the TDS mechanism prescribed under section number 51. But here there are so many things which we need to understand. Do you think TDS become applicable in all the circumstances? Let us take an example of you and me. We are also recipients. On our everyday basis, we receive various goods, we receive various services. Are we deducting TDS from all our suppliers? For example, today when you go to the shop and purchase some item, there is a supplier who is a registered person. You are a recipient. You are purchasing one item from that supplier. Are you deducting 2%? Will you go to that person and say, hey, I will not pay you full amount, 2% I will deduct and deposit it to the government? Are you doing that? No. So the point which I want to conclude here is, TDS will not become applicable in all the circumstances. TDS and the GST will not become applicable in all the circumstances. TDS will become applicable only when the recipient falls under specified recipient. Only when the recipient falls under specified recipient, and also it will become applicable and when the value of the contract and the value of supply made under a contract exceeds some 2,50,000 rupees. What they have told, when TDS provisions will become applicable only when the recipient falls under some specified recipient. They have notified certain recipients. If the recipient falls under that notified category, and also if that recipient is receiving a supply from a supplier whose value of supply under a contract exceeds 2,50,000 rupees, then only TDS will become applicable. So two things we need to check. Number one, recipient should be a specified recipient. That means he should have been notified, and value of supply under a contract should have exceeded 2,50,000 rupees. Then only TDS will become applicable. So first we will concentrate on who are that recipients who are notified for the purpose of collecting TDS, for the purpose of deducting TDS. Let us try to understand who are that specified recipients. So if you see here, section number 51 of the CGST Act empowers the central government to mandate specified persons, whom we generally call them as deductors. So basically, deductors means recipients because they are deducting the TDS, no? Whereas deductee means supplier. Okay, so this terminology they often use it. Deductor means recipient, deductee means supplier. So you have to keep this in the mind. So it mandates only specified deductors to deduct a tax at source from payments made to the suppliers of taxable goods and services. Who are that specified recipients? Number one, department or establishment of central government or state government. Number two, local authority. Number three, government agency. Number four, any other notified persons or category of persons. So who are that specified recipients? What do they say here? So if the recipient falls under any of these categories, then only TDS will become applicable. Number one, department or establishment of central government or state government. But here you have to pay one attention. Ministry of Defense. Ministry of Defense is also a department or establishment of the central government only. But under Ministry of Defense also we have various segments. TDS provisions will not become applicable for all departments under Ministry of Defense. Only for a few departments of Ministry of Defense, TDS provisions will become applicable. So first one, specified recipient. The first category of specified recipient is central department or establishment of central government and state government. So what do I mean by that? If the recipient, if the person, whoever is receiving that goods or services, if they are department or establishment of central government, they need to deduct TDS. But they have given one exception. Ministry of Defense, it is also a department of central government only. But under Ministry of Defense, we have various segments, various sub-departments will be there. TDS will not become applicable for all branches of Ministry of Defense. Only for a few departments under Ministry of Defense, TDS provisions will become applicable. Next, second category of persons who is notified. Who is the second category of person? Local authority. Local authorities are also notified. Number 3, what else they have told? Number 3, they have told government agency. Initially, the government told these 3 categories of persons will be required to deduct TDS. And they kept a clause D. In clause D, they told in future, if you want to notify any extra persons, those persons also we will notify. They also will become liable to deduct TDS. And after a certain period of time, under clause D, they have notified 4 categories of persons till now. Initially, they have told only 3 persons: department or establishment of central government or state government, local authority, government agency. And clause D, they have kept it as other persons. In future, if the government want, they might notify. And under clause D, till now, 4 categories of persons are notified. Who are they? Like if you see here, if it is an authority, board or body, which is set up by an act of parliament or state legislature or established by any government in which 51% or more equity or control is by the government. So who is notified here? Authority or any board or any body which has been established by the parliament or which has been established by state legislature or which is established by government in which 51% of the more equity is held by government. They are also liable to deduct TDS. Number 2, any society which is established by central government, state government or local authority. Another person who has been notified. Any society which is registered by central government, state government or local authority. Then third category of person who is notified. Public sector undertaking. Even PSUs are also notified. They are also required to deduct TDS. And one more person they have told here. Who is the one more person they have told? If you are a registered person receiving supplies of metal scrap from another registered person. So who is one more person who is liable to deduct TDS? If you are a recipient who is a registered person and you are receiving a metal scrap from another registered person, then this recipient also will become liable to deduct TDS. This person is also notified. Able to understand? So this was the amendment. The last category of person who is notified under 51 subsection 1 clause D is if you are a registered person receiving the supply of metal scrap from another registered person, then you will also become liable to deduct TDS under section number 51. So till now, these are all the different categories of the persons who have been notified. So if the recipient falls under any of these categories, then only TDS will become applicable. If a recipient is there, if is not falling under any of this category, then TDS will not become applicable. So who are they? Repeat once. Department or establishment of central government or state government. However, few exceptions are given for Ministry of Defense, local authority, government agency, and extra persons who are notified under clause D. Who are they? Authority or board or body which is established by central government, state government or state government in which 51% or more equity is held by government. Number 2, society which is established by central government, state government or local authority. Number 3, public sector undertaking. Number 4, if you are a registered person receiving the supplies of metal scrap from another registered person, you are all the recipients who are liable to deduct TDS. But these recipients will be required to deduct the TDS only when the value of supply under a contract exceeds. Let me tell you the exact terminology here. Yeah, this point. TDS is applicable only if the total value of supplies under a contract exceeds rupees 2,50,000. So when TDS will become applicable? The TDS will become applicable only when the value of supplies under a contract has exceeded 2,50,000 rupees, then only TDS provisions will become applicable. So let me give you one example. Let me give you a few examples to make this concept clear. Say for example, there is one supplier. Okay. Now this supplier has supplied some goods to a recipient. Recipient is a PSU. Value of supply is 1 lakh. Value of supplies is 1 lakh rupees. Will TDS provisions will become applicable? No. Why, sir? Recipient is a specified recipient? No. Yes, recipient is a specified recipient. But still, TDS will not become applicable. Why? Because value of supply under a contract did not exceed 2,50,000. Okay, so here TDS will not become applicable in this case. Let me give you one more example. So here TDS will not become applicable. So let me give you one more example. There is one supplier. this supplier is supplying some goods or services to a PSU. PSU is a specified recipient. So value of the supply is 2,40,000. 2,40,000. And on that, say for example, 10% of GST is applicable. If I add that 24,000, value inclusive of GST is 2,64,000. Will TDS become applicable? Will TDS become applicable? Number one, recipient is a specified recipient. And I told second condition, value of TDS will become applicable only when the value of supply under a contract exceeds 2,50,000. Now you tell me here, is the value of supply under contract is more than 2,50,000 or less than 2,50,000? What is the value of supply under contract here? Is it 2,40,000 or is it 2,64,000? The doubt here is, sir, when I am checking whether value of supply under a contract exceeded 2,50,000 rupees or not, should I consider the value excluding of taxes or should I consider the value inclusive of taxes? That has clarified. When I say value of the supply under a contract exceeds 2,50,000, you need to check the value of supply excluding the tax component. So here the value of supply will be 2,40,000 rupees only. You should not consider this value. You have to consider this value only. So since value of supply does not exceed 2,50,000, here also TDS will not become applicable. Okay, next. Let me give you another scenario. Say for example, there is one supplier. This supplier is making supplies to PSU. The recipient is a PSU. And he is having a contract with the PSU. He is having a contract with the PSU. Under that contract, he is making various supplies. Under a same contract, he is making various supplies. Say for example, at one time, he supplied the goods amounting to 1 lakh rupees to the PSU. Okay. In another case, under the same contract, once again, he made a supply amounting to 2,50,000 to the same PSU. Under the same contract, he made once again a supply amounting to some 50,000 rupees to the PSU. So now you tell me, here will TDS provisions will become applicable or not? Why? Because if you take all the individual supplies, in here also value of supply is less than 2,50,000. Here also value of supply is less than 2.5 lakhs. Here also value of supply is less than 2.5 lakhs. Will TDS become applicable? Yes, applicable. Why? Because they have told when the value of supply under a contract, not individual supply, we need to check the value of supply under a contract. So if you see here, under this complete contract, the value of supply is 3 lakh rupees. So it has exceeded, here the value of supply under a contract has exceeded 2.5 lakh rupees. So everywhere, here also TDS will become applicable, here also TDS will become applicable, here also TDS will become applicable. Understood? So number one, recipient should fall under specified recipient. Number two, the value of supply under a contract should have exceeded 2,50,000. Now, one more thing I have to say here. Say for example, there is one supplier. Okay, he made some supply to PSU. He made some supply to PSU. The value of the supply is 3 lakh rupees. GST amount applicable is 10%. Say for example, 30,000. Total amount is 3,30,000. Now I told this person is effectively required to deduct 2%. This person is required to deduct 2%. So value of supply under a contract. So here value of supply under a contract has exceeded 2,50,000. TDS at the rate of 2% is required to be deducted. This 2% should be calculated on what? Should you calculate the 2% on 3 lakh rupees, which is exclusive of taxes? Or should you calculate that 2% on 3,30,000 on inclusive of GST? You are required to calculate the 2%, or on exclusive of GST you are required to calculate the 2%. So the act has clarified you are required to calculate the 2% on the value exclusive of taxes. So you are required to calculate that 2% on this 3 lakh rupees, not on 3,30,000, on 3 lakh. On the figure exclusive of taxes, you are required to calculate the TDS amount. So two things I have told. When you are checking whether value of supply under a contract has exceeded 2,50,000 rupees or not, there also you need to consider the value exclusive of taxes. Similarly, when you are required to calculate that 2% for the purpose of deduction of TDS, there also you have to consider the value exclusive of the taxes only. At both the places, you have to consider the value exclusive of taxes. But however, there is one more relaxation given. In some cases, even though these conditions are fulfilled, TDS is not required to be deducted. So what are that cases where TDS is not required to be deducted? Even though when the recipient is specified recipient, even though the value of supply under a contract is more than 2,50,000 rupees, when TDS will not become applicable. So who are the specified recipients? First of all, specified recipients are department or establishment of central government or state government, local authority, government agency. Apart from that, other notified persons. Who will fall under other notified persons? Number one, authority, board or body. in which more than or equal to 51% of the equity is held by government. Similarly, any society which is established by central government, state government or local authority. Number 3, PSU. Number 4, if you are a registered person receiving supplies of metal scrap from another registered person. So you are also falling under specified recipient. Now what the act has told is, if the transactions are taking place among these entities. One important point I'm going to make here, listen carefully. Okay. So what they are trying to say here is, if the transaction is taking place between these entities, that means till here only, not the last one. Not the last one, guys. Yeah, not this one. This one is not included. This one is also not included. So when the transactions are taking place between these entities, that means among these entities only, if the transactions are taking place, then the recipient will fall under specified recipient. Even though the value of the supply is more than 2,50,000 rupees, still TDS is not required to be deducted. But however, they told excluding the last one. That means if the transactions are happening among these entities, then TDS is required to be deducted. But however, if the transactions are taking place among, except the last one, among these entities, if the transactions are taking place, even though the specified recipient, that means supplier is also falling here, recipient is also falling here. So if the transactions are happening between these entities, even though the value of supply is more than 2,50,000 rupees, still TDS is not required to be deducted. Able to understand? If I give you one example, say for example, we have a local authority. This local authority is making a supply to PSU. This local authority is making a supply to PSU. PSU is a specified recipient, and even the value of supply is 10 lakh rupees. But still TDS is not required to be deducted. Why? Because local authority is also a specified recipient, PSU is also a specified recipient. Transactions are happening among themselves, so that's why TDS is not required to be deducted. Okay, so one more case they say where TDS is not required to be deducted. Number one more case where TDS is not required to be deducted. Very, very important. From here the questions might come, and even in the recent examination they have tested a question also from here. So they say one more case where TDS is not required to be deducted, where the location of the supplier and place of supply both are falling in same state or union territory, which is different from location of the recipient, state or union territory, then TDS is not required to be deducted. Even though the value of supply is more than 2,50,000, even though recipient is a specified recipient, still TDS is not required to be deducted. So what they're trying to say, one more case, this is very important, this you have to remember. I can't afford the time to explain the background logic behind it, but I'm telling you the main provision. So what they're telling, when the location of the supplier and the place of supply, both are falling in a same state or union territory, which is a different from the state or union territory of location of the recipient. In those cases, even though the recipient is a specified recipient, even though the value of supply under a contract exceeds 2,50,000, still TDS is not required to be deducted. But what is the rule? Location of the supplier and place of supply both should have fallen in the same state or union territory, which is different from the state or union territory of recipient, then TDS will not become applicable. So for this I have a few illustrations also. In the here itself I have given this table. So if you check here, location of the supplier is in state A, place of supply is in state B. So both are falling in same state or union territory, and registration of the recipient is also in state A. Will TDS become applicable? Yes, TDS will become applicable. When I told TDS will not become applicable, location of the supplier, place of supply, both should fall in same state, which should be different from the location of the recipient. In only that one case, the TDS will not become applicable. In all other cases, TDS will become applicable. If you look at the second case, location of the supplier, state A, place of supply, state A. Okay, both are falling in same state. And location of the recipient is state B. So here this will get covered under the exception whatever I have told, where the location of the supplier and the place of supply both are falling in same state, which is different from the state of the recipient. Yes, this will get covered by the exception. Here TDS will not become applicable. Even the recipient is a specified recipient, even though the value of supply is more than 2,50,000. Let us come to the third case. Location of the supplier is state A, place of supply is state B. It will not get covered here only. Why? Because when this will get covered, when the location of the supplier and place of supply both should fall in same state. But here if you see, location of the supplier and the place of supply both are falling in two different states. So it will not get covered under exception. Here TDS will become applicable. Okay, so only in one case TDS will not become applicable, when the location of the supplier and the place of supply both should fall in one state, and that should be different from the state or union territory of location of the recipient. And if you extend this example to union territories also, if you look at this case, location of the supplier is union territory 1, place of supply is also union territory 1, recipient's also state is also union territory 1. So this also will not get covered by the exception. Here TDS will become applicable. If you look at other case, location of the supplier union territory 1, place of supply union territory 2. So automatically here exception will not get covered. Here TDS will become applicable. Why? Because when TDS will not become applicable, location of the supplier, place of supply, both should fall in same state or union territory. That itself is violated here. Next, third case, location of the supplier union territory 1, place of supply union territory 1, both are falling in same state, and location of the registration of recipient is union territory 2. So location of the supplier, place of supply, both are falling in same state, which is different from the state or union territory of the recipient. Yes, this will get covered by the exception. Here TDS will not become applicable. So this you have to remember, guys. You don't have any choice here, and recently they have tested a question from here. So please be very careful. So one case where TDS will not become applicable, where the location of the supplier and the place of supply both are falling in same state, which is different from the registration of state or union territory of the recipient. Then even though recipient is a specified recipient, even though the place of supply is, even though the value of supply is more than 2,50,000, still TDS is not required to be deducted. Okay. Now, apart from that, few more points which I have to say. See, I told there will be a supplier, no? There will be supplier and there is a recipient. If this recipient is a specified recipient, say for example, PSU is there. Okay. Value of supply is also more than 2,50,000. Say for example, the value of supply is 10 lakh rupees. Now what this PSU should do, 2% they have to deduct. 2%, it will come to how much? 20,000 rupees they will deduct. Now they are required to pay this amount to the government. No. Say for example, this transaction has taken place in the month of April 2025. Now this 20,000 rupees they are required to pay it to the government. So by what date this PSU is required to deposit this 20,000 rupees with the government? So the act says by 10th of the following month. So this transaction has taken place in the month of April. This is the month in which TDS is deducted. This amount is required to be deposited with the GST department by 10th of the following month. That means on or before 10th of May, this PSU is required to deposit the amount of GST. And how they will generally deposit the amount of GST is by way of filing GSTR 7. By filing what? GSTR 7. So once this deductor files the GSTR 7, then what will happen is a TDS certificate in GSTR 7A will get generated. This supplier will get GSTR 7A. This we generally call it as TDS certificate. So basically it will contain details. Who deducted the TDS? What is the amount? What is the GSTN of the supplier? GSTN of the recipient? All that information will be made available. So this person will file GSTR 7. That information will be made available to the supplier by way of GSTR 7A, which we call it as TDS certificate. And whatever amount that has been shown in the GSTR 7A, that TDS he can claim it as credit, and that amount will go to electronic cash ledger. Very, very important. Not to the electronic credit ledger, guys. The amount of TDS this supplier can claim in the electronic cash ledger. In his electronic cash ledger, he can claim that input tax credit. Understood? Clear and comfortable, everybody? So that's what they try to say here. So this TDS is required to be deposited by the deductor by 10th of the succeeding month. And once he files that, a TDS certificate will be generated in TDS GSTR 7A. It will contain details like certificate number, GSTN of the deductor, name of the deductor, GSTN of the deductee, legal name, trade name, in which a tax period the TDS was deducted, what are the details of the supply, and what is the amount of the tax deducted. All this information will be made available to this person, and he has to claim that amount in the electronic cash ledger. Next. Sir, what will happen if the deductor is not depositing the amount by 10th of the succeeding month? Then he is liable to pay the interest. He will be liable to pay interest. And as I have told, credit for deductee, the deductee can claim the credit of the tax deducted here by way of GSTR 7. Basically, supplier will file GSTR 7. That will be reflected in the GSTR 7A of the supplier, and that he can claim it as electronic credit. Next. So if you have by mistake, if anything excess has been deducted, say for example, see on this 10 lakh rupees, or let me put it this way. Say for example, 10 lakhs is the value of supply. On the 10% of GST is applicable, which will come to 1 lakh. So total value will be 11 lakh. We all know that TDS is required to be deducted only on 10 lakh rupees. But this recipient, by mistake, what he has done is he has calculated 2% on the 11 lakh. he should have deducted TDS on 2% on only 10 lakh rupees, but by mistake he has deducted 2% on 11 lakh. Excess amount he has deducted and deposited with the government. That excess amount can be claimed as refund either by the supplier or by the recipient. Any one of them, not both guys, either the supplier or recipient can claim that amount of TDS. Okay, so here there is one slight mistake. I have told both here in the material. It is not the case. Either deductor or deductee, any of them can claim as refund. Both can't claim it as refund. And also, a person whoever is required to deduct TDS under section number 51, they are required to undergo compulsory registration. Mandatory registration you are required to undergo. No exception, no threshold limit, nothing. If you are a person required to deduct TDS under section number 51, you are required to undergo compulsory registration, and you have to make an application. If you submit an application within 3 working days, they will grant you the registration certificate. And after certain point of time, if the PO feels that you are no longer liable to deduct TDS under section number 51, then by submitting an application, even he can cancel your registration also. Okay, so if the PO feels you are no longer liable to deduct TDS under section number 51, then whatever registration he has granted to you, that he will cancel it also. Understood? So this is what the provisions of section number 51 relating to TDS. Clear? So since we have completed TDS related provisions, let us also try to revise TCS related provisions. So who is required to collect TCS under section number 52? 51 talks about TDS related matters. TCS related matters are covered under section number 52. Sir, who is required to collect TCS? So basically they say TCS provisions will become applicable to e-commerce operator. So which kind of e-commerce operator? Like today we have e-commerce operators like Amazon, Flipkart. So we have all these e-commerce platforms, no? So what are they doing? There are various suppliers who will register, who will list themselves. If you take Amazon, so Amazon is an e-commerce platform where various suppliers will get registered themselves. So for example, one supplier is there who is into business of selling of the mobile phones. This person has listed himself on Amazon. So basically his products will be displayed on the Amazon. Say for example, there is one customer, he wants to buy a mobile phone. So he opened Amazon, he started scrolling, he liked one iPhone mobile, and he placed an order. So this customer has placed, and this is a recipient. He's a recipient, right? He's a customer. This recipient has placed an order on the Amazon. Now what Amazon will do? Amazon will route that order to the supplier. So now what the supplier will do through this e-commerce platform, he will supply that mobile phone. So whatever that this order, once the recipient places the order on Amazon, that order will be routed to the supplier. Now the supplier will dispatch the goods. So whatever that mobile phone is there, that good he will dispatch it to the recipient. Now consideration, how the consideration will flow. Say for example, the price of the mobile phone is 1 lakh rupees. Now what this recipient will do, he will pay the amount, but the consideration will first go to Amazon. Say for example, 1 lakh rupees of consideration he has paid to the Amazon. Now what Amazon will do, Amazon will deduct their commission and all, and balance amount they will transfer it to the supplier. After deducting their commission, their charges and all, they will transfer the balance amount to the supplier. Now what does the act say here is, now this section number 52 places a responsibility on the Amazon to don't transfer the entire amount to the supplier, but instead what they have put a requirement on the e-commerce operator is they are required to collect something called TCS at the rate of 0.5%. CGST 0.25%, SGST 0.25% if it is a intra-state supply. If it is an interstate supply, 0.5%. So under section number 52, this e-commerce operator, once the e-commerce operator has collected the consideration from the recipient, this e-commerce operator is not required to transfer. This e-commerce operator is not should not transfer the entire amount of money to the supplier. They have to collect something called TCS effectively at the rate of 0.5%, and balance amount only they are required to transfer. Now, if you take this example only, once again, if you take the same example, the recipient paid 1 lakh rupees to the e-commerce operator. Imagine, for the ease in discussion, just imagine here commission and all, nothing is involved. This e-commerce operator, generally, they will be required to pay 1 lakh rupees to the supplier. For example's sake, I'm ignoring, there is no commission charged by the e-commerce operator, but practically that is not how the transaction works out. Just for example, I'm saying. So now what this e-commerce operator will do is, out of that 1 lakh rupees, 0.5% they will deduct. How much they will deduct? 0.5%. That means 500 rupees they will deduct here. That much only, no? 10%, 1%. Yeah, 500 rupees they will deduct. And balance, that 9,99,500 rupees only, they will transfer it to the supplier. Now what they will do with that 500 rupees, sir? They have deducted something in the name of TCS, no? This 500 rupees, what they will do? this 500 rupees they will go and deposit with the government against the GSTN of the supplier. Against the GSTN of the supplier, they will deposit. Now, what the supplier can do, same like TDS only, this supplier, whatever amount of TCS that has been deposited by the e-commerce operator against the GSTN of the supplier, that he can claim it as a credit in his electronic cash ledger. Same like TDS only, guys. Same like TDS only. So whatever amount of TCS which has been deposited by the e-commerce operator mentioning the GSTN of the supplier, that he can take it as a credit in his electronic cash ledger, that he can utilize it against his payment of the output tax liability. Able to understand? So this is what the entire concept of the TCS mechanism. So who is required to collect TCS? E-commerce operator is required to collect the TCS. And one more thing they say here, only those e-commerce operators are required to collect the TCS who have received the consideration from the recipient. In case if the consideration is not received by the e-commerce operator, if the consideration is directly received by the supplier, then the section number 52 will not become applicable. So when TCS provisions will become applicable, only in respect of those e-commerce operators who are collecting the consideration from the recipient. So if the e-commerce operator is collecting the consideration, then only TCS provisions will become applicable. In case if the e-commerce operator is not collecting any consideration is directly flowing from the recipient to the supplier, then the TCS provisions will not become applicable. Only TCS provisions will become applicable when the e-commerce operator has collected the consideration. Understood, everyone? Clear and comfortable? And here I need to add one more point. Say for example, today we have so many products, so many companies which are selling their own products on their own website. Let me give you one example. Say for example, there is one product. What example I should give? Right. So say for example, recently in case of cosmetics, it is very popular. Say for example, there is one brand X, some brand X is there, which is selling their cosmetic products. Now what this brand is doing is they have created their own website. They have their own website. In the own website, they have listed their own products, not others' products. They have listed their own products on the website. And any customer who wants that cosmetic products, they can visit the company's website. From there, they can place the order and they can purchase that cosmetic, and those cosmetic will be delivered to their address. Now, this website where this cosmetic company is selling their own products, will they also fall under e-commerce operator definition? Yes, they will also fall under e-commerce operator definition. Are they also required to collect TCS under section number 52? The answer is they are not required to collect TCS. TCS provisions will become applicable to those e-commerce operators who are supplying the others' goods through them. Yes or no? If you look at this e-commerce operator through this website, they are not selling others' products, they are selling their own products. Their TCS provisions have no role to play. So TCS provisions will become applicable in respect of those e-commerce operators, basically like Amazon, Flipkart, Myntra, Meesho. So these are the e-commerce operators through which the others' goods and services are getting supplied. Only for those e-commerce operator, provisions of section number 52 will become applicable. Those e-commerce operators where they are selling their own products on their own website, even though they fall under the definition of e-commerce operator, for them TCS provisions under section number 52 will not become applicable. Understood? So this is one more thing which you have to pay attention. So now if you come here, who is liable to collect TCS? Every e-commerce operator except agents must collect a tax at source on the net value of taxable supply. Now they are telling on what value. So they have told e-commerce operator is required to collect TCS. So say for example, Amazon is there. So they told Amazon is required to collect TCS. At what rate? At the rate of 0.5%. So 0.25 plus 0.25. Effective rate will come to 0.5%. That much amount of TCS they are required to collect. On what value they are required to collect TCS? On what value they are required to collect TCS? They say on net value of taxable supplies. On what value they are required to collect TCS? On the net value of taxable supplies. Sir, what do you mean by net value of taxable supplies? They say here net value of taxable supply means aggregate value of taxable supplies of goods or services minus tax supplies returned to the suppliers. Taxable supplies returned to the suppliers. So in e-commerce platforms, it is very common that you receive the goods. If you don't like the goods, we will return it, right? So say for example, there is an e-commerce operator, Amazon, and there is a supplier, Mr. A. He has listed his products on the Amazon. In 1 month, in the month of April, through Amazon, he made various supplies. Say for example, he made some 10 lakh worth of supplies in the month of April. But out of the products, whatever he has supplied through Amazon, some returns are also there. Returns are quite common in the e-commerce platform. So some customers have returned the products. So products which are returned during the month of April amounted to 2 lakh rupees. So now the net value of taxable supply will be only 8 lakh rupees. So on this 8 lakh rupees at the rate of 0.5%, TCS will be collected by the e-commerce operator. So that is what they say here. On net value of taxable supplies, you are required to collect the TCS. And how to calculate the net value of taxable supplies? Aggregate value of taxable supplies of goods and or services minus taxable supplies returned to the suppliers. And one more thing also they say here, in case through the e-commerce operator, if the services which are getting supplied are falling under 9 subsection 5, those services which are falling under 9 subsection 5, if those services are getting supplied through e-commerce operator, on that TCS is not required to be collected. On that services, TCS is not required to be collected. Now, what is 9 subsection 5? See, 9 subsection 5 we have already covered in the charge of GST chapter. So in charge of GST chapter, I have told you 9 subsection 5. There are 5 services they have notified. If these 5 services are provided through the e-commerce operator, in respect of those cases, e-commerce operator only will be liable to pay the GST amount. Do you guys able to remember 5 services I have told? Number 1, transportation of passengers by other than omnibus. Number 2, transportation of passengers by way of omnibus, that too by other than body corporate. Accommodation services, housekeeping services, and restaurant other than restaurants located at specified locations. So if these 5 services are getting provided through the e-commerce operator, then on those services, e-commerce operator only will be liable to pay the amount of GST. And now they are telling that if these services are getting supplied through the e-commerce operator, on that TCS is not required to be collected. On that TCS is not required to be collected. Sir, what do you mean by this? Say for example, there is a Swiggy. Okay, through Swiggy, one restaurant is providing the services. One restaurant is providing restaurant services through the Swiggy platform. So here, a customer places the order with the Swiggy. That order will be routed to the restaurant. The restaurant will send the goods to this customer. Now, consideration also will be received by Swiggy. Say for example, 1,000 rupees of food. Now, generally what I have told, in case if the consideration is received by the e-commerce operator, they are required to collect TCS at the rate of 0.5%. But if you pay close attention here, the service which is getting provided through the e-commerce operator is something covered under 9 subsection 5. Restaurant services are covered under 9 subsection 5. No, since restaurant services covered under 9 subsection 5, on this 1,000 rupees, they will not collect any TCS. Full amount they will transfer it to the restaurant. Clear? So those services which are covered under 9 subsection 5, if you see here, other than services notified under section 9 subsection 5 by all registered person. So on that services, you will not be required to collect any TCS. On other supplies, you will be required to collect the amount of TCS. Who? E-commerce operator. Understood? And here also, sir, within what time limit e-commerce operator is required to deposit the amount of TCS? They are also required to deposit the TCS within 10 days after the end of the month. Same like TDS only, by 10th of the following month, they are required to deposit the amount of TCS. Sir, what about registration? Even e-commerce operator who are required to collect TCS under section number 52, they should also apply for compulsory registration. Here also, once they submit the application, they will grant the registration within 3 working days. And in case if the PO is satisfied that there is the person is no longer, the e-commerce operator is no longer liable to collect TCS under section number 52, then he will cancel the registration also. Same like TDS only. And what returns are required to be filed by the e-commerce operator? E-commerce operator is required to file every month one return in the form of GSTR 8. Every month he will file GSTR 8 by 10th of the following month. See, basically like TDS deductor will pay the amount of TDS by filing GSTR 7. No. On similar terms, even e-commerce operator also will file GSTR 8. By filing GSTR 8, he will deposit the amount of TCS. And whatever amount of TCS he has paid to the government, that can be taken as credit in the electronic cash ledger by their supplier. And in addition to that, e-commerce operators should also file one annual form in form GSTR 9B by 31st of December following the financial year. Say for example, 24-25 financial year, e-commerce operator is required to file GSTR 9B by 31st of December following the financial year. 31st of December following the financial year will fall on 31st of December 2025. By this date, they are required to file the GSTR 9B. And if there is a valid reason, these due dates can be extended also. GSTR 8 and GSTR 9B, these due dates can be extended also for valid reasons by the commissioner. And one more thing they say here, the deputy commissioner or any higher ranked officer, they can at any point of time request the e-commerce operator to give the details of the all goods and services supplied or stored in the warehouses. Today, Amazon is having their own warehouses. So what Amazon is doing is Amazon, they will run their own warehouses from the suppliers on behalf of their suppliers. They will stock the goods on behalf of the suppliers. They will have their own warehouses. So now deputy commissioner or any higher ranked officer, they can ask the e-commerce operators to share the details of the stock or the goods which are supplied through their platform. And if they are asking it, the e-commerce operator must furnish the requested information. Within 15 working days, he has to compulsorily furnish the information. Sir, what will happen if they don't furnish the information? Then they will impose a penalty up to 25,000 rupees on you. So e-commerce operators having so many responsibilities to fulfill. So this is what the provisions relating to TCS under section number 52. So with this, we have successfully completed TDS and TCS related provisions also. Very small chapter, but important from the examination perspective. So I have covered all the important and major provisions here. So this is what regarding TDS and TCS. Okay. So next we will proceed further with the exemption chapter. After the exemption chapter, our marathon will come to an end. Directly proceeding with explaining the exemptions. Once I complete revising the exemptions chapter, with that marathon session will be over. So we have one more last chapter which is required to be covered for our revision, which is going to be exemptions. Shall we start, everybody? So let us try to revise the chapter exemptions. So now let us try to revise exemptions. See, once again, I'm telling you guys, I'm not going to revise all the exemptions. Why? Because we can't afford that much amount of time to discuss entire exemptions. But I'm going to focus all my attention on a few important exemptions which are very frequently tested in the examination. So let me try to start with charitable and religious activities. So the first category of services which are exempted, which we are going to talk about, is charitable and religious activities. Not all charitable and religious activities. There are certain entries which are given in the notification, which those kind of charitable activities conducted by specific kind of entities, those only will be exempted. So let us try to understand which kind of charitable activities, which kind of religious activities are getting exempted. So first, services by an entity registered under section 12AA or 12AB of the Income Tax Act by way of charitable activities. First exemption, see, who has to provide charitable activities? An entity registered under 12AA or 12AB of the Income Tax Act. So there is an entity which is not registered under 12AA or 12AB of the Income Tax Act, but still they are providing charitable activities. Will that be exempted? No. So in order to avail exemption, two conditions. Number one, whoever is doing that charitable activities, they should have registered themselves under either section 12AA or 12AB of the Income Tax Act. And they should be doing charitable activities. Sir, what do you mean by charitable activities? What do you mean by charitable activities? See, the act did not give the scope to you to decide what is charitable, what is not charitable. Sometimes you might find some activity as charitable, but not whatever you feel it as charitable activity. You should not treat it in that way. The act has clearly defined which activities fall under charitable activities. So let us try to understand which activities falls under charitable activities. So first of all, meaning of charitable activities we'll try to understand. When I say charitable activities, number one activity which will be covered is public health by way of taking care or counseling of terminally ill persons or persons with severe physical or mental disability, persons who are afflicted with HIV or AIDS, person addicted to dependence forming substance like narcotics, drug addicts, or promoting public awareness for preventive health, family planning or prevention of HIV infection. So when it comes to public health, these if an entity is providing public health in related to these illness, then that activities will fall under charitable activities. Similarly, if an entity is engaged in advancement of religion, spirituality or yoga, then also those activities fall under charitable activities. And if an entity is engaged in providing educational programs or skill development programs relating to abandoned, orphaned or homeless children, physically or mentally abused and traumatized persons, prisoners, persons over the age of 65 years residing in rural area. Very important, guys. On this point, they will test you a question. Most of the times they have done it. So what they will ask you a question is, there is an entity registered under 12AA or 12AB of the Income Tax Act. This entity is providing educational programs for the persons over the age of 65 years who are residing in a urban area. Not a charitable activity. In order to fall under charitable activity, you should have provided education or skill development for a person over the age of 65 years, that too residing in a rural area. Sometimes they will say an entity registered under 12AA or 12AB of the Income Tax Act, they are providing education for the people of the age of 60 years residing in rural areas, does not fall under charitable activity. So only when education has been provided or skill development has been provided to abandoned, orphaned or homeless children, physically or mentally abused and traumatized persons, prisoners and persons over the age of 65 years, that too residing in rural areas. When educational activities are provided to these people, then only it will fall under charitable activity. And also, if an entity is engaged in preservation of environment, including watershed, forest, life. So forest and wildlife, only these four activities will fall under charitable activities. Only these four activities will fall under charitable activities. What are they? Public health, taking care of public health in relation to specific illness, advancement of religion, spirituality or yoga, preservation of environment, or if it is working in providing education to only these kind of people, only those activities fall under charitable activities. So there is an entity which is registered under 12AA or 12AB and they are doing the specified charitable activities, then only those are exempted. Now sometimes they will ask you a question, they will say there is a charitable entity registered under 12AA or 12AB of the Income Tax Act. They are providing services by they are providing the services of advertisement. Exempted, taxable. Why? Because the activities which are charitable, only those activities are exempted. If an entity registered under 12AA or 12AB doing some activity which does not fall under this charitable activities definition, then those services will not be exempted, those services will be taxable. Like if I have to give here in some important points I have told you here, like if you see here, grant of advertising rights to a person on the premises of a charitable or religious trust or on publications of the trust or on granting admission to events, functions, celebrations, shows on by against admission tickets or fees, all these services will attract GST. Why? Because none of this activity fall under charitable activities, whatever I have discussed. So an entity registered under 12AA or 12AB, if they perform only specified charitable activities, then only exemption. Whatever activities that I have given here, they never fall under, like advertisement in the religious place or advertisement on the publications of the trust, conducting events, functions, celebrations and selling the tickets for that. These all will not form part of charitable activities. These services will be taxable. Similarly, sometimes there will be a charitable institution registered or a religious institute registered under 12AA or 12AB. What they will do is they will conduct some yoga residential program or they will conduct some religious residential program where they will take you to some place for 10 days, 15 days. They provide you accommodation, they provide you food and they will give you yoga training. They will give you spirituality training. Sir, will those services be exempted, sir? If a religious institute is conducting yoga and medication camp, where they will take you to some location, they will promote yoga spirituality, but also they provide other services like food and accommodation. For entire amount, for entire package of services, they will collect some amount from you. Will that be exempted or taxable? They will also be exempted provided the predominant activity, the main activity why that camp is getting conducted is advancement of religion, spirituality or yoga. However, some religious entities, some institutes, what they will do is, some entities registered under 12AA or 12AB, what they do is, they plan a camp, but a very little amount of focus they will put it on advancement of religion and spirituality. If anybody does it, for example, there is some entity registered under 12AA or 12AB of the Income Tax Act. They conducted a 10 days camp. They are giving the name yoga camp. But in that camp, yoga is having little importance. It is just like a vacation for these people. Now you tell me, will that be taxable? Yes. So yoga and medication camp by charitable trust, it will be exempted only when the primary and the predominant activity, the main activity of that camp should be advancement of religion, spirituality or yoga, then only exemption. Clear, everybody? So this is what one kind of service which is exempted under section which is one kind of service exempted under the category of charitable activities. Next one, conduct of religious ceremony. If someone is conducting any religious ceremony, for example, a person is undergoing a marriage, he called a priest and he performed that puja and conducted the marriage. He collected 20,000 rupees of consideration. Will there be any GST on it? No. So if anyone is conducting religious ceremony, see, religious ceremony need not be conducted only by entity registered under 12A or 12AB. Anybody, if anyone is doing religious ceremony, like for example, naming ceremonies will be there, marriage, birth ceremonies, or at the time of death, then at that point of time also ceremonies will be there. So if someone is conducting any religious ceremony, for that if they are charging any consideration, the government told we don't want any tax on it. Tax is exempted. Next one, renting of precincts of religious place meant for general public. So there will be religious institutes, they will rent out the premises of that religious premises. For example, temple will be there. In the temple, for example, if you take TTD, TTD is having very big premises, very big precincts are there. Now, some areas they will rent it out also. Similarly, if you take any church, if you take any mosque, they will have some premises. In the entire premises of that religious place, they will do some renting activities. Even those renting of religious precincts is also exempted. Renting of religious precincts by a religious institute is also exempted, provided here also some conditions are there. To avail exemption, the entity whoever is renting out that premises, that should be registered either under 12AA, 12AB, 1023 clause 5 or 1023 BBA of the sections of the Income Tax Act. See, for charitable activities, only two registrations, either you are to register under 12AA or 12AB. However, for renting of religious places, the entity whoever is providing that services, that could be registered under any of these four sections of the Income Tax Act, either under 12AA, 12AB, 1023(5) or 1023 BBA. So, if an entity is registered under any of these sections of the Income Tax Act, and if they are providing the services by way of renting of religious premises, then it will be exempted. However, in some cases, exemption does not become applicable. In some cases, exemption does not become applicable. When so? If inside the religious precincts, there are rooms and that entity is renting the rooms, and if the consideration charged is 1000 rupees or more per day, then exemption will not apply. Entire value will be subjected to GST. So for example, if a religious place is there, run by an entity registered under any of this section, inside that rooms are there, if they are renting out the rooms, and if they are charging 900 rupees of rent per day, not taxable. If they are charging 1000 rupees or more, then exemption does not become applicable, then they have to pay the taxes on it. Similarly, if any premises like community hall, kalyana mandapam or open area, if these kind of premises are getting rented out and if the consideration charged is 10,000 rupees or more, then also no exemption. So inside the temples there will be kalyan mandaps. So they also rent out that also. If the consideration is less than 10,000 rupees, no GST. But if the consideration for renting out the kalyana mandap or this community hall says 10,000 rupees or more per day, then also there is no exemption. GST will be attracted. Next one, renting of shops or other spaces for business or commerce where charges are 10,000 rupees or more per month. Similarly, if you observe around the temple, church or mosque premises, there will be even shops also. They will rent out the shops also. If any shops are getting rented out for a monthly rent of less than 10,000, then exempted. If the monthly rent for renting out the shops for business or commerce, if monthly rent is 10,000 rupees or more, then it will be exempted. Then it will be taxable. No exemption will be there. Understood? So when it comes to renting of rooms, guys, charges should be 1,000 rupees or more per day. When it comes to community halls, kalyana mandap, consideration is 10,000 rupees or more per day. When it comes to shops, etc., the consideration should be 10,000 rupees or more per month. So if these amounts are exceeded for these activities, then there is no exemption on that. GST has to be paid. Exemption will not become applicable in those cases. Next one. Sir, religious yatra or pilgrimage. Some institutes will conduct religious yatras. Not all religious pilgrimages are exempted. Only exemption has been awarded to two religious pilgrimages. What are they? So Kailas Manasarovar Yatra conducted by KMVN Kumon Mandal Vikas Nigam Limited and Hajj Yatra committed by Hajj Committee of India. So these two entities, whatever religious pilgrimages they are offering, only those two religious pilgrimages are exempted. Assume if I am a private tour agency, if I am conducting some yatra, if I am conducting some pilgrimage. So I told, for example, I am a private entity. I don't belong to KMVN. So what I have done is I am a private traveling agency or tour agency. I told the people I will take you to Kailas Manasarovar Yatra. Will it be exempted or taxable? It will be taxable. Exemption will be there only for two entities, for KMVN and or Hajj Committee, when these two entities are providing religious pilgrimages, then only exempted. If anybody else is providing the services of religious pilgrimage, then no exemption, GST will be levied on it. Similarly, training or coaching in recreational activities. If an individual is providing training or coaching in recreational activities like arts or culture, exempted. Individual. When it comes to recreational activities, the services should have been, the coaching or training should have been provided by an individual person, then it will be exempted. If coaching or if training or coaching is provided in the area of sports, if provided by charitable entities registered under 12AA or 12AB, then they are exempted. Assume that, let me put a question like this. There is an individual. He is providing training or coaching of sports. This person is not registered under 12AA or 12AB. Will that service be exempted? No, not exempted. Those services will be taxable. So we have to be very careful here. If an individual is providing training or coaching in recreational activities of arts or culture, then exempted. When it comes to training or coaching in sports, if the training is provided by an entity registered under 12AA or 12AB, then only exempted. If somebody else is providing training or coaching in recreational activities of sports, not exempted, the services will be taxable. GST has to be levied and collected on it. Understood? So these are the few examples of charitable and religious activities which are exempted. Everybody able to understand? So this is what the summary of charitable and religious activities related exemption. Shall we proceed further with the next category of exemptions? Let us have a look at the next category of exemptions. So next thing which we are going to discuss, agricultural related services which are exempted, we are going to see. See, as we all know, agriculture is backbone of our country, mainly even today also our economy. So many people are making their livelihood out of agriculture. So one thing, assume that if I am an agriculturist, see, if I do the cultivation and if I sell my agricultural produce, my outward services are anyhow exempted. Why? Because if you remember the registration chapter, I have told, if you are an agriculturist, to the extent you make supply of agricultural produce, you are not required to take registration only. So if I am an agriculturist, if I am a person doing an agriculture and whatever agricultural produce I have, if I go and sell it, I don't need to pay any GST. So now what the government thought is, not just outward supplies of agriculturist, even inward supplies which are provided to the agriculturist should also be exempted. Not just outward supplies. See, if the outward supplies of agriculturist are exempted, he will not have any output tax liability. Now, if you make input services provided to agriculturist taxable, then what will happen is he will pay GST, but he will not be able to take the input tax credit of it. So what the government has told is, okay, we'll do one thing. Outward supplies of agriculturist also we will exempt. Even inward services provided to agriculturist are also exempted. So let us see which kind of services relating to agriculture are exempted. So first I will talk about this entry number 54. Services relating to cultivation of plants, rearing of all life forms of animals except the rearing of horses for food, fiber, fuel, raw material or other similar products or agricultural produce by way of. So if someone is providing services to an agriculturist by way of cultivation of plants or rearing of all forms of animals except horses. See, if someone is providing services for the purpose of rearing of horses, that is not exempted. Any other animal, like for example, someone is raising cattle for the purpose of food, fiber, fuel, raw material or other kind of similar products. Some people will raise hens for the purpose of food, fiber, fuel, whatever it is. So services relating to cultivation of plants and rearing of all life forms of animal except horses. If you are providing services relating to rearing of horses, that is not exempted. Those services will be taxable. Why? Because horses will be grown for commercial purposes, for horse raising and all, for that purposes they will grow. So that's why if you provided services relating to rearing of horses, then exemption will not be there. Other than horses, if you are growing any other animal for the purpose of food, fiber, fuel, raw material or other similar products, then the exemption has been given. Let us see what kind of services relating to agriculture are exempted. Agricultural operations directly relating to production of any agricultural produce like cultivation, harvesting, threshing, plant protection, testing. So if any of these services are getting provided with regard to agriculture, like someone is providing the services of cultivation, someone is doing the services of harvesting, someone is doing the services of threshing, someone is doing the threshing means that after the crop, especially in the case of paddy and all, they will beat the produce like this, to take out the grains. I don't know what exactly to say. So that activity we call it as threshing. or plant protection or testing. So if someone is providing the services relating to cultivation of land, harvesting of the agricultural produce, threshing of the agricultural produce, plant protection or testing of the agricultural produce, all those services are exempted. On that, government told we don't want any GST. Similarly, supply of farm labor. See, if I am a person, if I am providing labor, farm labor, I am providing to a person, whoever is doing the agriculture, I am supplying labor to an agriculturist. Even that services are also exempted. Supply of farm labor is also exempted. Processes carried out at an agricultural farm, including tending, pruning, cutting, harvesting, drying, cleaning, trimming, sun drying, fumigating, curing, sorting, grading, blah blah blah, all this which do not alter the essential characteristics. Most important point here, whatever activity you are doing, that should not alter the essential characteristics of agricultural produce, and it should make it marketable only for primary market. Which means, take for example, I am taking tomatoes. Tomatoes is an agricultural produce. On the tomato, some activity is done. By that, it was converted to ketchup. It was converted to ketchup. Tell me, the activity of converting the tomatoes to ketchup, will it be taxable? Yes. Why? Because essential characteristic of the product has been changed. Tea leaves are there. Tea leaves will be there. That is an agricultural produce. That tree leaves is getting processed and getting converted into this retail tea. Whatever we get it in the form of powder or some kind of thing, no? But initially, agricultural produce is tea leaves. But the tea powder which we have is, that is not an agricultural produce. If you are doing some activity by which tea leaves are getting converted to tea powder, is that activity exempted? No. Why? Because it is changing the essential characteristic of the product. Coffee beans will be there. Coffee beans is an agricultural produce. If you are doing some activity for converting the coffee beans into coffee powder, taxable. Why? Because it is changing essential characteristic of the product. Sugarcane is there. You are doing some activity on the sugarcane and converting it into jaggery. Will that activity be taxable? Yes. Why? Because essential characteristic is getting changed. Paddy is there. That paddy you are doing the milling and converting it into rice. Will it be taxable? Yes. It will not be exempted. Why? Because essential characteristic of the product has changed. So any activity which you are doing like tending, pruning, cutting, harvesting, drying, cleaning, blah blah blah, whatever you call it, which do not alter the essential characteristics of agricultural produce, those activities are exempted. However, if you are doing some activity because of which essential characteristics are getting altered, like tomatoes are getting converted into ketchup, tree leaves are getting converted into tea powder, coffee beans are getting converted into coffee powder, sugarcane is getting converted into jaggery, paddy is getting converted into rice, it is changing essential characteristic, these activities will be taxable. Able to understand? Next. Renting or leasing of agro-machinery or vacant land with or without a structure incidental to its use. For example, I have some plant and machinery for agricultural produce. I am renting out the plant and machinery. To a farmer, I am renting out agricultural machinery, which he can use it for the purpose of his agriculture. Exempted. No GST on that. Or loading, unloading, packing, storage or warehousing of agricultural produce. Once again, guys, loading, unloading, packing, storage of agricultural produce only. For example, loading of jaggery is happening. Exempted or not? Not exempted. Jaggery is not an agricultural produce. Loading of ketchup, not an agricultural produce. Loading of coffee powder, not an agricultural produce. Loading of coffee powder, tea powder, not an agricultural produce. Why? Because tea leaves are agricultural produce, tomatoes are agricultural produce, coffee beans are agricultural produce, sugar cane is an agricultural produce, paddy is an agricultural produce. But these outcome which essential characteristics has changed, that is not an agricultural produce. Able to understand, everybody? So that's why loading, unloading, packing, storage or warehousing of only agricultural produce is exempted. Agricultural extension services. Sir, what is agricultural extension services? When I say agricultural extension services, which means these are providing training to the farmers, how they can make use of the new technology, how they can protect their crop from calamities. So some training will be provided to the farmers. So if someone is providing the services of providing training to the farmers to use the new technologies, new irrigational facilities, that we call it as agricultural extension services. Even those services are also exempted. And even services provided by Agricultural Produce Market Committee, APMC, Agricultural Produce Market Committees will be there. to regulate the prices of the agricultural produce, services provided by way of agricultural this APMC, or services provided by commission agent for sale or purchase of agricultural produce, even those services are also exempted. So 2 points I have embedded here. Number one, services provided by APMC. Similarly, services provided by commission agent for sale or purchase of agricultural produce, even those activities are also exempted. So all these activities relating to agriculture are exempted. Few more exemptions are also there. Services by way of loading, unloading, packing, storaging or warehousing of rice. I told rice is not an agricultural produce, but still rice is one of the essential product. Even though not an agricultural produce, it is an essential product now. So that's why what the government has told is, when it comes to rice, if someone is providing the services of loading, unloading, packing, storage or warehousing of the rice, government told we don't want GST on it, we will exempt it. Similarly, services by way of warehousing of minor agricultural produce. When I say minor forest produce, sorry. So minor forest produce means a tamarind. So these kind of things will come under tendu leaves. So these will come under minor forest produce. Warehousing of minor forest produce is also exempted. If I am doing warehousing of sandalwood, not exempted. Sandalwood is not a minor forest produce. So warehousing of only minor forest produce is also exempted. Services by way of storage or warehousing of cereals, pulses, fruits and vegetables, that is also exempted. And also services relating to this we have already covered. Entry number 54 I have already covered. So these are the various agricultural activities. Few more things are also there. Carrying out an intermediate production process as a job work in relation to cultivation of plants, rearing of all life forms of animals except the rearing of horses for food, fiber, fuel. Nothing but when it comes to this agricultural plants or rearing of all form of animals except horses, if someone is providing job work services, on the agricultural produce or in relation to rearing of animals and all, even that job work services relating to that agricultural produce or rearing of animals other than horses is also exempted. Next one, services by way of preconditioning, pre-cooling, ripening, waxing, retail packaging, labeling of the fruits. On apples you will be able to find the labels, no? And vegetables which do not change or alter the essential characteristics is also exempted. See, nothing but these are the activities specifically we do it for fruits and vegetables. Even those activities are also exempted. And also services by way of artificial insemination of livestock other than horses. If someone is doing the services of artificial insemination of horses, taxable. Other than horses, for any other animal, if any artificial insemination is happening, then it will be exempted. Understood everybody? And one point, this is very important, custom milling of paddy into rice. This activity is not exempted. Why? Because when you are doing some milling of paddy and from that rice is getting generated, it is changing the essential characteristic of the product. So that is not an agricultural activity. That activity will not be exempted. Those activities will be taxable. Understood? This is one important specific point. Why? Because repeatedly they tested in the examination. That's why I have mentioned it specifically. Understood everybody? Guys, I know I'm a bit fast while I'm explaining this, because each category of service if I have to explain in a detailed manner, each category of service will take an hour. If you remember in our regular classes, when I have taught you the regular classes, if you have remembered charitable and religious activities, I have taught you close to 2 hours. Agricultural services, I have taught this particular category of services close to 1.5 hours. That too when I explain it with a limited number of examples. So the scope of exemptions is very huge. Don't expect me to go into detail and cover each and every point. Meaning of what is this artificial insemination, what do you mean by ripening, what do you mean by pruning, cutting, all this I can't go and explain. Just I can tell you the terms. These activities are exempted. Understood? So these are the exemptions relating to agricultural activities, agricultural related services. These are actually exempted. Understood? So two categories of exemptions we are done: charitable and religious activities and agricultural related services. Let us now go ahead and try to understand some other categories of exemptions. So coming to the next category of services, educational services. See, I will explain the gist of educational services. First thing, they say the services provided by educational institutions are exempted. Some services provided to educational institutions are also exempted. Sir, which outward supplies of educational institutions are exempted? Which inward supplies to educational institutions are exempted? I will try to explain it. Don't worry, I will talk about it. But first we should know which entities actually fall under educational institutions definition. Which activity falls under educational institutions, which entity falls under educational institution, that we have to understand. For example, I am providing CA inter coaching classes. I am providing coaching. No, I am also educating the students. Will I come under educational institution? The answer is no. So first we have to understand what actually falls under the definition of educational institution. We need to understand that first. So first we will try to understand which institutes fall under educational institutions. Educational institution means an institution providing services by way of preschool education and education up to higher secondary school are equivalent. Nothing but there is a school which is providing the education from preschool, from nursery till class 12. That institutes will fall under educational institutions. Basically, schools and colleges will come here. Similarly, if an institution providing services by way of education as a part of curriculum for obtaining a qualification recognized by any law for the time being in force. For example, there is a degree college which is providing the qualification of BCom. Students who read in that college, after their qualification, they get a BCom certificate recognized by law. There is an engineering college which is providing BTech services. There is a college which is providing MBA degree. These are all the qualifications recognized by law. If an institute is providing education in relation to a qualification which is recognized by any law for the time being in force, like BCom, BTech, MBA, those colleges also will be exempted. Degree colleges, BTech colleges, etc. Sorry, those institutes also will fall under educational institutions. Education as a part of approved vocational education course. Sir, what is this approved vocational education course? There will be ITIs, modular skill develop, modular employable program. Like specifically, if I have to show you, if you go to exemptions chapter one. Yeah, here we'll be able to find it. Sir, what will fall under approved vocational education courses? A course run by ITI, Industrial Training Institute, or ITC, Industrial Training Centers. Those will actually form part of vocational education courses. Similarly, a modular employable skill program. So often you hear it, ITI, ITC, modular employable skill program. That means they offer the skills in order to create livelihood for the people. Like they provide the services relating to, they provide education relating to small professions like electrician, plumbing. So these kind of services they will provide. This kind of education they provide. Those institutes we call, those kind of trainings we call them as approved vocational education courses. Only those educational institutes which are offering education in these areas, they will only be recognized as educational institutions. Now let us come to CA coaching institutes. Assume there is a CA coaching institute. So take ourselves only. We are providing classes for CA inter. If you learn from our institute, do we give any certificate to you? Will we give CA certificate? No, right? It is just a what? Coaching institute. It is not an education. It's not an education institution. Similarly, NEET training, NEET coaching institutes, MSET coaching institutes, IIT JEE coaching institutes, will they fall under educational institutions category? No. Why? Because if you read there, you will not get any degree. That institute will not give you any degree. Hey, if you take the classes from us, will we give the CA certificate to you? No, right? So like CA coaching centers, or you take this IIT, JEE, NEET training institutes, these are not educational institutes. These are not educational institutes. These are actually coaching centers. Their services will not be exempted. So when I say educational institute, only three kinds of institutes will fall here. Those institutes which provide education from preschool education up to class 12. Or those institutes which provide education relating to qualification recognized by law, like BCom, BTech, MBA, etc. And education which is approved vocational education course, like private, like ITIs, ITCs, and also modular skill generation program. So these kind of educational services, if any entity is providing, those only will fall under educational institutions, and exempted will be there only for those educational institutions. For CA coaching center, for NEET training center, IIT JEE coaching center, for them exemptions will not be there. Now let us try to understand which services are exempted. See, when it comes to outward supplies of the educational institutions, whatever services which are provided by educational institutions to its student, faculty, staff, every service provided by educational institution to its students, to its faculty, to its staff, everything is exempted. Everything is exempted. Sir, educational institution is providing education, and for that they are charging fees, sir, tuition fees, exempted. Sir, they are providing transportation to the students, faculty, and staff, bus fees they are collecting, exempted. They are providing food to the students, faculty, and staff, and they are collecting mess fees, exempted. They are providing hostel facilities to the students, faculty and staff, collecting the hostel fees, exempted. So any service provided by educational institution to its students, faculty and staff, any service, any outward service provided by educational institution to its students, faculty and staff are always exempted. Similarly, services provided by way of conduct of entrance examination against consideration in the form of entrance fees. See, if any educational institution is conducting an entrance examination, see for example, take for example Loyola Public School. See, in Loyola Public School, if you want to get an admission, students have to write an exam. If the student has to write an exam, for that examination fees, assume they will collect some 2,000 rupees. Every year, assume some 1,000 students are writing the examination. 1,000 students into 2,000 rupees of entrance fees, which will be totally 20 lakh rupees. Totally how much? 20 lakh rupees of entrance fees they will collect for conducting entrance examination. That is also exempted. That is also exempted. So outward services supplied by or provided by educational institution to its students, faculty, staff, exempted. And similarly, services provided by educational institution by way of conduct of entrance examination against consideration in the form of entrance fees, that is also exempted. That is also exempted. Now few more things I want to talk about it here. See, if you pay attention, there will be BTech colleges. BTech college, engineering colleges will be there. See, engineering colleges will conduct this campus placement. Campus placement. For example, TCS company want to participate in the campus placement. In order to allow the company to participate in the campus placement, they are providing the services to the TCS company, and TCS company will pay some consideration. For example, some engineering colleges are, they are conducting campus placement. If any company wants to participate in that campus placement, they have to pay some fees to the college. Here, engineering college is providing services to that prospective employer. They are coming to recruit the people. So assume that in order to participate in that campus placement, TCS company paid 1 lakh rupees fees to that engineering college. Exempted or taxable? Taxable. Taxable. Why? Because this is not a service provided to its students. This is not a service provided to the faculty. This is not a service provided to the staff. See, they are providing services to the companies so that they allow the companies to come to their premises and recruit the people. So service is not provided to the faculty, students and staff to an outsider. Those services will not be exempted. Those services will be taxable. Able to understand? So when it comes to educational institutions, services provided only to students, faculty and staff are exempted, and conducting of entrance examination in return for consideration in the form of entrance fees, that is also exempted. Okay, so this is what outward supplies, exemption relating to outward supplies. Now let us talk about exemptions given to inward supplies. See, there are 5 kinds of inward services which are specified. There are 5 kinds of inward services of educational institution. What are they? Transportation. Someone is providing the services to the educational institution for transportation of students, faculty, staff. So assume I have a bus. I agreed with the educational institution, sir, I will provide transportation of your students. So I am providing services to the educational institution. That is an inward service. Similarly, one more activity, catering services. Educational institution is receiving catering services. Or they might receive security, cleaning or housekeeping services, inward services. Services relating to admission or conduct of examination. For example, an education institution wants to conduct an exam. They have asked one person to set the question paper. For example, some institute is conducting, for example, some BCom college is conducting examination. They approached me and asked me to prepare the question paper for them. So I am providing the services to an educational institution in relation to conducting of an examination. And one more service is supply of online educational journals or periodicals. So when it comes to inward services to the educational institutions, they talk about 5 services. What 5 inward services they will talk about? Number 1, transportation. Number 2, catering. Number 3, security. Then we have conduct of examination, services relating to conduct of examination, and online journals and publications. So these are the 5 services which we are going to talk about. See, when it comes to educational institution which is providing education from preschool up to class 12 schools. So from nursery till class 12, if an educational institution is providing the education, nothing but the first category of educational institution. So when it comes to this kind of educational institution, 4 inward services are exempted. Which 4 inward services are exempted? If someone is providing transportation services to an educational institution which is providing education up to class 12, exempted, no need to pay the tax. If an educational institution which is providing education up to class 12, if it is receiving catering services, that is also exempted. On that also no GST. If a school is receiving security or housekeeping or cleaning services, exempted. Similarly, if a school is receiving the services relating to conduct of examination, that is also exempted. However, supply of online educational journals and periodicals, these are not exempted. These inward supplies provided to the schools or colleges providing education up to class 12, these activities will be taxable. These inward services will be taxable. So I will call it as category 1 education institution, category 2 educational institution, category 3. So when it comes to category 1 educational institution, out of 5 input services, 4 input services are exempted. What are they? Transportation, catering, security, cleaning, housekeeping, and services relating to conduct of an examination. If someone has provided services of online education journals or periodicals to category 1 kind of education institutions, that inward services are not exempted, on that GST has to be collected. On that GST will be collected by the supplier. This is what when it comes to category 1 educational institution. When it comes to category 2, sir, what is category 2? BCom colleges, BTech colleges, MBA colleges. When it comes to these category 2 educational institutions, only 2 input services are exempted. What are they? Services relating to conduct of an examination, supply of online education journals or periodicals. Only these 2 services or these 2 inward supplies to category 2 educational institutions are exempted. The balance 3 inward supplies will be taxable. Now, when it comes to category 3 educational institution, what is category 3 educational institution? Services, educational services relating to approved occasional education course like ITI, ITC, etc. When it comes to these educational institutions, only 1 inward service is exempted. If someone is providing the services relating to conduct of examination, only that inward supply is exempted. Balance all 4 inward services will be taxable. Understood? So which inward supplies provided to educational institutions will be exempted, which will be taxable? That depends on what is the category of the educational institution. So I have summarized it here. You can use this chart. This charts will be shared with you. Don't worry. So please use this chart to understand which kind of inward services are exempted for which kind of education institution. Once again, I am repeating. When it comes to category 1 educational institution, what is category 1 educational institution? Which is providing education from preschool up to class 12. 4 input services are exempted: transportation, catering, security, admission or conduct of an examination. When it comes to category 2 educational institution, what is category 2 educational institution? Which is providing a education relating to qualification required by law. 2 inward services will be exempted. What are they? Services relating to conduct of an examination, supply of online education journals or periodicals. When it comes to category 3 educational institution, which is providing education relating to approved occasional education course, only 1 input service is exempted: services relating to conduct of an examination. Understood? So use this chart in order to have a quick revision. Clear, everybody? So this is what summary of exemptions relating to educational activities. Now let us talk about healthcare services. See, healthcare is also important. No, healthcare is very important for the person's survival. So if the government start collecting GST on healthcare services also, then also it will become, medical facilities will become costly. A common man will face burden. So that's why what the government told is certain kind of healthcare services also we will exempt. Let us see what kind of healthcare services are exempted. So healthcare services by a clinical establishment. Sir, what is clinical establishment? Hospitals generally. Even pathological labs also will fall under clinical establishments only. Labs will be there, no diagnostic center labs will be there. Those entities also will fall under clinical establishments. So services provided by a clinical establishment or an authorized medical practitioner, nothing but doctors, or paramedics. Paramedics means there's a nurse, physiotherapist, they will fall under paramedics. The services provided by these people. Healthcare services provided by clinical establishment, which includes even diagnostic center and pathological labs. Services provided by an authorized medical practitioner or services provided by paramedics. Healthcare services, those will be exempted. See, first we need to understand, sir, which activity will fall under healthcare services. Which activity will fall under healthcare services? Which activity we can call it as healthcare services? Let us see. So what will fall under healthcare services? Healthcare services means any service by way of diagnosis. Diagnosis means what? Finding the problem. And treatment. You are either finding the disease or you are treating the disease, or you are caring for illness, injury, deformity, abnormality, pregnancy in any recognized system of medicine in India. So healthcare services means the services by way of identifying a disease, treating a disease, or taking care of illness relating to any injury, deformity, abnormality, pregnancy in any recognized system of medicine. Sir, what is recognized? Which systems of medicine are recognized in India? See, these are only recognized systems of medicines in India. What are they? Allopathy, nothing but English medicine, whatever we use. Yoga is also a recognized system of medicine. Naturopathy, Ayurveda, homeopathy, Siddha, Unani, or any other system of medicine that may be recognized by central government. Okay, see, when someone has provided services relating to these medical systems, then only exemption. So now, for example, if someone is treating a disease by doing some puja or by doing some black magic, is that a recognized system of medicine in India? No, those services will not be exempted. Only these are the recognized systems of medicine in India. So if someone is treating some illness, injury, abnormality, pregnancy using these systems, using these medical systems like allopathy, yoga, naturopathy, Ayurveda, homeopathy, Siddha, Unani, or any other system of medicine which is recognized by central government. Only in this recognized system of medicine, if healthcare services are provided, those only will be exempted. So activity will fall under healthcare services is this. Next, including services by way of transportation of the patient to and from a clinical establishment. For example, an hospital is providing the services to bring the patient from their homes and also for dropping the patients at their home. So transportation of the patient, these activities also will fall under healthcare services. However, healthcare services does not include hair transplant surgery, cosmetic or plastic surgery. These activities will not fall under healthcare services. These are beauty treatments, no. So this will not fall under healthcare services unless except were undertaken to restore or to reconstruct anatomy or functions of body affected due to congenital defects, development abnormalities, injury or trauma. For example, some people, a person as a part of accident, his nose was broken. His nose was somewhat damaged. Now doctors performed plastic surgery to fix that nose which was damaged by way of accident. Then it will form part of healthcare services. Or assume that some actor is there, she want to look more beautiful, that's why she undergone plastic surgery. That is not healthcare service. So plastic surgery, cosmetic surgery, if it is done to restore some abnormality as a part of injury, trauma, or by birth, some people will have some abnormalities. To fix it, if plastic surgery is getting performed, then it is healthcare service. But for beauty purposes, if that activities are happening, hair transplant, cosmetic, plastic surgery, these activities will not be healthcare services. That means if an hospital, if a clinic is doing hair transplantation, taxable? Yes. If a clinic is doing cosmetic surgery or plastic surgery to make you look more beautiful, taxable. GST will be there. Understood? So these activities will fall under healthcare services, and these healthcare services, if provided by a clinical establishment like hospitals, labs, or by an authorized medical practitioner or by paramedics, then those services will be exempted. Understood, everybody? And however, see, one more thing also they have told here: services provided by clinical establishment by way of providing rooms where the room charges are more than 5,000 rupees per day to a person receiving healthcare services, then that services will be taxed. For example, a hospital will also give you room for the patient. If they are charging less than 5,000 rupees, less than or equal to 5,000 rupees, if the rent of the room in a hospital is less than or equal to 5,000 rupees per day, then it is exempted. Now, sometimes what will happen is today hospitals have become very advanced. They are providing luxurious rooms. It will look like a 5-star room. So some big hospitals, they provide say 5-star facilities to the patients where they will charge per day 10,000 rupees, 6,000 rupees of rent. Then the government is telling that means you are enjoying luxury. You are not taking health care there. If you are enjoying 5-star amenities, then you can pay GST also, pay the GST. So if the services are provided by a clinical establishment by way of providing rooms where room charges are exceeding rupees 5,000 per day, then the healthcare services will not be exempted, then the GST will come. However, if the room is a ICU or critical care unit or intensive cardiac care unit or neonatal intensive care unit, if you are taking these kind of rooms, which rooms? ICU or critical care unit like CCU, ICCU or NICU, neonatal intensive care unit. See, if you are availing these rooms, obviously for this charges will be more than 5,000 rupees only. So if if a hospital is providing services of renting of these kind of rooms, ICU, CCU, ICCU, NICU, for these rooms, even if the consideration charged is more than 5,000 rupees, still GST will not be attracted, GST will be exempted. So apart from this ICU, CCU, ICCU and NICU, if for any other normal rooms will be there. Now after you are taken out from ICU, you will be kept in a normal rooms. For that room, if the rent charged is more than 5,000, then they will be taxable. However, if ICU, CCU, ICCU, NICU, these kind of rooms are given on rent, for that, even if the consideration is more than 5,000 rupees per day, that will be exempted from GST. On that, GST will not come. Understood? Next one. One more activity which is exempted: services provided by way of transportation of patient. Sir, this you have already told, no? You will say, sir, this is already healthcare service, no? But in first point I told, healthcare services provided by clinical establishment. See, in the first activity, ambulance services provided by hospital will be exempted. Now, what some people will do is, some people will provide on their own, even though they don't have hospital. For example, they will have some cab or something. They have reserved that cab. They agreed. They are not hospital. There is an individual person. He is providing transportation of patients to and from the hospital. He is not a clinical establishment. Even if someone is not a clinical establishment, but still if they are providing the services of transportation of patient in an ambulance, those services are also exempted. Those services are also exempted. So services provided by way of transportation of patient in an ambulance. Guys, when I say transportation of patient, that could happen not just by road, that could be by rail also, that could be by airways also, in whatever way. If the passenger is getting, if the patient is getting transported, then that services will be exempted. Understood? Either by clinical establishment or other than clinical establishment, services relating to transportation of patients in an ambulance will be exempted. Understood, everybody? So this is what regarding healthcare services. And now I have explained that same thing in very detailed manner. This you can refer it on your own. This you please go through it once. So anyhow, okay, let me go through that only. Rent of rooms provided to inpatients exempted, but in one case it will be taxable. When the room rent is exceeding 5,000 rupees for other than CCU, ICU, etc., then it will be taxable. If the room rent is less than 5,000 rupees, then only exempted. Sir, services provided by senior doctors, consultants, technicians, everything is exempted. Amount charged by hospitals from the patients, exempted. Whatever amount the hospital is charging from the patients, exempted. Sir, food supplied to the patients. One simple thing you have to remember: if food is supplied to inpatients, exempted. If for example, if a patient gets admitted, he needs to follow some diet. So that's why what hospitals will do is they will provide food to the inpatients also, exempted. But if the hospital is running a canteen in which they offer food for attendants of the patients also, with patients attendants also will be there, for them they are providing the food in some canteen, those services will be taxable. Only food provided to inpatients is exempted. Food provided to the attendants, etc., who are not admitted into the hospital, for them if the food is getting provided, those activities will be taxable. Services other than healthcare services, those are taxable. Like for example, supply of services other than healthcare services, such as renting of shops. In the if you take some big hospitals, if you take multi-specialty hospitals, they will rent out to some shops, like some pharmacy shops, etc. That is not healthcare service, that is taxable. Similarly, they rent out auditoriums in the hospital, that is also taxable. So apart from healthcare services, if any other services are provided by a clinical establishment, those services will be subject to GST. Understood? So 4 categories of exemptions I have explained. What are they? Charitable activities, agricultural related activities, healthcare related activities, and education services. 4 categories of exemptions I have covered. I will cover one more category. 2 more categories I will cover: transportation of passenger services, transportation of goods. This also I will cover. Quickly I will try to cover, guys. So when it comes to transportation of passengers, if the transportation of passengers is happening by rail, then if it is by way of metro, monorail, tramway, like in Mumbai there will be metro, if you go to Kolkata there will be tramway. So services provided to transportation of passengers in metro, monorail, and tramway, that is exempted. Sir, what about other than metro, monorail and tramway? Normal railways. What about those services? So if transportation of passengers is happening by way of railways in first class or AC, then it will be taxable. Other than first class and AC, if the transportation of passengers is happening by railways, then it will be exempted. So very simple logic, guys. If railways is providing transportation of passengers, the transportation of passengers provided through metro, monorail, tramway, always exempted. When it comes to other categories, other kind of railways, if it is first class or air conditioner, then it is taxable. If it is other than first class and air conditioner, then it will be exempted. Now, let us come to air. So when it comes to air traveling, if you are embarking or terminating, that means either you are boarding on the flight or you are getting down from the flight in any of these states, in any of these airports: Manipur, Meghalaya, Mizoram, Arunachal Pradesh, Assam, Sikkim, Tripura, Nagaland, and Bagdogra in West Bengal. So either you are boarding from this place, from this airport, or you are departing at this airport. And if you are traveling by way of economy class, not business class, if you are traveling by way of economy class in a airways, either you are boarding your flight or you are landing on the flight, landing from the flight in any of these places, then those services will be exempted. Similarly, services provided by way of air, by way of transportation of passengers to to the central government, where embarking or terminating is taking place from RCS. So this is actually what is this? If I have to explain, it will take more time. So okay, let me take the freedom and explain it here. This one point I will explain, RCS related point. So passenger transportation services. Quickly I will try to cover, guys, will not take much of a time. Yeah, see here, RCS. So services which are provided to the central government, that means some airline company is providing services to the central government by way of transportation of passengers with or without accompanied belongings, either from embarking or terminating at a RCS, regional connectivity scheme airport, against consideration in the form of viability gap funding. See, what actually they try to say here is, see, there are some remote airports in our country where the people's traveling passengers from that airports will be very low. For example, let me give you one simple example. Take for example Assam. Just I am giving you an example. Assam is anyhow covered in the special category state. No, let me take some other example. So what I was trying to say here is, see here, anyhow Assam is covered. Let me take some another state. Which state we will take? Okay. Okay, guys, for example sake, anything we can use. For example, assume that there is one airport in Bihar. In the Bihar also some place not so well known. So in that place, assume that there is an airport. There is a airport. Here passenger float is very low. So that's why what some airline companies started doing is they stopped operating flights through these locations. They stopped operating the flights to these locations. They are not running their flights through these airports. So that's why these airports are not running only. Why? Because like if you take Indigo Airlines is not showing any interest to run the flights from this location. So similarly, Air India is also not showing any interest in running the flights from this location. So that's why even though the government has built the airport here, but the airline service providers are not showing any interest. So that's why what the government has told is, dear airline companies, you do one thing. You provide, if someone is embarking or terminating at this airport, you provide, you offer the tickets at a very less price. For example, normally it will charge for a flight, for a flight ticket they will charge 4,000 rupees. But what the government told is, dear Indigo Airlines, please run a flight from this remote location. You charge only 2,500. Why? Because if you charge less money, more people will show interest. Now the airline company will say, sir, you are telling provide the transportation of passengers at a price of 2,500 rupees only, but our cost itself is very much higher, sir. Government told, don't worry, I am telling you, you run the flight from this location. What I will do is, whatever loss you are making, that we will compensate. Normally you will collect 4,000, no? You provide that passenger transportation at 2,500 rupees only. Balance 1,500 rupees we will give you as a consideration. So this is what we generally call it as RCS airports, which are very remote areas, which people will not show any interest. Float will be very less. So that's why airline companies are not showing any interest to run the flights from this location. So that's why what the government told is, you do one thing, you run the flights from this location at a very low price, but don't worry about the losses, we will compensate for you. So here an airline company is providing services to the central government by way of transportation of passengers who are either embarking or terminating at RCS facility. Even those services are also exempted. Government told, okay, we will give you exemption. Government is giving 1,500 per ticket as a consideration to that airline company, no? So government told, okay, on this also will not collect any GST. You please start providing services to this RCS also. That's it. So that's what I am telling you here. Services provided by way of transportation of passengers, which is provided to central government who are embarking or terminating at an RCS. However, this exemption will be available only for 3 years from the date of commencement of operation at RCS airport. From the date of commencement of that RCS airport, up to 3 years only this exemption will be provided. After 3 years, even those services also will be taxed. Next one. So this is regarding airways. Now let us come to water. Passenger transportation of passengers by way of water. See, if transportation of passengers is happening by way of inland waterways, exempted. If the transportation of passengers is happening by way of inland waterways, always exempted. However, if the transportation of passenger is happening by way of vessel between places in India, guys, what is inland waterways? Assume this is a India coastal border. Now inside India also we have some rivers. Yes or no? This we call it as inland waterways. Transportation of passengers happening by way of inland waterways always exempted. However, if the transportation of passengers is happening in a vessel, assume that here there is Chennai. So here there is some other location. Assume there is a Vizag location. From here to here in the ocean, there is a ship going. Now this ship is providing transportation of passengers. When it comes to transportation of passengers in a vessel between the places in India, they are not talking about inland waterways. Inland waterways always exempted. Now what about this ship, sir? This ship is providing transportation of passengers. If it is for public transport, exempted. If it is for public transport, then it is exempted. If it is for tourism purposes, cruise ship is there. It is going from Chennai to Vizag with cruise facilities. Tourism, then it will be taxable. Very simple, guys. Transportation of passengers by way of water, when it is provided through inland waterways, always exempted. When it comes to transportation of passengers by a vessel between the places in India, if it is for public transport, then it is exempted. If it is for tourism purposes, then it will be taxable. Able to understand, everybody? So this is what relating to transportation of passengers by way of water. Then let us come to road. Transportation of passengers by way of road. If the transportation of passengers is happening by way of contract carriage, and if the contract carriage is AC contract carriage, then it will be taxable. Sir, if it is non-AC contract carriage, sir, but however, even though it is non-AC contract carriage, you are using it for tourism purposes, you are using it for conductor tour, or you are using it for charter or hire, these services will be taxable. However, if the contract carriage is a non-AC contract carriage and you are not using it for tourism purposes, you are not using it for conductor tour, you are not even using it on charter or hire, in that cases it will be exempted. So this is what regarding contract carriage. Now, what about stage carrier, sir? Stage carrier means generally buses and all will come here. So when it comes to stage carrier, if the transportation of passengers is happening by way of stage carrier, and if the stage carrier is air conditioned, then it will be taxable. If it is non-air conditioned, it will be exempt. So radio taxi, the transportation of passengers happening by way of radio taxi, always taxable. Air conditioned, not air conditioned, doesn't matter, always taxable. When it comes to services provided by way of transportation of passengers by way of metered cabs or auto rickshaws, including e-rickshaws, that is also exempted. So very simple, guys. Here, if the transportation of passengers is happening by way of contract carriage, if it is air conditioned, taxable. If it is non-air conditioned, but still if it is getting used for tourism, conductor tour, charter or hire, then taxable. If it is getting used for other purposes, exempted. When it comes to stage carrier, if it is air conditioned, taxable. If it is non-air conditioned, it will be exempted. If it is a radio taxi, always taxable. Metered cabs or auto rickshaws, it is exempted. But if you pay carefully attention here, there is one star mark. See, what is the star mark is? See, generally I told these services are exempted. But however, if these services are getting provided through an e-commerce operator, then that services will be taxable. Like I told, metered cabs or auto rickshaw. So if an auto rickshaw is providing transportation of passengers, generally exempted. But if you book that auto rickshaw by using Ola, that means the transportation of passengers by way of auto rickshaw is provided through e-commerce operator, then those services will be taxable. So whatever star mark I have given, generally those are exempted. See, star mark is there only where it is exempted. But if any of this activity is getting provided through a e-commerce operator, then they will be taxable. Understood, everybody? So this is what regarding transportation of passengers. So if you want to know more about what is contract carriage, if you have listened to the classes, you already will get the clarity. What is stage carrier? What is contract carriage? These differences you all want to know, read the chapter once. But however, don't worry, they will say clearly in the question whether it is a contract carriage, whether it is a stage carrier, they will tell you clearly in the question. You need not do much more level of interpretations. So this is what exemptions relating to transportation of passengers. Now let us talk about transportation of goods. Even when it comes to transportation of goods also, there are some exemptions. See, if the transportation of goods is happening by way of air, taxable. If you are receiving services relating to transportation of goods by way of air, then it is always taxable. When it comes to rail, So generally, rails, if you are making a transportation of goods by way of rail, that is taxable. But however, through railways, if you are moving these items, the transportation is happening for these products through rail, then it will be exempted. If any other goods are getting transported through the rail, then it will be taxed. Only if these items are getting moved by way of rail, then it will be exempted. What are they? Relief materials, agricultural produce, newspapers, magazines, recognized defense or military equipment, organic manure, milk, salt, and food grain. If you arrange it in one order, you can remember it by way of a mnemonic, which is random. So if the goods which are getting transported by rail includes any of these activities, fall under any of this category, then exempted. If any other goods are getting transported through rail, they will be taxable. Understood? Now, when it comes to transportation of goods by way of water, if the transportation of goods is happening by way of inland waterways, exempted. When it comes to vessels between the places in India of following items, like these 6 items, these random items, if in a vessel, see if you are transporting the goods by inland waterways, always exempted. When it comes to transportation of goods in a vessel, like ocean line, for example, from Chennai to, I have used this example here, no? So from Chennai to Vizag, you are moving the goods in a vessel through ocean. So now when it comes to that case, if the items which are getting transported falls under these items, then it is exempted. If it is any other item, then it will be taxable. Able to understand, everybody? Inland waterways, all transportation of goods is exempted. But when it comes to vessel between places in India, when the products fall under any of the 6 categories, random here, these 6 categories, then it is exempted. If it falls under any other category, then it will be taxable. Now let us talk about transportation of goods by way of road. So when it comes to transportation of goods by way of road, transportation of goods by way of courier agency, like we have Blue Dart, and also we have DTDC courier. Transportation of goods by way of courier is always taxable. It is always taxable. No exemption is there here. Now let us talk about few more things. When it comes to individual trucks, if you are transporting the goods by way of individual truck or tempo, it is not a transport agency. For example, there is a truck, there is some tempo which is going on the road. So you stopped that tempo, you hired him, you told him, boss, please move the goods from my location to another location. So if the transportation of goods is happening by way of individual truck or tempo, not a good transport agency, individual truck or tempo, if you are receiving the services of transportation of goods, no GST on that. So transportation of goods by way of individual trucks or tempo, exempted. And even transportation of goods in relation to transit cargo to Nepal and Bhutan, that is also exempted. Transit cargo to Nepal and Bhutan is also exempted. Sir, what is transit cargo? See, we have India here. See, Nepal and Bhutan are there. For Nepal and Bhutan, they don't have any coastal line. They don't have any coastal line. See, if they have to import any goods by waterways, what has to happen is, first they have to come to India. Now from India, by road, they have to go to Nepal or Bhutan. So this we call it as transit cargo. So transit cargo to Nepal or Bhutan. So if the transportation of goods by road is happening in relation to transit cargo to Nepal and Bhutan, that is also exempted. Now we are left with one more category, transportation of goods done by a GTA, Goods Transport Agency. So when the transportation of goods is initiated or transportation of goods services is getting provided by a goods transport agency, then what about exemptions? Let us see. See, transportation of goods is happening by way of road and goods transport agency is doing it. But the goods which are getting transported falls under random category. What is random category? These 6 items. If these goods are getting transported through a goods transport agency, exempted, no GST. Sir, goods are getting transported, but the service recipient, whoever is receiving that transportation of goods services, is a department or entity, department or establishment of central government, state government, union territory, local authority or government authority, which has been established exclusively, which has taken registration to deduct tax. If the recipient falls under this category, services provider is GTA, but the recipient is department or establishment of central government, state government, union territory, local authority or government authority who have taken registration to deduct TDS under section number 51. Then also those services exempted. If the recipient falls under any of this category, exempted. Next, sir, GTA is providing services. Service recipient is a registered person, sir, including a CTP. Those services are taxable, and in this case, RCM will become applicable. This I have already covered in the charge of GST chapter. So GTA is providing services to already registered person, including a casual taxable person. Those services are taxable. RCM will become applicable.
Similarly, GTA is providing services to unregistered person, but unregistered person falls under a factory registered under Factories Act, a society registered under Societies Registration Act, a cooperative society, body corporate, partnership firm, association of persons, or including LLP also. See, if the recipient of GTA falls under these category, even though they are unregistered, I have told here RCM will become applicable. These people have to take the registration now and pay the GST. Yes or no? If you are already registered, you will pay tax under reverse charge mechanism. If you are receiving GTA services, you fall under any of this category. Currently, you are not registered. But now what you should do, since you become liable to pay the tax under reverse charge mechanism, these people will take the registration now and pay the GST under reverse charge mechanism. Understood everybody? Sir, GTA service provider is providing services to other than registered person, to other than any of these people. So services provided to others other than 1 and 2. When I say other than 1 and 2, the recipient is neither a registered person, the recipient also does not fall under any of this category. Then those services are exempted. So this is what the status of exemption related to transportation of goods by a goods transport agency. Understood everybody? So I know I have taken the things in a very quicker way, but this is what only I can do. I can't explain the exemptions chapter in a very detailed manner, but simply if you refer to this chart also, that will act as a good revision for this.